Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show! Back in your life on this Monday, July 22, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Hope you had a lovely, lovely weekend. I sure did. I suspect most of you did. It was a very eventful weekend, not only in the world of combat sports, but in the world of sports. So much has happened since we last spoke, and yesterday was actually July 19th. How do I know that? Because today's July 20th, so I just did 20 minus 1. 19. 19 is a very special day for me. July 19th, 2008. A very special day for multiple reasons. I'll never forget that date, because on that date, back in 2008, there was the Affliction Band show. UFC counter-programmed it with the fight night in Las Vegas, headlined by James Irvin versus Anderson Silva, moving up from 185 to 205. They put Frankie Edgar on there, Cain Velasquez. It was a lot of one-sided sort of squash match type fights, but it was really to counter-program Affliction. It was the first time I ever went on Twitter. I didn't really understand what the hell Twitter was, but we were live tweeting it. MMA Rated was covering both. I was at Affliction because I couldn't get credentialed to the UFC events. And so for some reason, every time July 19th pops up, I see it. I remember that day. And it blows me away that it's now 18 years since that day. One of the more eventful nights in MMA history. Incredible. Yesterday was an eventful day in sports. It was the World Cup final. Felicidades. I think that's it.
That's correct.
I have to go not just like des. Anyway, I'm working on my Spanish, okay? It's getting there. Working through the kinks. Spain has conquered the world of futebol. I like to say it like the Portuguese do. They say futebol. They don't just say football, they say futebol. It was a somewhat uneventful match at MetLife. New York, New Jersey Stadium. It seemed like everyone under the sun, every single celebrity, every single sports star, every single person of influence was there in attendance. I was not. I was driving back from picking up my boys from summer camp, and we were watching it on an iPad. It was very, very glamorous and luxurious. And in the end, Spain wins. The more deserving squad, again, not the most eventful match. We'll always have that bronze medal game on Saturday. England securing their spot as number 3, bronze medal. I know it doesn't really mean anything, but their best finish since 1966. Shout out to the boys. Devastating stuff against Argentina when we were live on the air on Wednesday. They bounced back. What a match. And now we have World Cup hangover around these parts. Very sad that it is all over, but happy for the Spaniards, their second time winning. Congratulations. And of course, the great Ilia Topuria out with his son celebrating on the streets of España. Look at him last night. Here's Ilia. Good to see him with a smile. Can we get some music here for Ilia? I think it's appropriate to play, right? No music? We're just going to go musicless? This is crowd sounds. These are, look at his son up there, egging on the crowd. Look at that. Amazing. Did you guys enjoy the World Cup final? Oh, there it is. Okay, fine. Anyone have any strong feelings, strong thoughts on what transpired yesterday?
I said this earlier, and you let me know if this is a hot take. I felt like it kind of lost some momentum.
Interesting.
I felt like the World Cup was like on fire. It was hot. I was really into it. By the time the final came around, I actually feel like it kind of like had flatlined a little bit.
Interesting.
It didn't keep going for me.
I think that's just because there's less games.
Yeah,
less
like the buzz just felt smaller.
It's sort of like that with the NCAA tournament, right?
Yep.
The first couple days, and then it kind of peters
right.
out.
I didn't feel nature.
Did you feel that way, GC?
A little bit, yeah.
You
like
did?
There was less hype, yeah.
Wow. Nice jersey, of course. Outdated jersey.
Dated, yeah.
Need a second star.
That second star to it.
I also think it doesn't help that it was two like mega teams, right? Like two powerhouse type teams. Like if there was a plucky underdog type story, then maybe it would have felt different. and more people could have gotten engaged. But yeah, I just felt like it. Not that it still felt huge, obviously, but it just felt like we peaked somewhere around ago.
It's almost like our attention spans are so short, and when there was games around the clock nonstop, it's all we could talk about. But now that there's gaps, days in between games, it feels like it fell off. Obviously, hundreds of millions of people watch that game.
Of course, yeah.
Massive.
I really wanted England in there. I think England being in the final would have made it better and bigger. Argentina just didn't have a great showing, and they were sort of scrappy, and they would win, in the dying seconds, minutes. They're not quite the New York Knicks, because the Knicks were able to actually bring it home, but sad to see Messi cry. He did get his one in 2022. I wonder if he'll be back in 2030. But it was, I will say this. I will never forget going from the Knicks winning the championship right into the World Cup, the summer of 2026. I will never forget this summer. It is going to be a cold, cold winter, January depressing day, and I will think back to June and July of 2026. It was magical. It truly was one of the greatest sports summers of my life. And I know it's not over just yet, but to go from the Knicks winning the championship to the parade in the midst of the World Cup kicking off, and it's in Canada and it's in the United States, and Mexico was amazing as well. I will be dreaming about this forever. I will really be dreaming about it forever. And this weekend in New York was unbelievable. Obviously in New York, New Jersey, as they're calling it, you had the World Cup final, but you had Fanatics Fest as well, which this time we were not a part of. And I probably shouldn't be saying it publicly, but I did have FOMO. I wanted to be there. We kind of jumped on it a little bit late, and that's my fault. And then there was an opportunity to do something on Saturday, but it didn't work out. It was a Knicks celebration there. I mean, they had every single Knicks player, it seemed, was doing something at Fanatics Fest, which was amazing. There was a ton of WWE stuff, UFC stuff, boxing stuff as well. It's a big TKO spot. Every single celebrity, every single sports star, it seemed like, was there as well. I mean, they had everyone, even like the Jay-Z's of the world. There was one thing on Friday where it's Messi, Kevin Durant, Djokovic. Who else was up there? Who else was up there? There was Kevin Hart. It just was this convergence of celebrity. It was unbelievable. It really was. I was that SpongeBob meme of the guy looking through the shades. Whoever that guy was, is it SpongeBob? I'm not a SpongeBob guy, but I've definitely seen you guys use it before.
You're talking about Squidward, I believe.
Squidward, that's who I felt like. And then we get to WWE's Saturday night's main event on Saturday night at the Garden. I mean, Jordan, did you see this? Did you see Karl Anthony Towns' choke slam? He comes out with Danhausen. I mean, was Karl Anthony Towns born to be a pro? He looks like a pro wrestler, right? The size, the slams on JD McDonough, and then Dominic Mysterio through the table. Look at this guy. By the way, has Cat lost a tremendous amount of weight or what in the past month?
My first thought was, holy moly, he's thin.
He is very thin.
He's just getting back into playing shape,
He's doing the big, Diesel choke slam sign. Jalen's coming out with Roman Reigns. The aura. Did you see the walkout? Roman's holding the trophy? What? The belt? It was nuts. And Jalen is a hardcore pro wrestling fan. He is a legit fan. There was a video of him meeting Rhea Ripley, and it was like me meeting him. He was starstruck. He was blown away by the fact that he was in her presence. He also got to meet Justin Bieber. It was just there was just so much happening. There was so much happening. I was loving it all. I was absolutely loving it all. Very exciting time. Very exciting time. Could we get one of these guys on the program? Could we get Jalen sitting here? Could we get Kat sitting here? What about OG Josh? Could we get the whole starting lineup? We'll take Alvarado. We'll take Deuce. We'll take Jordan Clarkson. Did you guys see Jordan Clarkson got into a fight with that Jezebel Travis Scott over the weekend? Always up to no good.
I did see this, yeah.
Yeah, what the hell? Mind your business, bro.
How do you get Jordan Clarkson, NBA champion, kicked out of a club before you kick out the other guy in his own city?
Yeah, what the hell?
The other guy being a much more famous, more popular person.
Did he win an NBA title?
In New York, popular?
Yes. Yes. Not even. This is the Jalen Brunson has passed Derek Jeter of TAHS.
In New York,
Yes,
right now.
in New York.
Who is more popular in the city of New York? Travis Scott or Jordan Clarkson?
Stop it.
It's
Don't be
not.
Cleveland Rick is back.
Don't be silly.
Yeah.
Travis Scott or Jordan Clarkson?
Not even a question.
I feel like I just zoned out for 15 seconds right now. And I came back to this. Who's more recognizable?
In
Popular.
New York, though. Don't
Popular.
forget the in New York
I don't
part.
give on Mars, Pluto, whatever universe you want to enter. Travis Scott is blowing Jordan Clarkson out of the water.
No.
If they were standing next to each other, he would get trampled as people rush to Travis Scott.
More people would fight for his honor. More people would have his back.
Jordan Clarkson was the guy that when he was in the game, I was like, why is he in the game?
Nah, he was great. He was the spark plug. He was the microwave. 0 to 10 seconds, instant offense. All of that was great. But if I'm being honest, the best thing that I saw all weekend was what transpired in Milwaukee at RAF. Real American Freestyle Wrestling, Ben Askren returning exactly a year after he almost died multiple times. Double lung transplant. He comes back to compete in the organization that he helped launch. His family is in attendance. Look how beautiful that is. He goes up against Bilal Muhammad at one point up 3-0. Could you believe it? Ben Askren, Olympic wrestler, Dan Hodge trophy winner, one championship champion, Bellator champion. In the end, the legs give out. The fact that he was able even to make the walk is absolutely surreal and absurd. He takes off the shoes. He puts them in the middle of the mat. He says goodbye. Once and for all. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. And he will be on the show later today to talk about all of that and more. And so let's get into today's program. In about 18 minutes' time, the great Dominick Cruz is going to join us. Dominick Cruz was inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame finally this past month, 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas, as you may recall, alongside his former opponent who he beat at UFC, I do believe, versus 6 in Washington, D.C. I was there, Demetrius Johnson. Nevertheless, after the Conor McGregor fight, he said something that was so profound. It was the best of all the people who spoke, including myself, including everyone in the back, including DC, Rogan, anyone who weighed in on Conor McGregor's return. Of all the people who spoke on that Saturday and in the aftermath, what Dominick Cruz said in the post-fight show about Conor and the return and the road back and the road that he now has to travel, I thought it was the absolute best. And it's the impetus as to why I wanted to have him on today's program. Can we play this real quick? Because I want to set the table. In case you missed it, here's what Dominick had to say. I thought it was so beautifully said, so profound, so smart, and so Dominick Cruz. Take a look.
We keep saying he doesn't need to come back because he's got the money, right? But I disagree. I think the reason why he was coming back was to save his own life from the money, from the lifestyle that he's been living. I think that he's going to be facing that again. God's going to keep putting the same test in front of you until you choose different. Fighting wasn't going to pull you out. Fighting can't solve everything. And he's going to learn that because now he's got to face himself without this thing that really cures a lot of us. I mean, martial arts saved my life. I truly believe he came back to save his own life. And now he's back to where he started before he booked this fight. We keep saying he doesn't need to come back.
I absolutely love that from Dominick Cruz. Dominick Cruz, one of the smartest people in the history of the game, one of the best analysts in the history of the game. And I just love the way he broke that all down. And so we will talk to him about all of that and the induction and everything else going on in the world of UFC and mixed martial arts. We'll talk to him at about 1:30. At 2 o'clock, Michael Venom Page is going to join us. We spoke late last week about his potential last UFC fight going down in Paris in September. He'll stop by to talk about that fight. At 2:30, Colby Covington, who beat Arman Tsarukyan on Saturday in the first ever RAF crossover championship bout or match. I was surprised. I think I saw something like, was Arman like a minus 500 going into this match? He's never lost in RAF. He's looked amazing, and obviously he hasn't always fought the creme de la creme. But this was a massive, massive win for Colby Covington, and so we will talk to him about that when he joins us at about 2:30. At 3 o'clock, we're going to be joined by the aforementioned Ben Askren, and at 3:30, Tommy McMillen, who is one of the brightest young stars in the UFC, had another win on Saturday, stole the show, dare I say, at the Oklahoma City card. Protege of one Timbo, Sugar Sean O'Malley, hailing from Montana, now trains at Arizona with the squad over there. He's got an amazing personality. He's magnetic. He's a lot of fun. He calls himself the third Diaz brother, and he was phenomenal on Saturday. He really was. And so I'm really looking forward to having him on the show for the very first time. Those 5 individuals, what a program today. What a lineup. Colby, Ben, Dominick Cruz, Michael Venom Page, Tommy McMillen, all joining us on today's program. Back end, we'll also be joined by the great Pete Carroll. He'll join us as well to talk about some news and notes. There was probably no bigger news item than what Conor McGregor shared yesterday, but I actually want to start several days ago, if I can, because he's, there are times when a tragedy happens or a bad loss or something that would make you feel some sort of way transpires, and the celebrity, the athlete kind of goes away. Conor is not cut from that cloth. He has not really gone away since his devastating loss to Max Holloway, which he has said on social media. He wants, all the bets to be refunded. He wants it to be rescinded as far as it not being a loss, but more so like a no contest. That is not going to happen. But on Thursday, he was very active on social media. So we'll start there, tweeting all kinds of things in which he later, shortly thereafter, deleted. So let's go through some of these and react to them. Someone was, talking about his demeanor as he was walking out, as he was in the cage. He wrote, "Heart rate low 40s. I was as calm and as ready as I've ever been for a fight. I am devastated. Shockingly cruel outcome," he wrote. He continued, and this is, more in response to that demeanor that everyone has been scrutinizing and breaking down and all that stuff. More nonsense. My hematocrit. Does anyone know what this is? I said a word last week and I got roasted for it because I think I misread it or mispronounced it. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know anything about a hematocrit. He says it was 48%. My engine was primed and ready for the full duration without effort. I will delete these as I am not getting into the back and forth and further annoying myself. I was primed, fit, healthy, my engine, my oxygen, my blood. My heart rate was never in better condition. Next time I'll give a little scream at the camera so the illusion of something else is there. So that's a nod to, all you people who are saying I was off, I was in great spirits. I was in great physical health. Oh, this is from intern Jack. Hematocrit is the volume percentage of red blood cells in your blood, often expressed as a percentage. It is routinely measured as part of a complete blood count to determine how well your body transports oxygen. All right, there you go. We continue. Someone says, "You on the drugs again, bud?" I have not and will not take any mind-altering substances. I feel if the fight had went any different, favorably or otherwise, even if the fight got to take place at least, I may have cracked the seal on this and ended back in the cycle. However, it went the way it went, and I am awaiting my surgery and planning my recovery, so 0 mind-altering substances have entered my body whatsoever. More time under extreme discipline is required, and that is it. I find extreme discipline most enjoyable anyway, so happy days. He continues. Someone said, "Looked like you were having issues with your knee prior to the fight. Hope you heal up and get back out there and kick some arse." I love how it's TA1022 who's weighing in on this and getting him to respond. He says, "More nonsense. I had zero issue. The taking off of my shoe at Octagon side, a sweaty foot without a sock on, pulling off the shoe with the ball of my free foot. It was a brief disbalance, if even." It's wild that we are breaking this down. He continues. Maybe start with a normal punch next time. No Bruce Lee flying kicks. That's from Slabman3000. Thanks for weighing in. Connor says, "I could have walked into the center of that octagon and taken a phone call. There was zero forward attack coming at me, nor was there going to be next time." He continues. Warren says, "How come you fought with a torn ACL in the first fight and couldn't in this one? Why did you throw the exact same kick after tearing your ACL?" By the way, very good question. Fair question. The first fight was midway through the second round, and we were positioned on the canvas where there was no weight bearing necessary. It was also the left leg, which is my back leg in fighting stance. When you strike, you move onto your lead leg, so the effect was less. I was able to strike sufficiently and enter to a takedown. This current one was my lead leg, the right leg. Every movement was affected. It was also not me who was calling for the fight to be waived. Fair point. He continues. This is from MP at Legacy MP17. Would you like your last fight to be versus Chandler or Poirier? If not, is there anyone else? Also, heal up well and let us know about what the extent of the injury is when you can. Conor writes back simply, it has to be Holloway. Speaking of Max Holloway, here he is weighing in on what transpired on July 11th.
Selfishly, I hope I get the next title shot. If it's not Conor, give your boy a title shot. Oh, me and Justin got history. Now I gotta eat him alive. We know we're gonna be a striking war, so why not?
Max, Frank, what do you think about Max doing his stream while chewing?
Hey, it's fine. It's part of the vibe. It's
Was he having a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
It does
there?
look like that. Yeah, like a Uncrustable or something. I'm here for it.
Okay, I'm not. In any event, Conor continues. This is from Skip. If it wasn't injured, it was a ridiculous attempt of full sprint jumping roundhouse kick that was never going to work and could and did lead to injury. Lesson learned, we hope. Conor writes, a foot too early for sure. Never going to work, I disagree. The eagerness / rush out of the gate is what 5 years out of the game will do. Noted and corrected. I'll get it right. I'm getting closer. That is my mindset. And so he is not wavering. He is not wavering. And so I believe those are the tweets that were deleted, right? Those are all of them. But then yesterday, he drops a big one. And it's the update that we have been waiting for. Update, he posts. It was ACL and meniscus. It is the same injury as the first Holloway fight, only this time the opposite leg. Quite shocking. I returned to competition within 9 months to fight Diego Brandao back then. With today's regenerative medicine advancements and improved training methods, it is well within my realm to return by next summer. I'm walking without a crutch. I done leg extension machine work the other day to no issue. So I can walk without aid and activate my quad under resistance. All very positive. I am maximum discipline and have maintained it fully since the bout. I wonder, was I saved from something worse here? I believe so. I would have attended the after party as, quote unquote, the man, and who knows then. I believe I was saved. Thank you, God. On we go. No sad stories. Thank you for the support and well wishes, everyone. Your health is your wealth. And so you don't want to look too far into social media posts, tweets, Instagram, all that stuff and more, but he does seem to be taking a positive approach. He does seem to be confirming what I said on the Monday after, which is, I think he's going to come back. I think he's going to try to come back. I think he's going to try to come back by next summer. And I think he's going to try to fight Max Holloway. And so for Max Holloway, the question is, do you fight anyone till then? You fought twice in 2026. You said you wanted a break. You said you're happy with coming back in 2027 at this point. If it's next summer, not too bad. Can he come back within a summer? Conor McGregor in 2026 isn't exactly Conor McGregor in 2013, 2014. Younger, everything he's been through. I mean, that was a long time ago now, 13, 14 years. And that's not me saying that he can't do it and won't do it. That's just, it took 9 months or so back then. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to take 9, 10 months this time around. But I do believe that he's going to give it his all to come back. And, he's going to have to go under the knife. He's going to have to get the ACL surgery, the meniscus repaired as well. And I think the plan is fight one more time in the UFC and then see where the chips fall. And I agree with Dana White, by the way. I saw Dana White do a whole bunch of media. He spoke to MMA Fighting. He spoke to the Mac Life. He spoke to a whole bunch of other outlets over the weekend. He was there at Fanatics Fest doing the Ryan Garcia, Conor Benn press conference stuff, which we'll get into as well. But I agree with him when he's like, look, there's no real point in dissecting this every single time you hear from me, every single time. Like, this is going to be, for the UFC now, hopefully they're taking care of him. Hopefully they're looking after him. Hopefully they're checking in on him. But there's nothing to talk about. Until he gets cleared by a doctor and all right, this guy's going to be ready in 3 or so months, there's literally nothing to talk about. We could talk about Max a million times. We could talk about Chandler, Poirier, Diaz. Anyone. Carlos Prates, it doesn't matter. Pick a fighter. It does not matter until he's about 3 months out, medically cleared, ready to go. So we're not going to try to dissect every single thing here, but that was the big update. That was the last piece that we were missing. Okay, what was it? Was it ACL? Was it meniscus? Was it one or the other? Was it just one? Was it both? We find out it's both, and here we are. Here we are. And so wish him the best, wish him well, and it does seem as though he's taking a positive approach to all of this. It does seem like he is in a good mindset, good spot mentally. He was very dark at the beginning. He was very depressed. He was very down. Now it seems as though he's in a good spot. Today's episode is brought to you by our good friends over at Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the US of A. Here's what makes Kalshi different. You're not playing against the house. Kalshi is peer-to-peer trading. You buy yes or no contracts on whether something will happen, and you're trading directly against other users. Think of it like buying or selling a stock. The line isn't set by some kind of algorithm working against you. Public opinion sets the price. Kalshi is CFTC approved. That's federally regulated, which is why it's available all across the country, including California and Texas. Download the Kalshi app right now and use the code Helwani to get up to $500 when you trade 25. We've upped the ante. And there you see the QR code right over there. 500 bones when you trade 25. That's Kalshi, Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade what's next. And according to what's going on Kalshi, here's what they are saying regarding the return of Conor McGregor. I do believe I saw something that said that they are kind of thinking that he's going to come back by the end of next year. We'll get that for you in a matter of moments.
21% him to fight again before 2028.
Oh, wow. So they're not actually that confident, I suppose.
Yeah, the market seems to think he won't be back.
Okay.
End of 2028.
Actually, at 55% this morning at 9 a.m. It is now dropped all the way down.
What? What changed?
I don't know. I would have thought the update would make it more, the market move the other way, but that's interesting.
That is very interesting. Yeah. Maybe the ACL stuff, made people think, you know what? It's going to take a little longer because he is older. Now, UFC and Paramount, this may be a new thing because they never did this in the past, released the viewership numbers for this event. And here we go, courtesy of our friend Jedi Goodman. He put it in a nice little package for us. Here are the highlights for the US and Latin America only. Viewers reached 15.9 milli, US 14.3, Latin America 1.6. Peak concurrent streams, 7.9 million. And, 8.3 for 329. Yeah. Freedom 250, 7.9. 324, which was Khamzat Strickland, 5.93. So it did better than Freedom 250, which is what I thought it was going to do. I thought it was always going to do better. More on that in a moment. Live average minute audience, streaming views main card, 6.5 total, 6.1 in the US, 0.4. Now, people keep telling me that they're fudging the numbers. I don't know. I don't really care. It's interesting to me that they're putting this out there. Can I be honest? I thought it would do more.
I also thought it would do more.
I thought the first time Conor McGregor was fighting essentially in front of the paywall in ages, remember Fuel TV card was, cable, FS1, then it was Fight Pass, then the rest was pay-per-view. I thought it was going to do like 15 or 20. That concurrent number I thought would be way higher.
Well, the concurrent at least beat White House.
Yeah, at least beat White House, but Conor McGregor was bigger than everyone on that White House card combined.
I think we've reached a point that I've long suspected we've reached where I don't think new people are coming into the tent. I don't think a ton of new people are coming in for MMA. Yeah. I think we've pretty much reached.
Conor is the litmus, right?
Conor and White House. If those two things are not getting more than that number of people in, I don't think we're really growing.
So did we find out the ceiling?
I think we finally have more conclusive evidence that this is the ceiling. The only way that ceiling opens up will be Netflix, and they are not with Netflix.
Right. Because do we all agree Conor on Netflix does
Yes.
20, 30 million?
Netflix has a key to an audience that I don't think Paramount Plus does.
Okay, so you're saying the ceiling on Paramount Plus specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
The ceiling for the UFC.
On
The
Paramount
ceiling
Plus.
the ceiling for MMA is larger just by the basis of Netflix having done an MMA event and being in the business of MMA at the moment. But for UFC, this seems to be what the ceiling would probably be.
If I'm Netflix, this was a big win, right? Like we had a card with a promotion that no one knows in the world of MMA with, names, but no one
you
as
had
big
Ronda, so that
no one as big as Conor. I would think that they were like, I don't know, if I were them, I would be like, we're right there, if not better.
I agree with that.
Is that not the takeaway? That's the takeaway for me. This is the established 3 letters, and this is Conor McGregor, and I really thought it was going to do way more than that. Now, do you think the World Cup going head-to-head with the card hurt? That was Argentina.
No.
No?
I don't think those audiences are much the same. Anybody like
That's big competition. That was a World Cup, quarterfinal match?
Yeah, but again, I think those worlds are so separate. The same way NBA and MMA, like MMA is its own thing. And anybody who's a fan of both would have it on both TVs. Like it's not a vying for the attention. If you are a World Cup fan who also likes MMA, you're watching both. If you are only a World Cup fan, you're not watching the MMA. If you're an MMA fan and not a World Cup fan, you're only watching that. I don't think there's a ton of competition for it. I don't think it was a timing thing. I don't think the Sunday night, was a huge factor in the White House one. It just is what it is. I think we found what the appetite for this is once and for all.
I think my biggest takeaway is that the White House essentially performed the same as McGregor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought there would have been a big gap. I thought the White House card was going to do great, but I thought there would have been a big gap. A huge gap. I thought the Conor card was going to be like in the 20s. I thought it would.
What do you think the next Conor card looks like after all of this?
It won't be going up against a World Cup match, but obviously I would think the allure of the comeback will weaken.
There's a way to make it bigger.
Tell me.
Nate Diaz.
I don't know if that makes that big of a difference.
It makes a big difference. To me, I think it would.
You think if
Versus
Conor
Max
McGregor,
Holloway? Yeah. I think that would make a big difference.
that much of a difference, like adding 10 million?
No, I didn't. Adding 10 million is, I don't think, in the realm of possibility, but I think it would add something. I think it'd get you at least back to this number. I don't think people care about seeing the Max fight again.
Is there a world where, despite getting rid of the pay-per-view model, a lot of people are still illegally streaming it? They just don't want to get the Paramount Plus.
I didn't think of that.
Are people by the way, is our guest chiming in here? Because he texted me.
Not yet.
Okay. I don't know if people are. I guess people want to. Yeah. They're definitely doing it.
I mean, of course, some people are. It's just how many.
Yeah. They're definitely doing, especially the kids, right? Like the sub 21-year-olds.
Who don't have a subscription? Yeah, probably.
And they're just used to stealing everything.
Yeah.
They're just used to taking everything. We'll never truly know, and that's why it's hard to compare today to 10 years ago to 15 years ago. We'll never, ever truly know. But I thought that number was going to be gigantic. I thought it was going to be insanely big. And maybe 2 years ago, it's even bigger. Time changes everything. But this was a big deal, man. This was a massive, massive deal. And again, I when these numbers come out, people hit me up and they're like, "This isn't true. This is."
Wait. So what do you, when you say that? What are they saying is not?
Well,
accurate
the
about
big thing about the big thing about the White House numbers were they were doing this thing plus 1 minute.
Oh, I see.
Which is never, ever, ever
yeah
measured. Plus 1 minute means you watched for a minute. Now, Netflix does a thing plus one. Plus one is you watched within 24 hours.
Yeah.
Not live.
Yeah.
Plus 1 minute is like you just, like, honestly, in the world of streaming, who's watching anything plus 1 minute and like how is that significant? You're clicking on it, you're watching it for a minute, and then you leave?
I honestly thought that was the standard. When I was at Paramount, that was like, we just want people to watch shows for a minute so we can put it in our data. And I guess that's what they're sticking to with live events as well still.
Yeah. I've just never seen that before. And so that's what I mean when they're posting this stuff, people are like, wait a second, what is this? What's going on?
But these numbers seem very reasonable. Like, it is not, this doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility.
You see Meltzer going crazy. Everyone's going crazy. These are fake numbers. I don't fucking know what's
Yeah.
going on. What are these numbers? Who the hell knows? my only takeaway is I just expected to see Conor McGregor like 20 million, 30 million. And to your point, it might have been that in the end, but, with streaming and whatnot, but this is what they're putting out. And you know what? I love the fact that they're putting it out. I hope they do it all the time. This would be great.
I don't think they will.
No, I don't think they will either. I don't think we're getting the UFC Oklahoma City numbers.
No, nor do I think we'll get the next pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Sorry, numbered event.
Islam? You
No,
might get
because it's going to be less than the White House and Connor, and you do yourself no favors to be like, well, look at how much it dropped off. It doesn't help you.
All right. Well, in a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined. Minutes, seconds? Has he emerged or not quite? Okay. In a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by Dominick Cruz. He did such a phenomenal job. We played that clip at the very beginning of the show of him on the post show. And it's really like what triggered me wanting to reach out to him, because I just thought of all the things said in the aftermath of this Conor McGregor fight, that was the best, most astute, most profound, most heartfelt sort of analysis that we had seen. He's always so great at all of this, and so he's kind enough to give us some time on this Monday morning over on the West Coast. The Hall of Famer, Dominick Cruz, there he is. What's up, Dom? How are you?
Morning, Ariel.
Great to see you. Thanks for doing this. I know it's a very busy day for you, so we won't keep you too long. First, can I just say congratulations on the Hall of Fame induction. Now that it's come and gone, can you tell us, like, what did that mean to you? Some people have a take on the induction like, I didn't need it, but it was nice. I really wanted it. What did it signify to you?
I think I needed it more than I thought. When I was thinking about it being presented to me while I was competing, it was almost not necessary in my head. So I get somebody's take on that, like, I don't need that, But as I actually retired, and I don't know, it like allowed me to receive all my awards. Like I never really received any of them when I was getting them. I never felt them. I never allowed myself to feel like that person, because I always felt like there was such a target on me that to accept it would mean complacency in my subconscious mind, I think. And then when I got the award and I'm done and I feel complete in what I've done in the career of fighting in like the competitive pool, it just let me say, okay, well, this is like the stamp. So take it in. And that's what everybody kept saying that week. It was, I think that's part of it too, is like, take it in, take it in, take it in. Everybody kept saying that to me. It was like a very important point for every person I came to take it in. And I thought that was interesting too. So I just heard people, I think.
Did you take it in? Do you feel like you did a good job of that?
I feel like I'm practicing that, Ariel. It's, excuse me, when you do what I've done for as long as I've done it in the sport of fighting, like I said, you make up a story that if you receive these awards, then you're going to turn into the ego. You're going to turn into that thing in regular life. If you're me, that's how I was thinking. So it's important to not let it go to your head. It's important to keep the foot in front of you, because every day stays the same. Just because you have an award, you still got to go create more. You still got to keep going. But yeah, I was able to receive it, and it feels good to receive it. It more has allowed me over the time to receive it more and more every day.
Do you regret that mindset that you had when you were fighting, not receiving it?
I don't regret it, because, that's what's the point of regret? It's a pretty useless emotion. But, it's happened. It happened that way for me. That's how I compartmentalized the pressure. That's how I did it. Everybody has their own method. But it's hard to explain, Ariel. This is why I like coming on your show, because it's always a intellectual, smart conversation that makes me think. So
I appreciate that.
I appreciate that type of these type of questions.
And I appreciate them. I appreciate having them with you. I love that you're open to having these types of conversations. Was there finality to the career after the ceremony? Did you feel like, okay, that's it? Usually the Hall of Fame is kind of like the last period, the book closes. Did you view it that way?
For fighting, sort of, but I just know I tend to keep going. I don't know. I have a gut feeling that this is the beginning of something. I can't explain it. When I stop fighting and I choose to be done, it's because I know that everything in me wants to hold on to what feels safe, which is what I know. And I'm ready to move into the possibilities where other miracles, other things can be created with the same mentality. So I'm not going to remake the wheel. Everything I used to become a champion in fighting is what I'm going to just move to other avenues and find ways to give back. Because at the end of this thing, when we die, every single thing we have, our legacy, our trucks, our houses, everything we've given to our kids, when we die, it all gets given away anyway. So why not start now? So that was my mental career. Find a way to give things away by whether it's entertainment, whether it's showing people that they can do whatever they want, whether it's showing people that if they think because they rolled their ankle in high school that they can't get it together and come back and compete at the highest level of something, that's a story they made up. Ben Askren's another great example of that. Obviously, he removed his lungs, re-put them in there, and went and wrestled. Like, some people can't make it through one wrestling match their whole life. He did it with a lung replacement. Mm-hmm. So that's why we do sport. It's a parallel of life, and people are watching how I compete and how I do it, and we're put on that stage to vulnerably to look like an idiot or to look big. So that's something to give away. Transformation's a public event, basically. So I'm just giving away what I can while I go through these challenges.
So that competitive spirit that you possess is what I think separated you from so many people. Like, you had those injuries. Most people say, okay, like, enough is enough. I can't keep coming back. Not only do you come back and win. And so I'm wondering, what do you channel that, competitive energy, that spirit into now? Is it the broadcasting? Is it the podcast? Is it something else that we don't know about?
There's some things that I've got there's an iron in the fire that I can't really talk about.
Okay.
But that's building and that support. That's one thing that's supporting me. I do a lot of community work that I don't talk about publicly. I just show up and be that thing. That really fuels me to give back in different ways and create in that way. I have the podcast that supports me a lot. Interviews like this, you got to think when you talk it out, it comes out of you, and so that supports me. Coaching, like helping other athletes. I haven't taken out a lot of other athletes because I'm moving around so much, trying to make money, I still got to work a lot of hours and stuff. I have a lot of different things I need to do to make money, and I got to hustle and go to the money because I don't have like a 9-to-5 like a lot of people. I do the commentary work, analyst work, but that only gets you paid 3 days a month. So then what am I doing in between that to create, to give back? So there's a lot of things I could be doing. There's a lot of things I am doing. And I knew fighting to an extent was kind of limiting me at a certain point. It's keeping me in the same place, in the same pool, doing the same things. And so I wanted to challenge myself by not holding on to what feels comfortable and safe and moving into another place. Think of how many people in this world are living their life successfully and they don't have to fight in a cage. How are they doing that? How are you guys doing it? It's something to behold. It's something to look at. I think fighters get out and they go, how are you guys all doing this? You guys are all looking at us like, how do you do that? And I'm looking at you guys like, how do you not? How do you not? How do you not do this? I'm still doing it because it's just now I'm not in the competition pool, but it saved my life. I don't know how anybody lives life without fighting somebody in the morning some way.
Okay, so there's that phrase right there. It saved your life. And that's the sentiment that you shared when talking about Conor, and that's why I reached out to you, because it kind of took my breath away the way you broke it down, because I think a lot of people were having a different take on it all. And so can I ask you to expound on that? Why did you feel like that was the appropriate analysis in the moment? And now that we've gotten like a week of tweets and updates from him, some very dark and now a lot more positive, I'm wondering, what's your interpretation of what he's going through?
He's in the honeymoon phase of his injury, right? So we'll see how that goes. I have nothing but positive energy to put towards him in his healing. An ACL meniscus tear is what I heard it is, and I knew in my gut it was an ACL. You just don't know to the extent. Sometimes you can tear the ACL and everything else, but he just tore a meniscus and ACL, which is very repairable. And the good news is because it's ACL meniscus, meniscus can heal. That doesn't stop you. Excuse me. If it was MCL, he'd be stuck for a little while, like frozen for I think it's 2-3 months before you can even start bending the leg. He should be able to start moving that leg right away, which will really quicken the healing process for him. But my analysis on that day that you're talking about was because, I could only look at him as a mirror that whole weekend. When you talk about accepting the Hall of Fame, I got it that weekend. And there's no accident that this guy's trying to come back from one of the longest layoffs besides me. It would have been the longest, if he goes out there and does the thing and wins, it's the longest layoff in MMA history. I've had, I think, 2 or 3 of those, unfortunately. I'm not proud of it, but it's what I've had to do through my career. And I know what it takes. And it took a lot of looking at myself and realizing that martial arts was the only thing keeping me alive. Because when I was injured, I was dying. I was not happy. I was not a good human to myself. I didn't enjoy myself. I didn't appreciate myself. Like I said, I don't know how everybody in the world goes through life without this sport, without these things. You wake up every morning and you get in a fight and you get punched in the face and you get dropped and you get up and then you finish the round and then you do 3 more rounds and then you win the next 3 rounds and you know who you are the rest of that day. That can go to anything. I get a ticket, calm down. You got dropped and you got up this morning. Somebody pisses me off. Nothing really can get to you after a day like that. When that gets taken away, you kind of lose okay, how do I create a measuring tape for myself on who I really am? And it's easy to get lost for a guy like me without that reference point. So I could only imagine Conor, because he has more access to, if he wants to go on a super yacht in the middle of the Indian Ocean and get picked up on a helicopter and go somewhere, he can do that. I didn't have access to that. I got to work. Excuse me. I got to work while I was injured. Because I had bills to pay and my sponsors left, and I wasn't, I hadn't made my, $100 million or whatever you want to call it. So I kind of, in a way, that saved me in a way to keep me on task and keep me in a disciplined mindset and keep paying the bills, keep grinding. But man, how sad I was in between the 2 ACLs to the third one. After I beat Mizugaki, came back, won in a minute. Man, I could so relate to him. It's very similar to what I think he felt, which is you go in there and it's he didn't really get it out, right? I went and got it out in a minute, but that didn't even really get it out. It was I got hit one time and I smashed this dude who was on a 5-fight winning streak with 5 finishes after I was out for 2.5 years when nobody told me I could do it. And it was crazy. And then I blow my knee out another month later, and it's because I learned through all these injuries that now that I'm done, when I'm going through it, it's just hell. But I learned right when I blew it out, how calm I was. I was like, it's okay. You got a system now. You've done this twice. Just copy the system, do the 9 months, and you'll be all right. Well, man, that 9 months was the hardest 9 months ever, because without martial arts, I needed to get on antidepressants to deal with the lack of
Might have lost him right there. Yes, we did. As he's cooking, God, I could listen to him talk about this stuff forever. One thing I wanted to mention to him was I feel like he could be a great motivational speaker. Should we reconnect with Dominick? Hopefully his phone didn't die in the car over there, wherever he may be. And I'm not going to keep him much longer. Oh, no, we're going to reconnect with him in a moment. But yes, this is a man who had been through multiple ACL injuries, now like Conor McGregor. Now, it is important to note the leg in which Conor suffered the very recent ACL, MCL injury, not the same leg as the Poirier injury, Holloway injury. And yes, there is the theory that you overcompensate when you've hurt one leg. This is a massive time in between each. That usually happens, historically 2 to 3 years later. This is, 13 years after the first leg injury, 5 years after the second. So maybe there is something to that. But there's a very, very long road ahead, especially considering the age, especially considering everything he's been through, the miles on the body. It's a lot different when you are younger, and Dominick was younger. I mean, Dominick's career is one of the most unique careers in the history of the sport, just given the time off in between fights. It's really remarkable. He's on that roll when he fights Demetrius Johnson, October 1st, 2011, and then his next fight is that Mizugaki fight, September 2014, essentially 3 years later, almost to the day. Then injures himself again and needs a little over a year and a half exactly, to come back and fight TJ Dillashaw and win the belt. Fights Uriah Faber, fights Cody Garbrandt, and then is out for 4 years almost between Cody and Henry Cejudo. And then ends the year, well, he fights Henry Cejudo, then comes back and beats Casey Kenny in March of 2021, wins again in December of 2021, fights again in August of 2022, and then that's the career. Did we not reconnect with him? Okay, is he back?
I'm really sorry about that, Ariel.
No
My phone overheated. I didn't expect.
That was
I
my
didn't see that
hypothesis.
coming.
That was my hypothesis.
I did not see that coming. That got me.
All right, so let me ask you this. Given his age, given everything that's transpired, what he's done to himself, what his body's been through, do you think he is able to overcome this and come back?
I'll finish where I left off real quick.
Yes,
because
please.
it has to do with that, and I'll make it as quick as I can
No problem,
for
no
you.
problem.
Sorry about that. But, when I came back in between the three, I had the 2 surgeries, then I had the 1 fight for 1 minute, and then I came back and fought again. Between the 2 ACL surgeries to the 3rd one with 1 fight in between, I could see how he had the 5 years off and came back and was so amped up and then didn't get to do it. It's kind of similar. And after I did that, he still knows, it's like a reference point for him that, okay, I got to feel it. I went through the camp. I felt strong. I felt ready. He can use that to get through this next rehab session that he's going to do. And it's not the worst one. Like his knee, there's access to so many things I didn't have now. He has the physical therapy at the Performance Institute. He has all the best doctors and money in the world. Now, I think he's going to stay in the testing pool this time. I don't know. Last time he didn't. I chose to stay in the testing pool through all these surgeries. So we'll see what he does with that. But with all the access to the things he has, he absolutely can come back. And what I was going to say is it took so much for me to not have martial arts that's why I think he came back. He's got everything in the world, everybody keeps saying, right? So why do you go back in the octagon? There's only one logical reason to go in there and do that. And it's when you have everything he has. And it's because he needs it. I needed it. Why wouldn't he? Why would he be different? It takes a certain obsession to be good at this. And my obsession was taken away from me. And his obsession, I think, was taken away. And then he was just let out to go be free. And man, we saw where that went for him. Apparently for him, it wasn't working. So he wanted to get back to what did work for him. I can totally resonate with that. And I think that he definitely will be back. I really do, because of the injury and because he got that taste and that feeling of showing up. And everybody doubts him right now. And everybody's kind of not everybody. A lot of people are upset. You get both sides. You get the dualism of both. You get the people who are pissed. You get the people who are on his side and say, get it done, yay. But everybody wants a comeback story. So no matter what anybody says, they're going to watch because everybody loves a comeback story. And he's entertaining. So the build up to that will be great. But yeah, I think he'll definitely do it. I think that feeling he had that night will resonate with him. He's going to hold on to it tight and get through and use it to get through this rehab. He has all the access he needs to everything.
Do you think the way in which he started that fight, given everything he's been through, there was an element of self-sabotage there?
I think that when you go through that many, like, I can't speak for his life. I can only speak for mine, right?
Yeah.
So when the things that I went through were so heavy that's what I was getting injured for. It had nothing to do with my body. It was a mental, spiritual, heart thing. Whether people understand that or not, it's hard to explain unless you go through it.
Mm-hmm.
But once I started sorting out the mind and my personal life outside of the octagon, my body healed. And I think he's going through that right now. I mean, finding God, everybody has their own belief system. Everybody has their own method of their belief system and their higher power. And I believe we're all talking about the same person, the creator. We just dress them up different, every one of us. And everybody can have their method and nobody's wrong for it. So whatever he's tapping into right now, Connor, for his method and his higher power, I think that that's what this is all happening for, is for him to reconnect with himself, because fighting allows us to turn everything off. We can just put blinders on. If I've seen it time and time again, we can just turn everything off with the sport. So I think he's being put in this position so he could take a look at himself, build a relationship with himself. And then that's only going to make you better when you get into the octagon. That's how I see it. That's what it did for me.
You mentioned the testing pool. He has a theory as to why he left it, and there's that New York Times story, which you may have seen. Did you ever consider that? Do you buy what he's saying regarding taking, PEDs or taking drugs in order to just get healthy, and then when you're good to go, you go into the testing pool, you get tested, and there are no issues?
Were those his real words? I don't know. I didn't hear that.
Yes.
That he did use PEDs.
He said he did what he had to do in order to just walk again, not to be a better fighter per se, to heal his leg in order to walk again, then eventually train again, and then eventually fight again.
Well, he had to do what he had to do. What does that mean? That's not real specific, right? I don't know if he used them or not. We don't have, he didn't say, yes, he alluded, right? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And all I can do is, again, talk about myself. I don't know. There's no proof. He didn't come out and just say I used PEDs. I mean, we can all tend to assume, I guess, interpret.
Did you consider that?
No, never, because I knew that in my legacy, it was going to be seen that I stayed in the testing pool. You know the pressure it takes to not retire and to not just leave and get out of the testing pool, because everybody's biting at your heels. They're talking shit saying, why is he in the rankings? They're talking shit saying he sucks, but he's still a champion, so I want to take everything he's got. So the pressure doesn't leave. I really wanted to see how I could handle that, even hurt. And so I never wanted to leave the testing pool, because I knew in my legacy, when I look back at myself, there's no way I couldn't do any of those things, because I was getting tested every month, no matter what. So I had to do things the straight and narrow way, and whatever that means to anybody, and just heal and do the physical therapy and eat right and stay disciplined and not, do stupid shit. And, that was hard. But it's something I'm proud of now on the other end. And I don't know what he did, but I didn't leave the testing pool, so I know it can be done. And now that's a reference point for any athlete. You don't have to go do that. I had also broken my left ulna, and he was speaking about a non-union of the bones. Mm-hmm. That's what I heard him talking about for his shin. Well, I had a non-union in my left forearm. It took me 3 months where they just said, okay, let it heal. Hopefully it'll mold back together. And I'm training with one arm, just trying to stay alive, trying to keep my body going. At the end of the 3 months, we go back in. My forearm still hurts, doc. Yeah, you have a non-union. So now you got to go into surgery after the 3 months.
Oh.
Do you know how miserable that is for your brain?
Yeah.
It's horrible. That crashed me out too. That was another one that nobody knows about. I signed the contract to fight John Lineker, and that day I went to spar. I threw a spinning back fist and snapped my forearm on someone's head. That's the pressure. That's the signing the contract. That's the get to work and just doing anything to win in practice. And I did that. And I'm just saying, you can come back from these situations where you could have a non-union without using PEDs too. I don't know what he did or didn't do, but I can only talk for myself, and I didn't use anything. And I was in the testing pool, and you can heal it. It just takes forever. It took that. What should have been a 3-month injury turned into an 9-month injury. Again, just like a knee, this stupid forearm. And then when they put the plate in there, now the bones have something to like grip onto in the fibers, and they grow around that plate. And then now I have a plate in my forearm, but the thing works, and I was able to come back and fight. And that's when I fought Pedro Munoz, Casey Kenny, after those injuries and shoulder surgery. So I've had double reconstructive shoulder surgery, 14 different surgeries, stayed in the testing pool the whole time, healed all the injuries, came back and fought the top talent in the world in the top 5. And I'm proud of that. And watching these things go on where somebody leaves as long as Conor did, and it showed me how difficult it really is, because it's not just the body, it's everything around it. It's the mind. It's how do you live your life when you're not competing. It's do you know who you are without competition? It's how do you handle the pressure? So it's like I put myself in a snow globe in this sport, and I shook it up, and I got to see how I handle life. And I'm proud of myself for that. And I got to accept that when I got the Hall of Fame, and I got to accept that watching Conor. So I'm grateful for him taking the shot and going for it, because it did give me reference that, man, what you did is hard, Dom.
Very hard, and you did it multiple times. And I was so happy to see you get that recognition at the Hall of Fame. It was a beautiful thing, and seeing DJ there as well, your former opponent, was amazing as well. I know you have to run, so I will let you go. You have a busy day. Great stuff, Dom. Thank you so much, and I urge everyone to check out the podcast as well. You do amazing stuff. I love when Mayhem is on, one of my favorites. So keep that up. It's great to see it now, like
I
flying in the air.
look forward to when we have you on too.
That would be an honor.
Some good questions.
That would be an honor.
Thank you, Ariel.
I look
Thanks
forward
for
to
the time, buddy.
Thank you, Dom. All the best. There he is, the great Dominick Cruz. Always so thoughtful with his analysis. Always so great with the way in which he breaks things down. And wish we could have him on so often, just because he does such a great job. But that's why you have to check out his podcast, which is available right now on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts. It's called Love and War with Dominick Cruz. Okay, we go from one of our favorites to another one of our favorites. We spoke about him late last week. We found out that on September 5th at the Accor Arena in beautiful Paris, France, it will be the return of Michael Venom Page against Nursulton Ruziboev. An important fight for, obviously, Nursulton. This is a massive name, but I think it's an important fight for Michael Venom Page as well. It may not feel that way on paper, but that's the impression that I'm getting. And so without further ado, let us speak to the one and only Michael Venom Page, who's kind enough to join us on this Monday evening. Hello, MVP. How are you, my friend?
Can't complain. We are here, back in, like you said, getting the work done for September 5th.
There's something about this setup right now that you're in. You're like an Arabian prince or something. I don't know. I feel like you're on like some sort of hammock here. You're being fed grapes. I don't know. There's something about it. It's a beautiful sight.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back. Before we transition to you, just to stick with what we were talking about with Dom, can I ask for your takeaway from what we saw with Conor and the aftermath of what transpired last weekend?
Yeah. Again, I think it is a difficult task to come back of being, 5 years out. He looked in, good shape. He looked in very, very good shape. It's a shame we didn't get to see more of him due to the injury. I think it was a bit reckless to start that way. I know he was obviously practicing that kick, in the back room before he came out, and also it was a very effective kick that he, say not landed, but it was a very effective kick for him in their first bout together. So I understand why they wanted to use it, but doing it when you're stretching as the first thing going in is obviously dangerous. Being obviously not going to be too cold because you're warm from backstage, but it's just a shame we didn't get to see more of what Conor, the Conor that we haven't seen in so long. Is a bit of a disappointment in that respect. But again, he did look in great shape. I don't believe he had an injury before, and everyone's speculating about when he's taking off his slippers and so on and so forth. But I don't feel like he was injured. The way he threw the kick, you're not 25 anymore. you can't do it in the same way. I like to kick as well, but I have to be a bit more tactical about the timing. I decide to throw things, and it wouldn't be like completely rushing at somebody, doing a turning kick going forward. So that's my only real take, really.
Do you think he comes back?
I think he can come back. His name is Conor McGregor. It's a very powerful name in the sport of combat. So he can come back at any time. And I think if he felt like he was ready, and again, that's what I'm saying, it's a shame we didn't get to see more of him, because potentially if, he actually looked in great shape during the fight and then that happened, we could easily, everybody would be like, no, he can definitely come back. But we didn't get to see anything. So, but yeah, he is Conor McGregor. I'm sure if he puts his mind to it, he can definitely get back there. But again, he has to select his opponents correctly. I think Max was a good fight for him to come back to, but it was always going to be a difficult one for somebody that is so active like Max.
Okay, so now we transition to you. Returning September 5th, Accra Arena, Nursulton Ruziboev. When you were offered that name, and maybe it didn't go that way, so please let us know if I'm wrong in the way I'm phrasing this, what was your reaction?
In all honesty, it's quite frustrating. It has been frustrating. I feel like it's crazy that I've come to the pinnacle of MMA and trying to get names in the top 10 seems to be very, very difficult. Like very, very difficult. The exchanges, I throw names forward and I'm like asking for starting from the top and I'm working my way down. And then Audi will present them. He'll get back, this person's matched up, this person's injured, this person, just an excuse after excuse after excuse. Then I send, the list slate of names, and then again comes back, same thing happens. And then we got sent a couple of names. Nursulton was one of them as well. Saying they might be available. We'd have to ask them. They might be available simply because they had only just fought not too long ago, but it was because it was early, like first round finishes. They potentially might want to take it. They should have decent enough time. So I'm just literally at the point where I'm just like, bro, just anybody that says yes, just let me get in there with them. Nursulton is obviously a tough opponent, but I was seeking bigger names, and I feel like I have been for the last 3 fights, and it's just nobody seems to want to step in there.
And so if it was up to you, could you tell us who were the names that you were asking for?
So everybody at the top, whoever the top 5, top 10 were, I put their name forward. And again, it might be completely valid reasons as to why they can't make it, but literally start at number 1 and work your way down. And that's what I do. I'm cheeky. I'll put the number 1 up there, number 2, number 3, number 4, and then just see what happens. Because if one of their opponents had dropped out or whatever, if I'm capable of jumping in there, I'll definitely be happy to do so, which is why I'll just throw all their names. No exaggeration. In my last fight, before Sam got offered to us, it was near 30 names that we had sent in 2 divisions. And then again, this time, I kind of made my mind up. I was like, look, the welterweight divisions, I'm sorry, they're full of people that are I think there's too many people trying to claim that they're the next in line for the belt. So everybody's sitting out and everybody's not taking risks. Nobody wants to fight. The division's boring, man. So I said, I've made up my mind, and I said, cool, I'm just gonna focus on the middleweight. Hopefully I can get more regular fights. And then again, I was starting for the top, worked my way down, and we've managed to get a fight.
Were you even aware of Nursulton when he was offered to you?
No, not really.
Okay.
Weirdly enough, I had actually seen him fight, but when the name got sent to me, I didn't really know. It's my coaches that will kind of go back and forth, but they'll kind of update me. But yeah, again, I've seen the messages of them sending over name after name after name after name, and then they'll ask me, and I'll say, yeah, just whoever, like send that name, send these guys, send that guy. I forgot. I don't know why I just forgot his name. Which, my apologies. I don't mean any disrespect by it, but the guy that fought Izzy Larson won, which was a very very big jump up for him.
Joe Pyfer.
Pyfer, yeah. I asked for Pyfer as well. And
that'd be a fun one.
Yeah, I felt it was a great fight. But again, I think he had just got matched with somebody, so I missed out on that one. But I'm genuinely asking for everybody, and it just feels boring. Like I said, it feels like it's crazy that I'm in the toughest combat game in the world, and it's supposed to be all the tough guys that are going to be a part of it, and nobody wants to fight.
Is this the last fight on your UFC contract?
Yeah.
Do you think it will be your last UFC fight?
I don't want it to be. I just want to push for more bigger fights. I just want to push for bigger fights. My goal is still to get a belt, and I still feel more than capable, fast, strong, and I'm training. I feel great, so I know I can do it. So I would like to get an extension, but with the kind of get the UFC on side with like, okay, I want big names. I want like a rough idea of how I would get to that belt. Who do I have to fight? What do I have to do? Give me the exact blueprint, and then let me go at it.
Historically, when a fighter has one fight left on their deal and they want to remain in business, they'll try to wrap something up before that last fight so that you don't go into free agency. Have there been any talks between your team and the UFC brass about trying to do something before you make that walk in September?
No, I haven't. I personally haven't heard anything back. I spoke to Audi. He hasn't mentioned anything regarding trying to get something going beforehand. But for me, I'm a fighter first. I don't care to stress about the politics of everything. I'm like, let me go in there, put in a performance, and make them want me to come back and do it again.
Do you get the impression that they want to remain in business with you?
I haven't a clue. And again, it's very difficult because of how I started. It felt exciting, and how it's kind of the last few fights, not so much. I'm not sure where I land with them. It's very, very difficult to understand. But like I said, all I can do is just be a martial artist, be a fighter, go out there, fight, and try and put on the best performance I can.
I recall after your last fight against Sam Patterson, you did say that you wanted to have like an open, honest conversation about your future, about your standing within the organization. Did that happen?
I haven't had a conversation yet.
Come on.
But
This is crazy, Michael. This is crazy to me. You're one of the very few guys that was established outside of the UFC, that it was a big deal that came over to the UFC. I felt like you started off your career in an exciting manner with exciting matchups. And I have to admit, like, I don't know if I've ever seen anything quite like this. Like, they're feeding you the most underwhelming matchups. I'm not trying to take anything away from those people. They are fighters. They are, well-deserved of fighting someone like you. But, like, these aren't names that I can imagine you read and you're like, oh, this is going to get me going. This is going to get me out of bed to go to the gym. Like, you are in the prime of your career, and it feels like they are just not, I don't know, they're not sharing that type of excitement about what you're doing in the UFC.
Yeah, and I can agree. I'm not sure. Like, this is why I don't know where they place me. I don't know how they place me. I don't know how they feel about me. I think the team in general is great. Like the UFC guys backstage, all the staff that work there, they're amazing. Seriously, some of the best team I've worked with. So professional. Again, so well oiled. Just because a lot of these guys have been there 15 plus years, working with each other. So it's done so well in the back office. But again, in terms of like the matchmaker side of things, I don't know. I don't really understand how that works or how the rankings work, and so on and so forth. So it's difficult to understand, what to do who to speak to, who to kind of find out or get answers from with regards to it. But like I said, I have to keep going back to all I can do is try and go out there and be the best me on the day, and hope I get, positive responses back.
This may seem like I'm trying to stir the pot. I promise you I'm not, but it is a very fascinating story because you are a big name who came over, and I just don't feel like they're getting behind you. We see what it's like when the UFC gets behind someone, when they give them the promotional push, and I don't feel that right now. And so I am just wondering, given how tough Nursulton is, this guy, he finishes people, he's on a winning streak, he's just not a household name. Do you think they're trying to get you beat in the last fight of your deal?
Again,
you don't think? Is it just me that thinks about these things? Maybe just me.
No, no. I think again, it's definitely a debate. Because he is a very tough opponent. Like I said, I think 3-5 or maybe 5-fight win streak or something. But he's doing really, really well. Like you said, knockout artist potentially, but at the same time, and it's even when I was fighting or I got matched with Shara Bullet. I kind of felt like they were like, oh, that's, we could use Michael because he does have a name to actually build up one of our other stars. And I do feel it was after that fight where things kind of turned. So I don't know if it's because I went against what they thought was going to happen, and kind of dimmed the light a little bit on this up and coming star. But that's just, when you start going down that route, you start speculating about everything and you can kind of lose your head. So again, even the same with this one, you could argue and debate like, oh, potentially they're trying to do this and that. I don't know. I literally don't know. I can't go by what I don't know. I just need to go out there, stop them from being able to do that. And like I said, hopefully, we can have a proper sit down and move forward and get something going.
If it turns out that this is the last one, will you be at peace with it, or will it be something that will bother you? Do you think that the UFC career didn't pan out the way you thought it would?
I don't think it will bother me. I just feel like I know what I can do. And when I see certain fights out there, I'm like, man, I know if I was in there, I know what I could have done. I don't think it will bother me. I think I've had an amazing career. I've done very well to even create such a name, having not been in the UFC before and then got to the UFC. I wish I don't know, if I could have done better, maybe got, more KOs, exciting KOs as I was known for. But disappointed or upset about it, no, I think what will be. That's not really that's kind of out of my hands. I go in there and do what I know is within my control, which is train hard in the gym, and then put on the best performance that I can, and then see what cards fall in front of me. You
were at the Rico Usyk fight in Egypt, right?
Yeah.
When you're watching a spectacle like that and all that, like, are the wheels turning in your head? Like, this is different. It's fun.
Yeah, no. Again, you know me, man. I'm always up for big shows, and whether it be, I've already done it in terms of boxing, grappling, bare knuckle, whatever's out there. I'm always excited to, put myself in there and just get in the mix and see what I can do and entertain. So yeah, when I see shows like that, it was an amazing show, man. It really was an amazing show. Rico put on a performance of his life, which was just great. And yeah. So yeah, when I see stuff like that, it's always exciting, and you do always envision yourself being there and putting on those kind of shows yourself.
Do you agree that Rico got screwed? I feel like he got screwed big time, from the scorecards to the stoppage.
Yeah. Well, I believe the scorecards, two of them had him up before he got knocked down, but to stoppage, definitely. And I was in that corner that he was when they stopped the fight, and we heard the bell go before the referee stepped in. Again, it is loud, but I don't know. I feel like even the fourth official should be able to say, no, the bell's already gone, or say something, or intervene, because he should never have waved it off, especially. And I think it's important for referees to understand the fighters that they are about to fight, because if you've seen Rico in his career. I've seen fights where he's been knocked down many times and gets back up and he knocks the guy down. Like, you need to know almost like the fight personality of each fighter that you are potentially, especially in a main event like that. You need to understand the personality that you're dealing with, because when they get hurt, are they the type of fighter that can recover from it, or can you really see like something completely different where it's like, no, they're not, this is too dangerous. But I feel like referees are very quick to weigh things off. I understand they have to, it's their job to keep fighters safe, but I feel like they do need to do a little bit more research and understand the people that they are reffing.
When you were over there in Egypt, you took one of the all-time great photos. We were saying earlier that, do you know the one I'm talking about?
Is that with the horse?
I mean, what is it? Is this real? We question everything. Yeah. How did you do that?
You have to question everything nowadays. To be fair, you know what's crazy about Egypt is it's a chaotic place. So my wife found somebody that was saying that they can do photos by the pyramid. She's like, that'd be cool. They do camel ride and then horse rides and stuff as well. So I was like, yeah, that would be dope. Went down there, did the camel bit all the way into the middle of the desert, right by the pyramids. This guy comes with a horse. My wife goes first. She's ridden a horse before, and I wish you could show the video. She absolutely smashes it like it's like nothing. And then I have to jump on the horse. The guy literally goes, this is the first time that I've jumped on a horse where I had to kind of gallop. And he's like, oh yeah, this means this left, this means right. Okay, go. I was like, all right. The horse took off by itself. So I was shitting myself inside, but I had to act cool because I knew I was being recorded.
Yeah.
And yeah, the guy was like, yo, stop. So I was like, how?
Oh my God.
I managed to figure it out. It was cool. And then, they do the trick with the horse where they show you how to make the horse go up and down. They take pictures and stuff. Yeah, it was amazing.
Terrifying. That is one of my nightmares, to be on a horse and not know how to stop it, and it's going that fast.
Then don't start in Egypt.
Okay, good to know.
Anywhere else, get lessons first. They'll probably show you everything first. Like even my wife was in sandals when she was riding on the horse, and but again, she was very, very confident, very comfortable, and she absolutely smashed it.
Also, what was it like? I saw you at Old Trafford last month, getting to play on the pitch there. Was that a dream?
Yeah, that was amazing. They did like a celebrity, like for the friends and family of like United, and they invited me down. It was great, man. Our team won as well.
Oh yeah.
It was just it's so weird that I've grown up watching Manchester United play there, and I've been to games, and it's just imagine just being on the field. It was a wish list that I didn't even know I had on the wish list, because until it even became a thing that, oh yeah, you get to play at Old Trafford, that I'd never have put that down anywhere. But yeah, it was amazing, man. I had so much fun that day. It was amazing. And the team won as well. So yeah, great.
How'd you play?
Oh yeah, I played great. It's funny to see, like, obviously there's a lot of youngsters and stuff there, and you forget, like, because of the work that we do, how fit we are in comparison to just normal everyday people.
Yeah.
And there's some of the guys that they can play football. They're really, really good. They're really, really fast, but they just couldn't keep up in terms of the pace that you have to keep running up and down. You forget how big that pitch is, man. Running up one way, coming back, running up and down. But I just felt fine. I could do that all day.
Speaking of football, what did you think of England?
Man, I think it was they played very well. I was already kind of skeptical because of the decisions that Tuchel, in terms of the people that he selected to go over. But then when they started playing, it's like, okay, Declan Rice played really, really well out of an odd position, but he played exceptionally well. Bellingham played out of his skin. Like everybody played, and then Spence as well. I have to give up a big respect to Spence, because it was. Jed I think that was the best campaigner I've seen him play. I think he's going to come back, and he's going to be worth a lot of money after that performance, because he just played out of his skin. But that game plan in that last game, not the French game, the game before against Argentina, didn't make any sense to me. And I think everyone's been talking about it online already, but genuinely, I was sat on my screen screaming. Like when he took off Declan Rice, and then he's bringing on defender after defender after defender. I'm like, what? There's 30 minutes left of the game. You can't be on all out defense unless there's like 5 minutes left, or 6 minutes. Like you did that with 30 minutes left. They're obviously. If you give me enough chances, even for me that don't play at that level, if you give me enough chances, one is going to go in. And he should have. And then he managed, when they scored the second one, now you're attacking. It meant that you guys could have. There were so many players off the bench that we saw in the next game that could come on and make a difference.
Saka being
Rashford was on the bench. Saka's on the bench.
Yeah.
Like all these people that's on the bench that you could have put in, go for another goal. And it was disappointing to see him take that route. And I think everybody's seen it. Yeah, it just didn't make any sense as to why he would do that with so much time left.
Gutting. I mean, the game on Saturday was amazing. I know the stakes weren't obviously as important, although a third place finish is nothing to scoff at.
Of course.
I felt like they could have beaten Argentina. I felt like they could have won the whole damn thing. I really did. And I wanted that for you guys so badly.
They played very well, and they definitely could have, especially when you see the way, and I know Spain played very, very different, but you see the way Spain dealt with Argentina in that final game. We've got similar talent and faster. I think there's a lot of faster players. People that can even just really keep pushing them. And but yeah, and it's disappointing. We definitely could have at least got to the final. And it showed in that France game. I actually thought France could have come out and just they looked tired in that first half. They did turn up in the second half, but England just showed what they could have done the game before against Argentina.
I'll let you go in a moment, but I was just thinking of something that we were talking about in the aftermath of that Joe Pyfer fight.
Yeah.
I know you're friends with Izzy, but we were all thinking like, oh man, what a fun fight that would be, Izzy versus MVP. Is that something you would ever entertain or no?
There'd have to be a lot of zeros.
Okay.
There's a lot of zeros on the end of that. If UFC want to make it happen, I'm sure they could persuade him and persuade myself, because like we're athletes at the end of the day, we're prize fighters at the end of the day. If there's enough zeros, but just for the sake of no. I wouldn't do it just for the sake of it. And it would be a fun fight, and I've trained with him as well, and it's just I respect him massively. I think he's such a major talent, regardless of what's going on at the moment, and kind of like the inconsistencies of recent. He's still just, man, so unbelievable. I can watch him anytime he's on. I'm watching him. So yeah, it would have to mean something to us both, and then yeah, I'm sure we'd do it.
Surprised he's leaving CKB?
No, not surprised. I feel like everybody. I've had clashes with my coaches and stuff before. It's normal. We're all human. You get frustrated, but sometimes you just feel that you might feel like he just needs to try something different to see. Like I think he's said it himself, to see if he can kind of get different results. Something's not working at the moment, so he might need to, change things up. And if he wants to continue, he definitely wants to continue by getting better results, and it might just mean a change could help. But I also don't know the politics of why for me to really delve into his decision. So but I just hope it works out for him. I hope it works out, and I hope they've parted ways in the correct way. I don't feel like bridges need to be burnt all the time when two people separate. I feel like if good communication and good understanding, it still means that it's like, no, man, wish you all the best. And that's, but there's still years of history there that we can't ignore. So I hope that's how they've left things. And like I said, I wish him all the best, man. I hope he finds something new to get that spark going again, and get him the results that he wants.
Accor Arena, Paris, France. You fought there once before. Surely you remember the fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Opponent?
It was, oh my God, I just lost him.
I put you on the spot.
Was that Derek? No, was it Derek?
No.
At Paris? Who was at Paris?
Ross Houston.
Ross Houston, that was the other one. Yeah, okay.
October 2020.
Yes, because that was I was the first main event in Paris, I believe, because that was just after the ban for MMA came to France, got lifted in France, and I think Bellator got in there first in terms of putting on a show. It was a limited audience, which was a shame because of the COVID. But it was still they were still loud as hell, and that was probably I think it was only like 3,000 people.
It will be much different on September 5th. I hear they're trying to sign a big name for that card. Let's see if they pull it off. But it looks like
is that not Tom Aspinall? They're trying to.
Oh, is that what you're hearing?
Aspinall. Well, I know Cyril Gahn mentioned it. I know Tom Aspinall said he's up for it, but just depends obviously how his circumstances. I think he is. I don't know if it's actually happening, but yeah.
That's not the one I was alluding to. Another.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope the bigger the better, man. Because I know the French. They make noise there, and I thrive off of that kind of energy. So I'm coming there to put on a big show.
I love it and looking forward to it, and appreciate your time breaking it all down as always. Thank you, MVP. Appreciate it very much. Good luck in training. We'll see you in September. You're the man.
Yes, sir. Take care.
The great Michael Venom Page returning on September 5th against Nursulton Ruziboev. Maybe not the name that a lot of people thought he would come back to fight against. He has won 3 fights in a row. Shara Bullet, Jared Cannonier, Sam Patterson. Those aren't, lower level names, and Nursulton is a great fighter. He's been in this game for a long time. 37 wins, 9 defeat, 2 draws, but just not the biggest name out there. Not the biggest name by any stretch, but he has won, I believe, 5 fights in a row. He's won 4. What has he won? He's won, I think he has 4 out of his last 5 fights are finishes. Something like that. He's won 3 in a row, and 2 of those 3 are via stoppage. His last fight was in late June against Andre Puliev. He won via rear naked choke in the first round. So not that long ago, big opportunity for him. Let us see how it plays out on the 5th of September. They haven't announced a main event for that card just yet, but there are some big names already announced for it. But they're missing that headliner, if you will. A whole bunch of fights have been announced for it. They also just announced, by the way, the Noche UFC card officially. That's going down September 12th. There was a press release that was issued just moments ago. Alexa Grasso is going to be on there against Manon Fiorot. Makes a lot of sense. Brandon Moreno making his first Noche UFC appearance, finally, against Joseph Morales, tough 33 winner. That's on there. Waldo Cortez Acosta against Curtis Blades is on there. Tim Elliott against Edgar Chavez is on there. Kelvin Gastelum against Yusri Belguri is on there. J.J. Aldrich against Regina Tarin is on there. But they have also said that they haven't announced the main event for that one just yet. It's going down in Glendale this time. So they've done it obviously in Las Vegas a couple times, San Antonio last year. This time in Glendale, beautiful Glendale, Arizona, at the Desert Diamond Arena. And that is, by the way, the arena which hosted, it wasn't called that back then, but it hosted the final WEC card way back when in 2010. And that is also the former home of the Phoenix Coyotes. May they rest in peace, the great Phoenix Coyotes. And then they've hosted a whole bunch of UFC events.
Arizona Coyotes.
No, well, actually, Frank, you're trying to be cheeky here.
Oh, no.
They were originally known as the Phoenix Coyotes, then the Arizona Coyotes, and then they moved to...
You know yourself.
Yeah.
I know better.
Do you want to just double-check that real quick?
Just put my head up my own
Frank
ass.
is the biggest NHL fan in the control room.
It is
he would knows best.
It is crazy how,
I will never stick my neck out again.
he was so confident.
Our guest is here.
He was so confident, and I'm even getting confirmation from Phoenix's own Shaheen Al-Shadi that it was Phoenix Coyotes, then Arizona, and then
Net
they
two,
moved.
Shaheen. Net two.
Yeah. All right, let's move along. We talked at the very beginning of the show about RAF. One of the best stories of the past year. They're about to have their 1-year anniversary in August. I don't think anyone could have predicted that it would have been such a successful first year. The mix of talent, the personalities, the matchups, the production, all that and more. And Saturday was another one for for that belt, another notch on that belt with the likes of Arman Tsarukyan and Colby Covington, obviously the return of Ben Askren, the retirement of Ben Askren against Bilal Muhammad, and the train keeps rolling along. They just had a great show in Georgia, not the state, the country, 2 weekends ago with Marab and Arman and all those characters involved as well. Massive win for Colby Covington against Arman Tsarukyan. He is kind enough to join us on this Monday afternoon to recap it all, and it was a very eventful weekend for him because the post-match press conference created a lot of headlines. And there he is, Mr. Colby Covington, with the belt, with the inaugural RAF crossover belt. There it is. Congrats, Colby.
Thanks, Ariel. It's a pleasure to join the Journalist of the Year to talk about this big victory and, this big underdog upset. If you think about the history of time for America, if you think about, the men from the 13 colonies, if they could have been 10-1 underdogs, they would have loved that. I mean, they were probably 100-1, 1,000-1 underdogs to beat the Brits, but they overcome. And that's the great story of America is we overcome and we defy all the odds.
That is true. You were a big underdog. Arman undefeated, steamrolling the competition. You've been in this game a long time. Were you annoyed by this, Colby? Were you disrespected by this, by people thinking that Arman would just walk right over you?
I was, I took it to heart, and I got to the training and, it just made me want to work harder to overcome that and defy all those odds and expectations. Everybody was counting me out. The guy hasn't lost in years, 4 or 5 years. I think the last time Arman lost in anything was probably checkers when he was playing at his family party. But besides that, the guy's been on a tear. He scared Islam Makhachev out of the lightweight division. And, he's going to be the lightweight champ. He was an ultimate competitor. It was an honor to share the stage with Arman on Saturday night. The guy is, one of the best guys in the world. I think he's going to be the UFC lightweight champ. So it was good to get a win over him and, silence all the doubters, all the critics that counted me out in this matchup.
Do you feel like this is, honestly now, do you feel like it's one of the biggest victories of your competitive career, whether that's collegiate wrestling, MMA, UFC, now this? I mean, this is a guy that's on fire, one of the biggest stars in the sport, as you said, had not lost in about 5 or so years in any type of competition. Like I really feel, in a way, I feel like this really has validated RAF because it feels like if the current UFC top contender / champion is just going to go in there and steamroll everyone, then it feels like, all right, like, what are we really learning here? For someone like you to remind everyone with your background, like, hey, there's an art to this, there's skills to this. It doesn't just mean because you're a great UFC champion or contender that you're going to come in here and dominate. I feel like that really was a validation for RAF. I'm wondering how you processed it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Ariel. It was a lot of validation, a lot of years and decades of hard work and overcoming and defying all the odds. So, he was on fire. He's a lot younger than me. He's in his prime. He hasn't been beaten, like you said, in 4, 5, 6 years. It's been such a long time. So it was amazing to overcome that. But that's the spirit of the, all us Americans is we're never out. It doesn't matter what the odds are. It doesn't matter who else believes in us. As long as you believe in yourself, that's what matters the most. And, I'm glad to prove the doubters wrong, and we're going to keep proving the doubters wrong.
Can you tell me about his wrestling skills? Like, what surprised you? What didn't? His strength? Obviously, he fights right now as a lightweight. You're a welterweight in the world of mixed martial arts. But what were your takeaways from what you saw from him?
Yeah, he was unbelievably strong. One of those takedowns, he literally lifted me up from the mat, and I was so surprised. I mean, just freaking picked me up like I was nothing. It was an intense match. It came down to the final seconds. He was, bringing the pace and the pressure till the final seconds and the final bell. So, it was just a real joy to compete of someone of his caliber. The guy's, the best guy in the world, I think, in the UFC lightweight division right now. So it was amazing to compete against him. It was an intense match. It came down to the wire. And, I look forward to doing a rematch with him one time in the future. I know he wants that rematch. So when he's not preparing for his next fight, he's probably going to be getting ready for a UFC title fight soon. When he's not, preparing for a fight, I'll look forward to welcoming him back to RAF and, getting a rematch in and proving those doubters wrong once again.
Do you think he's better than Justin Gaethje?
Oh, yeah, light years better than Justin Koigi. Koiji's got nothing for him. He's way more well-rounded, way more explosive, way younger, fresher. No one's going to stop that guy right now. Arman is on top of the world. And, I let him know that last night, or on Saturday night, that it was a pleasure to compete against him. I felt his strength. I felt his power and explosiveness. And no one's going to stop him right now in the lightweight division. He will destroy Justin Koigi.
Why Goiji, by the way?
I don't know. That's just what they call him, that's just what I've been hearing. That's what the people have been saying. Justin Guiji, he's a duck-lipped little loser. So, Arman's going to come take that belt off him soon if he doesn't retire first off.
It was pretty heated between the two of you. Now it seems like there's this mutual respect and love. So how would you describe your relationship with Arman after the match?
Yeah, it's a real respectful relationship. We understood the task at hand, and we're there to sell tickets and put butts in seats. So that's what we did. It was the biggest sellout in RAF history for a gate. It was an electrified, full sold out arena, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So it was a true joy to do business with Arman, and I'm thankful to him. I'm thankful to him for showing up and putting on a good show for the fans, and we did our part. So. It was just an overall great show. And then obviously the great story of Ben coming back, and fighting through, his rented lungs that he's using from somebody else and being able to put on a great show until his body just died, and that's, if his body didn't shut down, he would have beat that guy that was in front of him that night. But just an amazing story for him to retire on that RAF mat. And I'm super excited for everything that Ben's done for the wrestling community and what he's going to continue to do for the wrestling community. So RAF 11 was a huge success, and the biggest and best is yet to come for RAF.
That story I can't get enough of, and he'll join us in about 20 minutes' time to talk about it. I just can't believe the guy that we saw last summer was able to compete against a UFC fighter and be up, and then obviously, as he said, the legs gave out on him. As a wrestler, knowing how tough it is, how hard it is on your body, to see him do that, and after everything he had been through, to see him look like he did very early on in that match, what do you make of that?
Man, absolutely incredible, Ariel. I mean, it truly was, so inspiring to see. I mean, the guy was like 100 pounds like a couple months ago, Ariel. Like, the guy had no chance to do anything. They didn't give him a chance to walk again, let alone, get on a wrestling match and go 6 minutes. So, it was incredible, man. He inspired me. I know he inspired the masses in the wrestling community. I'm so thankful that he's a part of RAF and what he's doing for the sport of wrestling. Even though I know we've had our back and forths and, we've had our feud in the UFC, I wish him nothing but the best. He may not like me still, but that's okay. I as you know, at the press conference, I'm a man that's of the people, and he's humble and he's willing to take the high road. So I'm willing to take the high road, and I'm just grateful for Ben and him being behind the scenes at RAF. He's going to do great things for RAF, and he's going to keep helping the trajectory take this thing to the moon.
So even now when you see him, you still feel like there's friction there?
Yeah, no, definitely. You can still see some friction there. I mean, he was agreeing with Bilal when they were doing their face-off. Yeah, I jumped Colby with you too. So I don't know. For whatever reason, Ben doesn't like me. We were fiercest rivals in the UFC. He wanted everything that I had, but unfortunately, he fell a little short. But that doesn't mean that I don't still, want him to succeed. And that's what I do. He's a father, he's a brother, he's an athlete in the community of wrestling and an investor in the company of RF. So I only wish the best for Ben Askren, and I'm thankful to have, headlined a card with him on it.
So Bilal beats Ben, you beat Arman, they do the press conference afterwards, and you and Bilal get into it. It seems as though he gets up at one point and throws a kick in your direction. They also announce you guys competing against each other August 22nd. Here's the scene here. You guys are going back and forth. What is your reaction to all of this, Colby? That was a kick that I think even landed. Am I wrong?
Yeah, that was a sucker kick, man. A cheap shot. So from a coward, a guy that, was celebrating, on October 7th, against our people, against the kind people. I mean, the guy is a disgusting, despicable human being. He has no class. It's funny because he was talking about, I want to be a role model for the kids. I want to not cuss and just, put on a good show for the kids. And then he does that, some cheap shot, at a press conference and, just completely just a disgusting human being. But Ariel, this is the biggest show. I know there's probably, so many people watching that we can't even count right now. Let's take a poll here today on the greatest MMA show there is.
Okay.
Let's take a poll. Should we wrestle Bilal Muhammad at the year anniversary RAF show on August 22nd in Cleveland, Ohio? Or should I wrestle anybody else? And I want you to get your hardworking producers behind the scenes. Put up this poll, Ariel.
Okay.
And at the end of the show, whatever the poll says, we're going to go with that. Do we wrestle Bilal Muhammad? Or B, do we wrestle literally anybody else? Because we know that Bilal doesn't sell. We know that, the great Hunter Campbell, the smartest businessman alive for the UFC, he puts him in the Apex because he knows he doesn't sell. He doesn't put him in big arenas. So I want the fans to decide this matchup. Do we go against Bilal or do we go against anybody else?
Okay, I like this. And we're going to do it right now. We're going to put the poll in our YouTube chat. I just want to be clear. Bilal is option A, and is it literally anyone else option B, or do you want to be more specific?
Yeah, I think option B is literally anybody else. There's a ton of options, Ariel. It could be Michael Chandler. Maybe Usman gets his wounds healed up from the ass beating he took from Dricus du Plessis over the weekend. Maybe it's somebody else that's more accomplished, because Bilal is a bomb. But I want the fans to decide. Whatever the people decide in this poll, Ariel, on your show, that's what we're going to go with for our next match for the year anniversary show.
I appreciate that. I do want to clarify something. I did see you on Submission Radio earlier, and it sounded like you were saying that match is off, that you weren't interested. Are you now saying that you're open to it if the people say they want it?
Yeah, I talked to the executives, and of course we call the shots. We're an investor in the company, just like the great Arman Tsarukyan is in this great, company that's growing to the moon. But I want to leave it up to the people. That was my decision. Of course I can make the executive decision at any time. The champ does what the champ wants. But I want to leave it up to the poll. I want to leave it up to the people, Ariel, on today's show, on your show. And whatever they decide, they will decide the fate of what we do next with this title.
Okay, I appreciate that. And that belt, I'm assuming, would be on the line. Can I ask, what is the genesis of the issue with Bilal? Where does it start? How long ago did it begin?
Yeah, dude, he's just been saying so many things about me for so long, Ariel. He was saying that I got a title shot in the UFC because the color of my skin, because I'm white privilege. He's made comments in my family, my sisters, this and that. Like, for years, he's been literally trying to ride off in my coattail because we know that Bilal Muhammad doesn't have fans, Ariel. He just borrows other fighters' haters. So, the genesis is he just said so many nasty things. And then, of course, him, parading around, celebrating what happened October 7th. That was disgusting. That was so many people that were innocent that lost their lives. And here he is freaking celebrating that. So the guy is a disgusting human to me. He's vile. And I just don't care about him. And I don't need him, Ariel. He needs me. I'm the champ. I'm the draw. I'm the one that people pay, to sit in seats. I'm the one that sells full out arenas. So, we don't need Bilal, and we're going to leave it up to the people. Whatever the people decide on your show today on the poll, that's who we're going to go with for the next one.
Okay, the votes are trickling in, so we'll have a better sense maybe by the end of this chat, definitely by the end of the day. Can I ask you this? What did you think of how he looked against Ben?
Dude, he looked awful, Ariel. It took him until Ben Askren's body completely shut down because of his rented lungs in the 5th minute of the match for him to even get any points. He was losing the whole entire match until the last minute because literally Ben's body shut down. He couldn't do anything anymore. So, he looked like shit. It would be the easiest matchup for me ever in RAF history for me to wrestle that guy. He barely got by the dead guy. So, against me, the champ, he has no shot. So that's why I just don't care to go against him because it'll be so easy. Like, I'll beat him in under 90 seconds. I'll tech fall him. But I know he's going to do some cheap shit, Ariel. He's going to sucker me. He's going to throw a kick. He's going to throw a cheap punch at me. So, do I want to put up with that? He's not a professional. And we're trying to lead by example to the kids. We care about, making an impact and inspiring the next generation of wrestlers. So that's what this is all about. And he doesn't check those boxes.
Okay, I want to ask you about a few of the other names that you referenced. Number one, kind of wild that you were competing on the same night as your old foe 2 times, Kamaru Usman. You guys had some tremendous fights against each other. Did you get a chance to see how he looked in that fight against DDP? And if so, what do you make of how he looked and his future now in MMA?
Yeah, dude, he was up to his same old tricks, Ariel. Why do you think I named him Marty Fake Newsman? Because he's fake news. All his little fake fouls, it's fake news. Drickus hit him with a nice uppercut. He took 12 ounce or 4 ounces of, a leather glove to the eyeball, and then he tried to claim an eye poke and get a 5-minute break. It's the same moves he was pulling at me in the first title fight when I kicked him in the liver, and he said, "Oh, no, Sean, let me get 5 minutes to recover." That's why we call him Marty Fake Newsman. All his calls are fake news. He's a fake person, and he got his ass beat. I was excited to see Drickus get that win. I sent him a bunch of cases of real American beer, and I know he was chugging them in the celebration after that. So that's my boy now. Love Drickus. He's the real one true king from Africa, and it was awesome to see him whoop Marty Fake Newsman's ass.
Yeah, I saw in an interview with Full Send, DDP saying that you guys are like boys now, like you're friends, right? This is legit.
It's legit, Ariel. You heard it here first on the greatest MMA show in the game.
Did you give him
Ariel
tips
Helwani.
on how to fight Kamaru Usman?
What?
Did you give him tips? Did you've been in there with him for like 50 minutes. Did you give him any tips? Is that where the friendship came from?
No, I didn't give him any tips. I'm not going to claim, he did his thing. He trained hard. He's been working really hard and, with his coaches and training partners. But, I just wanted to lend some beers because I know he loves beer and he wanted to chug some beers. And he was saying after the Dustin Poirier incident, he's like, man, that's when we really became friends. Is like, he was just mad at me that like the only bad thing that I said about Dustin is that I was recommending Real American Beer Zero because this is a great beverage, It's you won't get blacked out drunk and, let your intrusive racist thoughts come out on cops or call women hoes like Dustin Poirier if you're drinking Real American Beer Zero. But what Drickus said is, bro, that was the real crime. It's not what you said to Dustin. It's that you were recommending a zero beer. We need a real beer. So we do have a real beer, Real American Beer. It's Real American Beer Light. And I sent him about 60 beers, and I know he chugged them, and he was pounding them after that victory over Usman. And that's my boy.
Any chance of Colby Usman 3 in RAF? Has that been discussed?
That has been discussed, and that's a great point that you bring that up, Ariel. I think we need to do it, and I think that's who fits in the box of this poll for anyone else than Bilal Muhammad for option B is the trilogy with Usman. We have unfinished business, so if he wants to come take a chance at this cruiserweight crossover world championship at RF, come get it. Let's do it. Usman, Marty, Fake Newsman. You're not going to be faking calls in this 6 minutes on this RF mat. I'm going to bring the pace and the pressure. I'm going to break you on that mat because you're a D2 scrub and I'm a D1 All-American and I'm America's champ and then the RF crossover champ. So there is a chance we see it. Maybe we see it at the year anniversary show in Cleveland, Ariel, or maybe we see it in Miami on September 19th. But we just need his, little rat manager to approve.
You did mention Michael Chandler. What did you think about how he looked in his last fight at the White House?
Yeah, he didn't look that good. He looked like a guy that just looks defeated because he never got the Conor fight. We know that that's done a lot of psychological damage to Michael Chandler, that he never got the Conor fight. And he's probably still hoping that he's holding out, that he's going to get hope for, the fight with Conor McGregor. But it's not going to happen. So, we're willing to grant him a title shot over here in RAF if he wants to come over and challenge for this belt. He's worthy of it. He's an all-American wrestler. He's a great wrestler. He's more deserving than Bilal Muhammad. What's he ever done? He's 1-1 in the promotion. He barely beat the dead guy when the dead guy couldn't go anymore. So, Bilal Muhammad doesn't deserve it. A guy like Michael Chandler deserves it.
But as an aside, in the end, what did you think of the White House card? And what did you feel as you were watching it? We knew how much it meant to you, how much you wanted to be on it. To watch it from afar, how did you feel?
To be honest, I was locked in on RAF St. Louis that night, so I wasn't really paying attention to what was going on. But I saw some clips, some highlights, on X afterwards, and it looked like a great spectacle. It looked like a great show, and I'm thankful that they put on a good show for the greatest president in American history, Donald Trump. It was the birthday of him, and the 250th anniversary of the greatest country to ever exist, America, and so. I thought it looked great. Hunter Campbell did an amazing job. That's what he does is, he puts on great events and he does the biggest and best business in the combat sports world. So I was happy for the UFC. I was happy for America. And, I'm just happy for everybody involved. It was a great show.
What do you think about what happened to Conor?
Unfortunate, man. Really unfortunate what happened to Conor. I feel for him, man. I know he was in the greatest shape of his life for that fight. And he was going to go on to win that fight easily and son Max Holloway, who we're going to have to talk about that in a second as well. Okay. That's a whole different subject. What's going on with him and his wife, is just some weird stuff.
Oh.
But But I felt for Connor, man. He was in great shape. He was ready to go. His comeback. He'd been working hard for his comeback. But to end that abruptly is just, it sucks, man. It sucks for him. It sucks for the fans involved, and I just feel for all parties involved. But we know Connor will come back. This story's been written before. He comes back. He faces the adversity. He gets healed up and recovers, and he's going to come back and start someone again.
What's your issue with Max?
No issue with Max, but even Arman was saying at the press conference, I didn't get this out because I was being rudely interrupted by this girl that was trying to control the press conference, which we had to kind of put her in her place, let us do our thing. But the thing why I don't have a girlfriend, Arman was asking, because you see women out there like Max Holloway's wife that's saying that she's only with him because, he got famous. She left him on red for 5 years until she figured out how big of a deal he was in MMA, and then she wanted to come back to him. That's why I don't have a girlfriend, Ariel. I don't want to get with a fake girl that just wants me because of my money and my belt and my fame. Dude, I want a real girl that's genuine, that cares about me, that has a good heart and a good soul. So that's just my only issue with Max.
Can I just be honest? I feel like that clip was a little bit misconstrued. I feel like she was just saying I wasn't really sure. I was doing my thing through life, and then I eventually, I don't know. I feel like people are being a little bit too hard on Max's wife. That's my take. Actually, very hard on her. I don't think it's warranted.
Okay. I understand that, and I respect your opinion, Ariel. And just like in America, everybody's entitled to their opinion. But that's just the 2 cents that I got from the clip that I saw. Is just it was a little strange. It seemed a little fake, and I didn't like it. And that's what worries me about women these days. Is they're just looking for men they can provide for them. They're looking for sugar daddies. And this and that. So it scares me. I want a good woman that that really cares about her man, and it's not about the money or fame.
So you're not spoken for? You're flying solo?
I'm flying solo, Ariel. Unfortunately, I haven't had the pleasure like you that's been lucky enough to meet, the one and have kids with, and, create a great legacy. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about in this life, is creating a legacy, and real legacy is kids, the next generation. So unfortunately, I haven't had the privilege to find that woman yet, but I also live in a tough spot. I'm in South Florida, Miami. It's probably the fakest, most superficial place on the planet. So finding a woman that has good values and good morals it's tough. And that's something that's non-negotiable for me.
Do you want kids?
I do, Ariel. I do want kids. I want to bring kids to this planet. Like Elon said, we gotta populate. We gotta bring more kids to this planet. It sucks that you've been seeing the birth rates kind of decrease, in the last couple of years since COVID. So, I do want kids. I think that'll be my real legacy. And, I hope I'll have the privilege to share that honor like yourself.
I appreciate that. Two more if I can. I think one of the biggest matches that they could put on, RAF, that is you versus Bo Nickel. Can we make this happen? Now that you've got that belt, why can't we do this?
I mean, dude, Bo Nickel's never been a main event. He's not a draw, Ariel. He hasn't fought anybody in the UFC that's even ranked yet. They're giving him easy matchups against nobody. They brought a guy off the regional scene so he could get a win on the White House lawn. I mean, the guy's irrelevant. He doesn't sell tickets. He hasn't beat any world beaters. He's not a ranked guy. He hasn't beat anybody ranked. He's never main evented. He's never pay-per-viewed, never fought in a title. And he's not my weight class.
But what about in wrestling? In wrestling, his resume is pretty damn amazing, right?
Well, dude, he did his thing, and in a national scene, he's never done anything on the world scene. Like myself, he's never competed against the world's best and won world titles and this and that. But we're not the same weight class. If he wants to come down to 175, 170, yeah, we could do it for sure. I'll end that guy any day. But I'm not going up to your weight class to compensate for you being a bigger guy. It's not going to happen. I'm the champ. I call the shots, and frankly, he's not a good business dance partner. This is a business, Ariel. You know that more than any. It's about selling tickets. It's about putting butts in seats and entertaining. He doesn't do any of that.
All right. What about Khamzat?
Yeah, for sure. I love Khamzat. I'd love to get the Khamzat matchup, but the same thing with that as well. He's going to have to come to my weight class. I'm not going up to his weight class, giving him a 30-pound weight advantage over me. I don't need to do that, dude. I'm the draw. I got tens of millions of views over the weekend. I just ended the reign of this superstar in the sport, Arman Tsarukyan, his long winning streak. The guy hasn't been beaten anything. I think the last time he was beat was in checkers maybe, but the guy's been on a tear, and I just ended that run. He's 8-0 in RF, and now I'm undefeated, undisputed. So we call the shots, just like Uncle Chael says.
Just about 1,000 votes so far, and it's 53% in favor of Bilal, by the way.
Really? Okay. Yeah. Well, we might have to give the people what they want, man.
So ultimately, if by the end of this show he's winning the poll, you're going with Bilal. This is the nicest thing that I've ever done for Bilal. I mean, I feel like he should thank me. The guy's on a campaign to try to say mean things about me. I feel like I should get a thank you from him, some kind of like gift basket, a flower, edible arrangement, something.
Yeah, that's going to be part of this deal. If we're going to make the people happy, and give him this match, that he's going to have to also, make you happy. The greatest, journalist and mind in the sport of MMA history. So if he doesn't send you a gift basket, the match is off. We don't need him. He's irrelevant.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see if he stays true to that. One more. Let me ask you, welterweight title on the line in a few weeks. That's your weight class for so many years. Interim champion, Islam or Ian? Who are you picking?
I'm picking Islam. I think that he just has too many tools to win. He's just too strong, and his grappling is just going to be undeniable in that cage. He's going to take down that little cuck. The little cuck is going to be too busy worried about what his wife's doing with other men to worry about winning a world title. So, I got my money on Islam. And hopefully one day, he'll want to come over to RAF and get beat on the freestyle mat.
Wow, okay. That would be something that would interest you. You versus Ian Gary.
No. Islam Makhachev.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Islam going over. You would like that one.
Islam could be those would be good crossover fights that we could entertain for the crossover world championship of RF history.
And for those that may not know, what is the requirement here? Like, in order to be able to compete for that belt, what do you have to do, or who do you have to be?
Yeah, you need to be a star. You need to be able to entertain. You need to be someone that's going to put eyes on it and draw engagement and fill butts in the seats in these arenas. We're selling out arenas, just like last weekend. Sold out arena at the UW Milwaukee Panther Arena, and that's what we do. Every city we go to with RF, we're selling out, and that was the biggest gate in history. So you just need to be able to attract eyeballs and be able to entertain the masses. If you can't check those boxes, then you don't deserve to compete for the cruiserweight crossover world championship of the RAF.
All right. Well, as of right now, as we say goodbye, it's still 53% for Bilal. We'll update people by the very end of the show, but it sounds like we may be getting some kind of resolution to this feud. And honestly, after what transpired at the press conference, I don't hate it. I feel like we need to see you guys wrestle at this point.
Hey, if you predict that, if that's what you say,
prediction on the score, prediction on what happens.
10-0 in under 90 seconds. I get that guy out of there so quick. I mean, it's just going to be embarrassing. It's just he's going to get slapped up, and he knows it.
All right. Thank you, Colby. Congrats to you, man. Enjoyed that match very much. Huge victory for you, and let's see what transpires here. But appreciate your time very much.
Thank you for your time. Go. Have a good day, Ariel.
Thank you, Colby. There he is. The great Colby Covington, the inaugural crossover champion for RAF, Real American Freestyle Wrestling. Massive, massive weekend for them. And let's continue with that particular topic and speak about the man that we've been talking about the entire show. Best thing that I saw all weekend by far was the return of Ben Askren. Who would have thought, forget a year ago, 6 months ago, that he'd be competing against someone like Bilal Muhammad, and even at one point up 3-0, it was amazing to see in his hometown of Milwaukee with his family right there, the shoes being taken off in the end, the great interview with Chael Sonnen. It was amazing. It really was, in my opinion, at this point, one of the greatest moments in RAF's very short history, but so very emotional and surreal after everything we had seen from him over the course of the past year, to see him compete like that and kind of go out on his own terms. And so without further ado, let us say hello to the funky one, Ben Askren, who's kind enough to join us to talk about it all. Hello, Ben. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
How does the body feel after Saturday?
Oh, I was just a little sore, but I'm doing great.
No, like real like drop off. No extreme soreness. Nothing crazy.
No, nothing crazy at all.
When you look back on what transpired Saturday, what emotions, what feelings come to mind?
I think it was a great ending. I mean, I think, if you were to write a script for the movie, if I would have been able to hang on to the lead, right? Maybe if I got a few more points now and I was able to hang on as my body was working against me, I think that probably would have been a little bit ending, but I did the very best I could. And I trained so hard to get my body in shape, and just based on the medications I'm taking and where I started from, it was hard to do that. So I thought it was great.
That was obviously the first time, the only time that you competed post surgeries. And so I'm just curious, like, what did your body feel like, and how different was it from your old self?
Oh my God, it's so much different. I mean, I don't know. I started out at such a low point. It's hard to even describe. I mean, well, obviously I couldn't stand up on my own power at one point, right? So if you can imagine the low point that is, and then just when I started working out, like, the tired I get is just a different tired than anything I've ever felt before in my life. I don't know if it's due to the medications or just where I started at, or I don't know what it was. It was just different. And so many of the workouts, in the many months leading up to this match, were like pushing myself all the way to failure, because I had to figure out where that was, and I had to push the walls back. And what's funny? I was so tired I misspoke. I meant to say in my post message, my lungs didn't hurt. My lungs actually are fine. It's my legs. My legs give out every time. And so, I couldn't say this pre-match because I obviously didn't want Bilal to have the strategy to beat me, but my legs won't go hard for 6 minutes. So unless I can really keep the pace low, or I can be really crafty, or I caught him underneath me and forced him to shoot or something, I knew it was going to be a really, really tough night. And so I was able to kind of control the hand fight for the first portion of the match. But after the second period, I went back to my corner. I knew my legs were just about done. And then when he came out and started third period really hard, I was like, shit. I can barely stand up. What am I going to do now? And I tried to figure it out, but I just couldn't get it done.
The feeling that you were experiencing with your legs, was that normal? Was that what people were telling you was going to happen? Was that something that was consistent in training?
No, it's not. No one can tell me anything, because I don't know anyone who's done what I've done that's trying to do what I do. Right? There's nobody, and that's I filmed a few times, and my vlog guy John, I told him not to put it out because, again, I didn't want to just give Bilal the game plan on how to beat me, but it was like. It was like at some point, I did a lot of bike workouts because it's the Airdyne's, I think, the hardest cardiovascular device. So I did a ton of bike workouts, and every time my legs would, at some point, there was just nothing left, and they would go. And it was getting better and better and better. Like, literally, I scored better on my bike workouts like every single week for the last 12 weeks. It just wasn't good enough.
When you were up 3-0, what is going on in your mind?
Nothing. Just thinking about the wrestling, and obviously sticking to the game plan I wanted to, which was to control the tie and not let him, be able to really get good positioning where he could try to push and pull me around and make me even more tired than I already was. So I was trying to do that, but again, at some point, just nothing left.
I guess the reason I asked that was was there any part of you that was like, wow, I can't believe I'm up. I'm looking so good. I'm feeling so good. Hold on. Like, are you talking to yourself like that? Or is that what, like, a normal person
never
would say? Okay, no.
That'd be highly counterproductive to having a successful wrestling match or anything. I mean, the best athletes are completely engaged in what they're doing. And the thoughts like you were having are not the now. That's the past, the present, or thinking some version of the future, not the like what's happening right now. Where do I need to put my hands? Where do I need to move my feet? Like, these type of thoughts.
How nervous were you before you made the walk?
I wasn't nervous at all. I didn't know what the result was going to be. I thought, and I think I predicted correctly. I wanted to pick someone who, if I picked one of the world-class guys, I was just going to get smashed, right? And there's obviously people on the roster who would be easy enough for me to beat, someone who's not very good. But he was just a perfect test, and I like that he said he wasn't going to take it easy on me, and he didn't. And when I was up 3-0 going to the third period, and he just came out really hard in the third period, I was like, shit, I'm so tired. I don't know if I can hang on now that he's trying to come at me this hard. So that that was that was unfortunate. But I think, the opponent was a great one. He's a really good person. Always been really respectful. And so I thought it was really good.
What about that walkout that you got? I mean, in your entire career, MMA, wrestling, I don't know if you've ever had a walkout like this before, an entrance like this.
Yeah, RAF is doing an amazing job promoting the sport of wrestling, and that's something that we've never had in the sport of wrestling. Even something like the NCAA championships doesn't come close to the production value that RAF has, and I think that's why we're having so much success, is because people have been waiting for a really, really long time for wrestling to be presented in the right manner. It's now being presented in the right manner, and I can't tell you how many people that, because obviously a lot of people who went to the event Saturday were some way, shape, or form Askren Wrestling Academy people, parents, alumni, whatever, just saying wow, we've never seen wrestling presented in that manner.
You'd have to say, we're about to approach the 1-year anniversary. This has exceeded your expectations, right? You didn't think
of RAF.
Yeah.
Yeah, by far. Honestly, I thought this was possible, and that was, what I thought. One of the first things I said to Chad and Izzy was I think this is possible, but you got to give yourself a runway of say 3 to 5 years, because it's going to take a while to build it. So where we're at now is kind of in my version of best case scenario where we would have been after year 3. So yes, the whole team at RAF they're really, really professional. They're really, really good. It's always impressive to see what they're doing. And yes, they have went faster than I ever imagined this could have happened.
I saw you say that about 2 months out, you considered delaying the match, but then eventually decided to go through with it. What happened?
Yeah, I just realized I wasn't going to be where I wanted to be, kind of thing, And if you want to get the technical thing of what I think happened, was I had this thing called cytomegalovirus, and for normal people, it's not really a big deal whatsoever, but for immunocompromised lung transplant patients, it can be a really big deal. And I thought I got on medication for it, and I thought I would clear it really quickly, but the medication is really hard on your body, and I ended up being on it for I think 11 weeks or something, when I would have preferred it to be 4. And I think that really set me back quite a bit. So, but yeah, I just was feeling hey, I'm not going to get, it's funny because it's not like I had a trial run at this. It's not like I, had another time where I got a lung transplant and then was in a coma for 40 days and then, started training, and I knew okay, by this week I'm going to be ready. It's I'm flying blind here, and I just decided, hey, wherever I'm at on July 18th that's where I'm at, and that's going to be good enough, and I'm going to go put it on the line. And I just felt if I do this in Cleveland or Miami, it just won't be the same. And I wanted to do it here. I wanted to do it on the terms I wanted to do it on, and I did it.
If this match would have happened September, October, what do you think happens?
I don't know. That's irrelevant to think about. So let's go next question.
Okay. But fair to say you would have been in much better shape, and you think you could have performed better.
I'm getting consistently better every time. If you want to say a fair question or something would be, if I had not gotten sick and I had my skill level that I had in May of 2025 prior to infection, coma, lung transplant, how would I have done then? That's probably a more fair question. I didn't even at that point, I thought I was going to wrestle and rap for a few matches because I thought I want to help this thing go. I want to see professional wrestling in America for a really long time. And that was why I was going to wrestle. But at that point, I was highly competitive with all the guys in our room, Keegan O'Toole, Mitchell Messenbrink, Evan Wick, et cetera, et cetera. And so I didn't realize they were bringing these crossover guys. Every single one of these guys would have been 10-0 in a period. None of these guys have remotely close to the skill level of wrestling I do. That's a more fair question. But again, that's neither here nor there because I am done wrestling and I will never not have a lung transplant.
Because you are saying that you feel like you're getting better and your condition is improving and whatnot, why make the decision to retire? Why not just leave the door open?
Why? Because I don't need to wrestle. I have other things I want to do in my life. being a competitor is not who I am. It's something that I've done. It's something I've done well. It's something I enjoy doing, but we all have to move on in life. And so that part of my life is over. That chapter's closed. People are making fun of me because I closed it a few times, but technically I never retired from wrestling. I retired from mixed martial arts. Boxing, that was just like a fun pickup game, something I did. I didn't actually do boxing. That was just like, hey, let's go have fun on a Saturday night or something. And then this was my retirement from wrestling.
And that was always the plan, right? You were always going to do that win, lose, or draw on Saturday.
Yes, correct. There's one match. I don't need to wrestle permanently. I don't want to. I hope to eventually get back to the point where I could compete with our really higher level high school kids to give them what they need. Because, man, we got some high school kids who get just ridiculously good, and they need someone that can, beat up on them. And that was always me, and now it's not. So hopefully I can get back to that point.
One thing that may have been lost in the whole story on Saturday was that it was your 42nd birthday, and happy birthday, happy belated. That's incredible symbolism, right? I mean, there was maybe a time where you thought you would not see your 42nd birthday, and so to do something like that on your actual birthday, almost a year after. That's why I asked you earlier about the nerves, about the pressure, about the emotion. I can't imagine it wasn't extremely emotional for you and your family throughout the day.
Yeah, it was very, very emotional. Just, I mean, so much gratitude to everyone who's helped me out in the last year, because there's been so many people, and so many of the people who helped me out in the last year were there in attendance on Saturday night. So that was extra meaningful. And then, when I came out, it was like, oh my gosh, like everyone's standing on their feet, and it's like almost brought a tear to my eye. But then it was like I got to go compete, like I got to go wrestle right now, also. So that was kind of like a tough balance right there.
Yeah, and I would imagine you're not the type of person that wants to like talk about your feelings and get all emotional before competing throughout your life, right? So trying to compartmentalize all of that and sort of not think about the whole story and whatnot had to have been part of the process, right?
Yeah, it was just, it's like, okay, when it's time to wrestle, I enjoyed that moment for a couple seconds, and then it was time to wrestle and try to win my last match and do the best that I can.
Your kids were there. Have they been to any of your previous fights or anything recently? I know they're relatively young. I don't remember seeing them in the front.
Yeah, we never took our kids to any of the fights. I think fighting's just a little bit too violent, and they were really young, so they wouldn't understand it. I think maybe I wrestled a couple matches in something called Agon a long time ago. I think Alex might have been born, but she was a very little baby at that time. So no, none of them have ever really seen me compete in person. That was the very first time.
Wow. What did that feel like?
It was great. It was good. I love my family, but again, being a competitor is not, I don't picture that as a huge part of my identity at this point in my life. It's like, it's something I did in the past. It's something I did do, of course, on Saturday night, but I'm a coach and a business owner and a family man now. I don't envision myself as a competitor any longer.
You obviously probably saw Colby and Arman. Were you surprised?
I actually didn't watch it. I haven't watched it yet. I know what the result was. I saw a few clips, but man, I was so tired. I went in the back and I laid down for a few minutes, hopped in the shower, and then I walked out with my family and left before the big rush of people hit.
Wow, you left the arena.
Well, there was only a few minutes left anyways.
I know, but you didn't do the press or anything like that?
I got my car and I went home. What else am I supposed to do?
I don't know. Revel in it. The praise, the love, the.
No, I can't. I'm not supposed to be around that many people. So there were 6,000 people. So I'm like, I got to get out of here because, if I don't get out of here and everyone else starts leaving, then I'm going to get swarmed, and that's not going to be good for me because, it's like, who am I going to walk into that's sick or something? I can't do that. So no, I showered and I got out of there before it was all done. Okay,
fair enough. Can I just ask, now that you've gone up against...
But yeah, I predicted that Colby won. I predicted the Colby Covington victory. I just thought, obviously he has a wrestling background, but the other thing is he's just a larger person. If we think, Colby wrestled a match at RAF at 200 pounds against Luke Rockhold, and I think Arman wrestled 175 maybe multiple times. So like he's just a naturally bigger person who understands wrestling. And I figured Arman would have a tough time scoring on him, and that was kind of what happened.
Colby against
From what I
Bilal.
heard, because I've watched a few clips.
What do you think of Colby Bilal?
That's interesting. Bilal doesn't have a huge wrestling background. He's obviously very strong and good hips, and I'd like to coach him up a little bit. I'd like to help him. We trained together at Rufus for a little bit, but that was kind of just like when I was a little bit like I had a family and I would just go home and hang out with my kids versus go coach at fights and stuff like that. So we never got super close. We have a bunch of mutual friends, but yeah, I'd absolutely help him out on that one.
Colby said right before you came on that he feels like there's still friction between you guys. Is that accurate?
I try not to hold grudges. I've never sat down, had a one-on-one, face-to-face. Colby just rubs me the wrong way because he just doesn't say good things about people. If you watch what he said at the press conference on Friday about Bilal, and then specifically Bilal's wife, it was gross. It was just terrible human being stuff. And it's like, yes, we're in show business, and I get the trash talker thing, but pick on Bilal then. Don't bring his wife into it. His wife, it's not like his wife was yelling and asking to be brought into it. She certainly wasn't. So I just think a lot of things he does are kind of gross, and whatever, he can choose to do that. I'm just probably not going to interact with him because I don't see a purpose in it.
Okay, that is fair. Before I let you go, can I ask, I know you were high on Gable, obviously part of the wrestling fraternity. Did you see his debut? And if so, what do you think? Yeah. And if so, what do you think of his UFC ceiling?
Did. I thought the thing is that a lot of people, not enough people were talking about it. I think is probably the most important thing when a wrestler comes over is he wasn't scared to get hit. Now that can be dangerous if he gets too reckless because especially heavyweight division, someone could put him down. But if you're scared to get hit, you're never going to put yourself in the positions you need to win fights. And so I think that's a very positive trait. And he obviously has great skills and great athleticism and great wrestling stuff. So I would assume his ascension to the heavyweight division happened relatively quickly. I made a video about how the Josh Hoka thing was similar, great wrestler, super athletic. I think there's a lot of similarities there. So it'll be fun watching those two guys ascend the heavyweight division and probably I would say in pretty short order.
That whole Hokett, Gable, Bo Nickel thing that was going on, Chael weighed in and it was like, hey guys, you're part of a fraternity, like no fighting, this and that. How do you feel about all of that?
You know what? I didn't hear what Chael said. I don't know. Bo kind of like he just gets out of pocket sometimes for no reason. I don't really know why he felt the need to respond to. I guess in the first clip I don't feel like Gable crapped on Bo. I'm not. Maybe am I misremembering that?
I think it was like an indirect. I think it was like a little bit of like a backhanded compliment, if I remember correctly.
Okay, yeah. So I just didn't think that was that bad, and then I think Bo kind of like elevated it to the next level, and then he tried pulling it back a little bit. But not all wrestlers see totally eye to eye. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what Chael said. I guess I don't want to comment fully, but. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really see much of an issue.
Okay. Last thing for you, Ben. You did mention when you spoke to Chael about like how you hate when people talk to you about your legacy and ask you that question and whatnot. But in the end,
yeah.
This is it, right? Like this is it. That you overcame this and came back and got to go out on your own terms. Like this is bigger than anything you've ever done. Would you be okay with that?
Well, yeah. Of course, I'm okay with that. And yeah, this is probably something that people will remember for me, of just how I dealt with adversity and how I bounced back. And I think it can be inspirational to a lot of people because at the end of the day, if you're going to live any kind of meaningful life, you're going to go through hard things. You're going to have ups, you're going to have downs, you're going to have adversity, you're going to have obstacles. And a lot of how successful you are in life is how you deal with those obstacles and that adversity. And do you cower? Do you run away? Do you try to find a different path? Or do you look at the obstacles and do you say, hey, God put these in my path for a reason, and he wants to make me stronger through these trials and tribulations? And, whether you believe in God or don't believe in God, struggle makes you better, right? Trials and tribulations only can build you up. And if you think about it in an athletic perspective, a fighter or a wrestler who only goes against inferior opponents to have a smooth path is not going to become elite in any way, shape, or form. And if you want to be an elite human being, you need to have trials, tribulations, and struggles, because that forms you into who you are. So, never at one point during this did I say, oh God, why me? Or how did I end up with a double lung transplant? It's like, hey man, this is where I ended up. This is the hand that life dealt me. And although it's pretty bad, I got a pretty great life. I've been so lucky to have amazing people surrounding me for the last my whole life, pretty much. I've had so many amazing people surrounding me. I have so many amazing friends when I needed it in the last year. So many people came alongside me and helped out myself and my family. So, I don't know, maybe people can take something from that in their own lives. And instead of whining and crying when something hard comes their way, saying, okay, how do I deal with this? And how do I allow this to make me a better person?
More impressive than all that, by the way, throwing out a ceremonial first pitch wearing sandals from the mound.
I threw a pretty solid pitch because I pitched to my son a bunch in the backyard. So
that's not easy.
Yeah, not easy, but I was just a tiny bit inside. I almost threw I wanted to throw a strike. I almost threw one. You can see, he's gonna watch. I'm just a little bit to it was my right side. That was it. Yeah, unfortunate. I really wanted to throw a strike.
Wearing the sandals, man, that makes it even more impressive, if you ask me. You never cease to amaze, Ben. Thank you so much. Congratulations on this. Happy birthday, and well done, and enjoy your time off now.
I appreciate it. Thank you, buddy.
All right, there he is, the great Ben Askren, with just an absolutely inspirational, beautiful moment on Saturday. Oh my, that was incredible stuff. Well done to him, and I hope he's able to live a healthy, productive life. You hear about little things like, I can't be around 6,000 people afterwards. You forget about those things. Like, this guy is a double lung transplant survivor. And then he went out there and competed against a UFC fighter and was up at one point. It's amazing. How could you not be in awe of that? How could you not be in awe of that? It's one of the great athletic feats. Is Ben Askren the comeback fighter of the year? Does he qualify? Does an RAF wrestler qualify? I think he might qualify. We have to remember that one. In a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by someone who may be on the short list for breakout fighter of the year. Tommy McMillen is someone that we're very excited about here. He is an absolute superstar in the making. He has now 2 amazing fights under his belt in the UFC. If you want to count the Contender Series win over David Magoyan, who was on that MVP card in May, super tough fighter, very talented. We don't give him enough credit for that one. A great wrestler. He beat him. And then he comes into the UFC back in April, picks up a first-round finish, and then on Saturday, an amazing performance, which got him a Performance of the Night bonus for the second time, a win over Alberto Montez. He is an exciting fighter, a magnetic fighter, a fighter with a great personality, a great look, a great demeanor, and a great fighting style. Comes from a great camp over in Arizona by way of Montana with Tim Welch and Sugar Sean guiding him through this whole UFC career now. Very excited about his prospects. And so without further ado, let us welcome to the program for the very first time, the one and only Tommy McMillen, who's kind enough to join us right here now. Hello, Tommy, my man. How are you?
Good. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. Great to meet you for the first time, and congratulations on all your success. By the way, one thing I've wanted to ask you, every time I see you do it, is this right here paying homage to the Hardy Boys? Is that a Hardy Boy thing, or is that a Tommy Gun thing?
It's a Tommy Gun thing, but I did love the Hardy brothers, Jeff and Matt Hardy, growing up. I was a WWE fan as a kid before I kind of figured out that it wasn't exactly real. But yeah, I mean, it's my own thing. It's guns, baby, throwing up the guns.
I love it. I love it, man. Well, everything you're doing is a lot of fun, and that fight on Saturday was a lot of fun. Can I ask, I've heard you say this is something you've dreamed about. You've been thinking about it 20 years. Your father was a fighter. Now that you're living it, you're 2-0 in the UFC, 1-0 in the Contender Series, the bonuses, the first round finishes. It's now happening. Like, it's no longer a dream. It's now your life and reality. How are you processing all of this?
I think I'm doing a very good job of just staying grounded. I got Tim and Shug in my corner. I moved in with Shug when he had like 5,000 followers on Instagram. I've seen his life blow up. And, they do a good job of just reminding me to stay grounded and be grateful for all the opportunities. So, it's not surprising really what's happened in my life. I knew the stage was set big in my last fight against Montez. He's a good prospect. And, we gassed up the fight. I didn't like him. He didn't like me. I was all in on that fight. I knew I'd go out there, beat him up and finish him in a spectacular way that it would help push me to the next level of like UFC superstardom. And I think I did my job.
Why didn't you like him?
He just run his mouth about me. I don't mind someone runs their mouth about me. Just keep that same energy. He was running his mouth saying he thinks I'm playing an act. I'm not who I say I am. And I got in there Saturday night, to change his mind a little bit. So that's pretty much what it was. He's just talking shit about me. I was talking shit on him though too. All camp, I was posting on my story because his team watches my stories. I was tagging him. I said first one shoots is a bitch. So I was talking shit, but I kept that same energy all the way through. He didn't. He showed his hand, that he was the one being fake. So,
were you talking to him in the fight as well?
Yeah, 100%. I was talking to him since the moment I saw him. He was talking shit on me in interviews, and I seen him at the face-offs when I pulled up backstage. And he went to dap me up, and I got in his face right away, slapped his hand. I told him to go fuck himself, and that he's running his mouth, and he thinks I'm not a real gangster like I say I am. So I said, he's about to find out what a real American gangster is. And they had to separate us, and they made me go sit with a cop the whole time. But, I felt like I was kind of sitting in the hallway at school, so, nothing new to me.
Is that true? They really had you, like, chaperoned by a cop and didn't let you interact with anyone?
Yeah, because we got into it because it was on site with him. He's run his mouth about me. He thought, he literally said I'm playing an act. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, I'll fight him for free, fight him anytime, anywhere. So for me, I was way more confident after that interaction because he showed that he was the fake one. You don't talk your shit like that about someone before a fight and then go to dap them up behind the scenes. Like that makes no sense to me.
You mentioned like you felt like you were back in school with the cop, sort of chaperoning you there. Did you get kicked out of school?
Yeah, quite a bit as a kid, and then I did end up getting to walk or graduate my my high school class because I pretty much only went to high school so I could wrestle because I was messaging Tim, obviously trying to move out here and fight, and he's like, just keep wrestling, do what you can to get better at martial arts. So I went to high school to wrestle. I was pretty good, won a few state championships, and went undefeated my senior year. And then after that, I just quit going to school pretty much because like they told me I couldn't really wrestle unless I go to school, and like I was barely able to pass and do that. So then when I was done wrestling, I was like, okay, I'm out, and I just kind of quit going. And like then they just told me I couldn't walk. So
did you get into a lot of fights?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say a decent amount growing up as a kid for sure. That's where I got the name Tommy Gun because I joined this little Electric City boxing club in my hometown, Great Falls, and it's just Great Falls is right next to a Native American reservation. So all the kids on the fight team, the boxing team, were just a bunch of Native Americans, and I was the only white kid. So that's where I got the name Tommy Gun because they all were fans of boxing. I guess there's some old boxer named Tommy Gun, so they started calling me Tommy Gun, and I was just like kind of so
Tommy Morrison. Have you ever looked him up?
I've seen a little bit of him. I was a big fan of the Rocky movies growing up, so that's kind of how I knew about him. I didn't watch too much boxing. My dad and my grandpa kind of did. I remember we'd watch like the big Floyd Mayweather and like Oscar De La Hoya fights and stuff like that, but I didn't watch too much of it.
And your dad was a fighter, right?
Yeah, he was a fighter. He had me, my little brother, my older sister at a very young age, and so he was a plumber. Go to work all day, plumb, go, and then bake groceries at this local Albertson store. Then he started taking these tough man boxing competitions in our hometown, and when it became a thing to like make a little extra money. So I used to I watch him come home beat up and stuff. So fighting's kind of always seemed like a normal thing to me.
I think this is your dad right here. We were like 95% sure this was your dad. Does this look familiar?
Yeah, that is him.
Big Joe.
Yeah.
Look at this
He
guy.
was in my corner this weekend. He's a funny guy.
Is he your inspiration? Like, is he the reason why you wanted to do this?
I wouldn't just say my dad alone. For as a kid, I always just wanted the nicer things in life. You know, you see kids come to school, they got the Jordans, they got this. Like, you can't get that. You know, my parents had us at a very young age. We didn't really have we didn't have obviously like the ability to get the finer things and stuff like that. And so I kind of saw fighting. I remember seeing fighting on TV in 3rd grade. It's like when my dad started doing from boxing to MMA, when it became like a thing in Montana. And I remember watching UFC fights in 3rd grade and just looking at it on TV and being like, yo, that's how I can go make a bunch of money. Those guys look famous. They look like, you know, you get money if you're on TV. That's what I'm thinking as a kid. So that's kind of where my mind was at. And it's just, I'm here to just make a fortune for my family and be able to provide for my future family. Those are like my 2 biggest things. And, you know, I like to inspire other kids around the world that, you know, just to chase their dreams and make something dope out of their life.
So this dream that you're living right now, this reality, starts in the 3rd grade. Most kids are thinking about like cartoons and drawing. Like, you're thinking about it like that in the 3rd grade, about making money, about being a prize fighter, essentially.
100%. Yeah, I just actually was just talking to Shale for a second on Tim's podcast, and I literally used to go to bed pissed off as a kid in 3rd grade because I just wasn't old enough to be in the UFC and change my life. Like, just go to bed pissed off because I can't be in the UFC. So this has been a long time coming, and I'm just super grateful to be here and taking advantage of the opportunity.
Is it true you started training when you were 3 years old?
Started wrestling when I was like 3.5 years old. My dad put me in the 5 and 6 year old division, little guy wrestling, won state, and I just kind of kept wrestling. Wrestling was a thing in my life, the only thing that could kind of keep me out of trouble, you know. And I always want to be a fighter, so I kind of kept it close because I just knew that, you know, I kind of need something like that in my life to just keep guiding me on the right path to one day become a UFC champion.
So obviously we know about Tim and Suga's connection to Montana. You didn't know them. You just knew of these guys who were from your state and reached out to them. It wasn't like you actually knew them.
I didn't personally know him. I would see Tim around a lot though. Like, Tim used to say, like, he'd see me come in like the Great Falls High wrestling room. We wrestled at the same high school. Obviously years later I came along, but I was a pretty good wrestler coming up as a kid. So I'd go wrestle with like the older guys or come into the high school room as a little kid and practice with the high schoolers. And so, like, I think Tim kind of knew of me, and then Tim knew my dad a little bit because the fight scene in Montana is very small. So, like, Tim knew of me for sure. And Shug used to see me around all the local fights when he was old enough to fight. I wasn't old enough. The fight scene in Montana is very small. So, like, my dad would be going to these fight shows because he was running, like, the local gym in Great Falls. And then I remember seeing Tim. I was like, this redhead dude that just knocks people out, like, just stood out to me. I was like, this shit's sick. Like, he's good. So kind of always followed Tim's career. Saw him go to like Oregon and whatnot and just kind of like followed his career. Then I saw him move out to Arizona. And then years later, like, I watched Shug fight on the amateur. I watched Shug fight since an amateur. You know, I'd go all of his fights and I saw him fighting. Then I saw how good he got when he moved to Arizona. And I had been like probably like an 8th grader freshman at that time. I saw how good he started getting. I was like, yeah, that's where I got to go is Arizona, you know? And so I kind of started messaging Tim pretty young, like freshman or something like that in high school on Facebook, telling me, hey, like, I want to come down to Arizona and fight. So that's kind of how that came along.
Wow. And so you're 28 now. How old are you when you moved to Arizona?
I was 19 years old. It was right after Shug won the Contender Series.
Wow.
I was taking fights locally in Montana, pretty much just training my dad. And like, a lot of times my dad's working a full-time plumbing job at this time. So he wasn't even there a lot. Like, I was just training in pretty much like a garage with friends and just like a little group of guys and taking fights on the regional scene. And I texted Tim, obviously, right when I got kicked out of high school. And I was like, hey, like, I want to come out and fight. He's like, hey, just keep taking local fights. And then I had my first fight when I was in high school after I got kicked out on a Friday night. And then a promoter came up to me and was like, hey, I have fights tomorrow night, Saturday night, in a town like 2 hours away. And Tim Welch is headlining the card. And I was like, oh, like, I'm trying to get out to Arizona. Like, I need to get on that card. So they let me just use the weight that I weighed in for my Friday fight. And they said, if I show up on Saturday, I can fight this kid. So I went out, partied all night, celebrated my dub, got like 2 hours of sleep, woke up with my girl at the time and drove 2 hours and then fought again on the same card as Tim. I went to Tim after the fight. I was like, hey, bro, like, I'm trying to move to Arizona. So then he finally messaged me like a year later saying Suge's buying a crib because he just got on Contender Series. Do you want to rent a room? And then I drove out, and I was 19.
So I was looking at your record on Tapology, and it says you make your debut in 2019, and then it says there's a canceled fight in 2022, but your next fight is in 2023. Is that accurate? There was a 4-year gap between fight 1 and 2?
Yeah, it sucked, man. I mean, I was confident with my skills at the time. I was beating up good guys in the gym, so I felt like I was ready to go pro, ready to make a good push for UFC. And then I made my debut against a 3-0 dude, good little D1 wrestler, decent fighter. He was 3-0 at the time. I beat him in the first round. And then I was planning on staying active, but then COVID hit. And then all the fight scene in Montana shut down for two plus years, a little over 2 years. And like all the regional scenes shut down. And then, when it came back in Arizona, like I wasn't like a favored person to get fights out here. So I just couldn't get a fight. And it was like about 3 years till Montana finally, 2-3 years till Montana opened back up. And then I came back to make a fight, tore ligaments in my foot, training for that fight. So I was out for like another 6-7 months, and then I finally got healthy again and then made like a real push. It was kind of things out of my control. But, I wouldn't have it any other way. It was good learning and life lessons for me, for sure.
Did you waver at all? Did you think like, oh, man, maybe this isn't going to work out for me? Maybe this isn't going to happen?
Never. That's the crazy thing about me. I feel like that's why this has worked so much. It's never even like it just feels like my destiny. Like I just know it's going to happen. It's what's supposed to happen. That's how the story is going. And, I've always just said I was going to be in the UFC and become a UFC champion, one of the greatest to ever do it since a little kid. And, I just never really thought that it wouldn't work out. That just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what that reality would be. This is my reality. This is only the way I see moving forward in life. So
how did you support yourself during that time? That's 4 years without making fight money. And I know it's not a lot in the early stages of your career, but what were you doing?
It was tough. It was pretty tough. So I did some crypto and stuff, made some money, obviously just like living super cheap, trying to stay in the gym as much as possible. And then in like 2022, I got into 2021, 2022, I got into sales. So it was like 2021. And, cause I saw these kids driving nice cars and shit in Scottsdale out here. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? They sold solar. So I used to like wake up, train a little bit, then sell solar, knock doors all throughout the day. And I started making good money from sales, doing that on the side. And I realized that a lot of these sales companies, they have a problem with like recruiting guys and being able to like maintain teams. And I had a pretty big following already and a platform from fighting. So I kind of started shining light on the money I was making from sales to my like fighting career and on my platform. And like next thing you know, I moved out some of my friends, taught them how to sell. We started our own sales team, Mafia sales team. And like they were selling, and then we would move kids out, train them, and like we built teams like that. So I did that for like 2 years, made some money from sales, and then made enough money to kind of just keep focused on fighting. That's when I got offered on the Contender Series for the first time in 2024. So that's kind of when I stepped away from sales, and then obviously got injured, wasn't able to do that fight. But yeah.
Look at that watch is nice. I see that watch right there.
Well, iced out Cartier.
Yeah. Oh, look at you, man. Look at you. And the necklace too? What do you have on the necklace there?
It's an iced out Paddock pendant on a little gold chain, iced out.
Damn. They pay
I had that before my debut. I've been making 6 figures in sales for a few years now. I'm not here to I like money, don't get me wrong. That's my biggest motivator, but I just truly like to fight people. So
okay. But you're not starving. You're doing quite well.
Yeah, no, I've been doing good for a minute. And that's why I think, it's going to be easy to stay humbled and stay grounded and keep moving forward in this career because I'm here to build a legacy at the end of the day.
And are you still doing the sales while fighting?
So I quit doing it for like 4 years because eventually for 2 years, it's pretty easy because I just recruited people.
Yeah.
And then my friends would train them. So I wasn't doing much. I was always still hands-on, but like I stepped away from it for a couple of years to just truly just focus on fighting, not do it anymore. But recently I restarted it up with my friends because they came to me with this good idea. They want to build a call center. And I had this old Mafia sales team Instagram page. So we used that and it's actually doing good. So I've been doing it a little bit again. I'm not too hands-on with it. My friends run everything, but like I recruit people and work with them. And like I'm in group me chats with some of these guys and they're like been my fans for a long time. So it's pretty sick.
Do you still live with Sugar?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I only lived with him for like 8 months.
Okay.
But it was sweet living with him. I think it was a big part of my journey. I moved out here and he still makes fun of me and tells stories about me sitting on his couch and eating like Sour Patch Kids and like a half a block of cheese for dinner. Like, and that's literally what I would do. And then I kind of saw him like eating healthy and how he lived life, and him and Tim but mainly being around Suge too, just in those 8 months, it really kind of taught me what I needed to do and how, the kind of discipline and things I needed to put in my life in order to get to like the things he was doing.
Yeah, so you're seeing him like quite literally explode, right? He becomes one of the biggest stars in the UFC, one of the faces of the UFC, and you have a front row seat. All those fights, are you going to them? Are you there? You're training with him, obviously. That's got to be like the greatest, teaching tool to get to where you want to be.
For sure, yeah. I was at his debut in his first 2 fights in UFC, the one against Soccer Mom and then Terry on Ware.
I haven't heard that one in a while. That's right. You guys kind of actually sound alike. Has anyone ever said that to you?
I don't know about sound alike. I don't know. People obviously resemble us all the time. That's just going to be normal with me coming up under him. Suge's been in my corner for most of my professional fights. He's one of my coaches. He's at a lot of my sparring practices. Some of the best advice I've gotten in fighting is from him. I think he just really obviously understands like the same kind of mindset I have. And so his little pointers make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Can I ask about the tattoos? Like this one right over here, the Scarface one. What prompted that one on the other side?
Well, so I got that one after I injured this shoulder. Was the shoulder I injured on when I couldn't fight on Contender Series the first time. So I put bullet holes in it and did The World Is Yours, because it's like that was a super dark time for me because I was trying my whole life to get to UFC, and I was so close in a week and a half out. I had an already hurt shoulder. I really hurt it severely, like separated my AC joint, tore like my labrum in there, blew it out pretty much like a week and a half before, and I had to withdraw from the bout. And it was just, it sucked so bad. And I knew I'd get back to it, but I just knew like this is going to be longer on the journey, longer there. And I just want to be there that bad. And so in this scene in Scarface, it's when, Scarface has made his fortune and he's in his house and all the enemies, the bad guys come to start invading his house. And he could have just ran away, you know what I mean, and got away. But he chose to grab his gun and then run at him, die defending his fortune. And to me, that just kind of meant like, like even though I got hurt on the first Contender Series, that like I'm not going to quit this journey. I'm here to build a fortune for me and my family, and I'm going to die trying. So like that's kind of what that meant to me.
I love that it's not just I was a fan of Scarface, that there's an actual meaning behind it.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, I mean, I love Scarface growing up too, but that's like there's actual meaning.
What about on the other side? It says die there, but I don't see the rest.
Oh, legends never die.
Okay, yeah.
So this right here is a car.
Oh yeah.
And it's Juice WRLD. It's a Juice WRLD album. So Juice WRLD, like the rapper Juice WRLD.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so it's one of his album covers, and it just means legend never die. I'm here to become a legend. I want the name Tommy Gunn McMillen to be solidified in UFC history in all sorts of ways. You know what I mean? So legends never die.
What about the girl with the gun?
That's that one's just sick. That one's so it's the cover of San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, like on the old Xbox and shit. It's the chick from the cover, and I just put a gun in her hand because GTA was sick. I feel like I'm a real life GTA character. I'm just going on like missions and heists, and like I get to like knock people out, get money, go buy new clothes, and just like upgrade my crib, upgrade my cars. Like I'm just living like a GTA character.
I love it. What comes first? Tommy McMillen title shot or GTA 6?
Shit. I mean, you guys just gonna have to stay tuned in for that one. GTA 6 be taking a long time, and I'm here to knock motherfuckers out and go straight to the top. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you have to admit, pretty hip on my part to know that reference, right? I mean, as a 44-year-old, do I get street cred for that?
I respect that. Yeah, 100%.
Thank you.
Definitely got street cred. You a G for sure.
I appreciate that. I did see your Instagram post. I think you were paying homage to Dustin Poirier in one of your, that one right there.
So, dude, if I hit them short slips, and you see me out and about hitting them short slips, it's gonna be bad.
What do you think? Dustin's getting a lot of love for this. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I don't take things that serious. I thought it was funny. I thought the whole video was funny. So I don't know. And I just like, it's going to be bad.
I also saw the one, I think you called yourself 200K gun or something like that.
I knocked out the first dude in my debut. Before that, because I got a lot of hate on my TikTok. I made this TikTok like a month and a half before my UFC debut saying I'm going to cash 100K in my debut. And I started calling myself 100K guns. And like, so did all my fans, my Discord community. I stream on Twitch. And they, I just got the most, if you go look at the TikTok, like it's got the most hate comments saying like, I ain't going to make 100K, this, and that. I was telling everyone to bet the knockout is plus money. I'm going to knock him out for 100K in the first round. That's what I did. And then after this, I was calling myself 200K guns because I was like, I'm going to go get another bonus. If there's 100K on the line and I'm fighting, I'm going to get the 100K. Like, you know, like, so I'm like, I'm 200K guns.
Now, why the hate, though? Because I heard you talking about this when you were speaking to Full Send. You were like, yo, if you're hating, like, stay there. I don't want any new fans. I don't want bandwagoners. Who's hating on you? You're bringing a lot of fun. Like, we need more characters like you in this sport. Who's hating on you?
I think at the end of the day, they actually love me.
Yes.
Like, how do they not? You know what I mean? You can't even, like, I'm giving them something to talk about. You know, they tune into my fights. You can't watch my fights and just watch what I do and say it's not fucking fun to watch. So, like, at the end of the day, I think they love me. They talk about me more than anybody. I appreciate it because it's one of the things that fuels me the most too. I love just proving people wrong and just making people look like idiots, like when they think I can't do something. So
there's so many boring characters. There's just a lot of uniformity in this sport. So when someone like you comes along with your style, your swag, your tattoos, your fighting style, that, like, to me, it's such a breath of fresh air. So I don't understand where the hate comes from, other than they're just trying to rile you up and troll you.
Yeah, I think it's just that. I just don't. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm just truly being myself, and I've always been crazy, wild kid that likes to fight, like money, and you know, I've always in all my fights talk shit, get in their face, get in their head, like throughout all my pro career. So it's nothing new to me. It's fun to me. Like the whole fight week this week was so sickest week of my life. Like me and that guy talking shit on each other to Full Send. Like I'm seeing shit he said, like he's saying shit I said, like we don't like each other. Then we get to go face off. Like I get to fucking try to fight him backstage and shit. Like it was so sick. It was so fun.
How was Oklahoma City, and especially for the the after party, if you will? Is it a fun place to celebrate a win?
Yeah, no, I loved Oklahoma. I think it was a little like kind of like a quieter little place. It was very cool to experience for a few days. Definitely wasn't as crazy as Vegas. You know, obviously in Vegas didn't sleep for 3 days. I think everybody heard that.
I didn't hear that. Can you tell me about it? What'd you do?
I mean, it's full. I fucking partied for 3 days straight after I won 100K for the first time. It was sick. I freaking knocked that dude out in first round. I just went out and partied for 3 days.
What was on the itinerary? Like, what would you do?
What didn't I do?
Wow.
Better question. I just, but hey, listen, Oklahoma City, though, we kept it a little bit more cool.
Okay.
I told Hunter Campbell, like, I heard he was worried about me a little bit. He came up to me in the fight in the back after face-offs. And because somebody said I've been partying a lot or something like that. And then he said something like, hey, kid, you good? Like, you got a good head on right now or something? Like, you in the right place? I was just like, oh, yeah, I'm more dialed than ever. So, I kept a little bit more chill in OKC. Went out, took all the boys. Ezra showed up. I took them all to this sick club. We got a table, popped some bottles of champagne, got some signs. Then I went home and kicked it with this girl. Called her a little early night at like 2 a.m. and just kept it dialed.
Okay. The club scene in Oklahoma, I hadn't heard about it. Not bad?
Oh, we had that bitch turned up. It was sick. It was sick.
Comparable to Vegas or different?
I mean, anywhere I go, it's gonna be a fucking party.
Sure.
I'll party in an alley with it's whoever. It's not. It's just fun. So we made fun. It was a good time.
So is this still, like you said in Vegas, 3 days, where I guess this is technically like day 3? Are you still on the high, or is it back to business now?
This one definitely, I don't feel like I didn't do as many crazy things. So I don't really have like a bad come down as one would say after partying for 3 days straight. I feel super grounded. And I think it was just such a sick performance. I'm so happy with that. I haven't watched the fight back yet, but I know it was sick. I felt the way how calm and just good I felt in there. I'm very happy with. I still want to obviously keep getting better at a lot of things, but I think what it did just kind of really showed me how close I am to just keep unlocking my full potential in this sport. And it makes it a lot easier to wake up after a day, win another 100K like nothing, and just get back. I'm already back in the gym. I'm sitting at the top of Red Hawk Academy right now. Me and Timbo about to bust out a little pod with Ezra after this. So I'm keeping it dialed.
By the way, when you say 3 days, like, is there no sleeping involved for 3 days?
Yeah. All these other guys, I hear some of these guys talk like they party drinking, like they got like kids and families. They ain't doing what I'm doing when they party. They have a few beers, go out. I didn't sleep for 3 days.
Damn, that is crazy.
And then, yeah, I mean, I've done 5 before, but that's been a minute.
5, and you don't feel like you need to take at least a nap?
No.
What the hell? Do you like to drink?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was yelling at not yelling, but I was asking everybody to give me a beer after the fight in the back, and I couldn't get a beer, and I had to do all these interviews. I couldn't get a beer, but I do like to party.
Training camp? Do you drink as well?
Okay, so this was like the first training camp I'd say that I went sober for longer than four weeks.
Okay.
I was sober for about, I'd say, 6-7 weeks for this one.
Oh wow. Okay, and that's the most.
That's huge for me. That's big.
What about smoking?
No, I mean I smoke regularly. That doesn't really count as being sober.
Okay, I saw a fat ass blunt that you had in that picture afterwards, right? That's a PRJ right there.
For sure. Smoking doesn't count as being yeah.
No, that's accepted. They were asking me over your right shoulder over there. Is that a vase? What is that? Or is that what is that?
Which one?
Over the Scarface. No, in back of you.
Oh, right here?
No, like the object in back of you. Is it, what is that?
The ball.
Oh. There it is. Okay, we weren't sure. We thought it was just a cool vase.
No, it's a bong.
Okay.
Have you ever hit one of these?
Do you want to know the truth, Tommy? Will you think less of me?
No.
I've never hit one.
Yeah, you don't gotta do drugs, bro. You're good.
Yeah. Have you ever hit one?
Oh yeah.
What's it like? I hear there's like a bubbling sound when it happens, right?
Yeah, it bubbles and you just get very high.
You like it?
But dude, I eat like a lot of food when I get high, so it's like I try to not get as high lately because like then I'll be just I get too big.
Munchies and stuff like that?
Yeah.
What's the go-to?
Shake Shack.
Ooh. You have that over there on the West Coast?
Yeah, we got Shake Shack.
Because we had In-N-Out in Vegas. It was awful. Ugh, I hated it.
You don't like In-N-Out?
No, it's like the fries, they're like styrofoam. I think Shake Shack kills In-N-Out. It's like not even close.
I'd agree with that. I like Shake Shack over In-N-Out as well, but I think In-N-Out's really good. You got to get it animal style though. Fries extra crispy. You got to know what to order.
Okay. Maybe I didn't know what to order. Okay, so that's the go-to when you're smoking. You go to Shake Shack. That's the spot.
Oh yeah, I like candy too though.
What kind?
Like Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah, tremendous. Can't beat that. I like Coke gummies. You ever have Coke gummies? Like with the
sour ones?
Yeah.
Those ones. Yeah, dude. I go to Sprouts. There's this local Sprouts. They got a bin of those. I do free sample every time I pull up.
I know you have to do the pod in a moment, but can I ask, how soon are we going to see you again?
Well, you heard my call out. I said I broke a fucking undefeated Armenian Russian just to get in the UFC. A lot of motherfuckers just get these tuna cans. I broke an undefeated Prodigy and then knocked out an Italian for 100K. Knocked out a Venezuelan dude for 100K. So I told Uncle Dana, Uncle Hunter, send me a motherfucking Mexican.
Yes.
September 12th, baby. UFC Noche.
In Glendale, in your backyard.
Yeah, right in the backyard. So we'll see about that.
Anyone in particular? You say like any fighter in particular?
No, because there's no one worth calling out until I get to the top 15 to get my place. And, when I'm ready for the belt and want the belt, like just call somebody else that's got that. Because all these other guys, they got 4 or 5 fights in UFC. They got like 1/4, if that, 1/5 of my following. I'm not going to mention none of their names. None of them are worth me mentioning. They all want to fight me for a reason because they're boring. No one wants to watch them, no matter how good they are. No personalities or anything. So they all want to fight me. I don't care about any of them. Just whoever UFC sends me, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to knock them out for 100K.
Set the UFC featherweight record for most significant strikes landed in a 3-round fight with 252. That is you. I'm also Is that wrong?
Yeah, it's not just featherweight; it's overall.
Overall, excuse me. Okay, my bad. I should have noted that. But more notably, third Diaz brother. Have you ever met the Diaz brothers?
No, I haven't actually, but I'm definitely the third Diaz brother.
Okay.
If anybody gets to break that record and take that, from a Diaz brother, it's only right that it was Guns. And honestly, I could have kept, dude, that they stopped the fight 2 minutes early.
You feel that way?
Yeah, I could have kept going. I probably would have got off at least another, at that rate, bro. If he was that busted up, I would have got off another 60 at least.
Man, I actually felt I felt like it was dragging a little bit there. I thought it could have been ended a lot sooner, to be honest.
Yeah, dude, he was so busted up. I think I broke his nose. It was either I think he came out in the second round. His nose was just already swollen. I know I broke his nose, dude. He kind of looked like Ilya after that Gaethje fight. It's not as bad.
I need to see a meeting between you and Nate, you and Nick. This has to happen at some point.
I'm down. Set it up.
All right. Well, congratulations, man. Really a lot of fun watching you do your thing, and keep doing your thing. Keep being you. It's a lot of fun to watch, and great to meet you, and great to have you on the show for the first time. Appreciate you doing this, Tommy.
Nice to meet you, Ariel. Thanks for having me, bro. See you soon.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to the next one. There he is. Tommy McMillen, Tommy Gun. What a stud. I love it. You guys know when new characters come along, fun characters, this is great. This is great for the sport, and the UFC definitely behind him, as they should be. He's now 11-0, 2-0 in the UFC, one Contender Series win. The son of Joe McMillen. We had that footage there. What a character this Tommy Gun is. And he's being guided by Suga and Tim Welch. Speaking of Suga Sean O'Malley, he was watching. He was watching on Thursday's Boys in the Back episode. He was in the chat, but he didn't actually. He was more like just watching. He wasn't partaking, lurking. I don't know what the word is, but he saw you guys break down the top stars in the UFC, and he was.
What do you have to say?
He was none too pleased with his omission. Is there?
No, we had him.
Yeah, he didn't watch the full segment. He was absolutely.
It felt like
the combo.
It felt like he felt.
Yeah, we had him.
This is so great.
We talked about him, man.
It felt like he felt he should have been top of mind.
Okay.
Rick had him 4. Where do you have him?
Probably 1 or 2 at this point.
Yeah.
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 Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. For sure.
Yeah.
Who's if he's 1, who's 2?
As far as biggest stars in the UFC right now?
No. They could potentially become like the face as we
Patrick Pimblett.
Yeah, he's 2.
Yeah.
3?
Conor Mack.
Okay.
Wow.
Conor McGregor could be the next face of the UFC.
I mean, I think
4.
Tommy McMillen.
Tommy Guns.
Yo, shout out Tommy Guns.
Tommy
Is Taporia in this conversation at all?
We're getting there,
Yeah.
I like to focus on the American fighters who I think have done a really good job of breaking
that's why
through.
you said an Englishman and an Irishman.
Yeah. But no, I listen, everyone's list is everyone's list, but I did think he should have been more top of mind, that's all.
I think Rick had him number 4, which
Any apology that you guys want to issue to Mr. Suga Sean O'Malley, who's been so kind to us. Anytime we text him to come on, he's there within a second.
He's the best.
Yeah.
He is the best. Not an apology, but a thank you for watching, and we are sorry that we didn't do justice by you.
And a reminder that this is a serious show in which we talk about serious topics.
What is happening here with the hats? And how do I get one of these hats?
Well,
They
we just
look
got
amazing.
them delivered, man. They're fantastic.
Who delivered them?
Our old friend BS.
Ben Stark?
Sure is.
Hey, welcome. PT, where's your hat?
Didn't get one. Ben's on the way, I believe.
Okay.
Just got on a plane.
All right. Well, good to see you, Pete. It's nice to have you. Have you recovered from Las Vegas? Because the last time we heard from you, it was a bit of a dark scene.
It was dark. I got out of the darkness.
Okay.
And into the light again.
You're here.
Very happy to be back. I lost 2 days. It was kind of like Han Solo in Return of the Jedi there. Kind of woke up on the Friday like, what has happened? I have to do a show today. I've been frozen in time. But we got it done in the end. Thanks to my lovely co-hosts, Ben Folks, Chuck Mendenhall, Jordan, of course. Fantastic stuff done. Oscar Losef. Without the team around me, who am I at the end of the day?
100%. And a happy belated to you and a happy belated to GC back-to-back, like Jordan and I. GC on Thursday.
Crazy. It's a crazy run of birthdays.
It is a crazy run.
It really is.
8, 9, 16, 17.
It's wild. Also, I learned on Friday Did you guys know that if you type in calendar in your phone,
Yeah.
the emoji, have you ever done it?
Oh.
I don't know what you're
Do
saying.
it right now.
Exactly.
Take out your phone and
Type it into where?
Like where you would find an emoji.
Spotlight?
I don't know what that thing is called. You know, like where you search for emojis?
Like if I was texting you something.
A calendar. Yeah, type in calendar.
Yeah.
Search it in type it in the message bar or type it in the emoji?
The emoji,
search?
in the emoji search.
Okay.
What comes up?
Let's see. Calendar.
Calendars.
Petey's birthday.
July 17th?
I did know that.
Oh, somebody's birthday will come up if you have them saved? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's literally the universal emoji for
Yeah.
calendar, July 17th.
The most important
Oh, that's
date.
what you're saying. Okay.
Yes, his birthday and my dad's birthday.
I wonder what made them choose that.
Shout out.
That had to have been like one of the dudes at Apple who was just putting in his own birthday. Or maybe it's like Apple's birthday. You know what?
Maybe they made it that day. And they were like, we'll just use July 17th.
Why is the universal emoji
87, Pete?
for calendar?
87, 39 now, GC.
Happy birthday.
You're still a young man, Pete.
Okay, guys.
The iCal.
The date originally referred to the day Apple premiered its iCal calendar application in 2002. The day, July 17, was displayed on the Apple Color emoji version of the calendar emoji as an Easter egg. World Emoji Day was created on the 17th of July, 2014 by Jeremy Burge, the founder of Emoji... Burge? The founder of Emojipedia. How about that? So World Emoji Day is the 17th of July. So not only is it Claude Helwani's birthday, not only is it Peter Carroll's birthday, it's also World
OG Anunoby.
OG Anunoby! Hand of God. Wow. Amazing. Well, what a stretch for you, Peter.
Thank you.
No England. Spain wins. The game is back. No longer in disrepute. We're all the way back.
I was listening to the lads talking earlier, and I feel I agree with them in terms of like the win kind of got out of the sails before the final, right?
Once
And
England
wasn't
left.
a great final.
Once England left. Once a true star.
Well, as I said, like it took away my joy as well when England didn't play because my team was then out as well, which is every team that plays against England. So that was disastrous for my enjoyment too. But what a performance by the English against France! Did not have that coming. I thought they were going to get absolutely rode. Didn't get rode. Rode them. Interesting.
Yeah. Wow.
That was an insane game.
So much fun.
Me and Pizzi took France live at the half.
I did not have the balls you had.
It was like $40 to win 1,000 for me, and when France made it 4-3, I was going ape shit in my apartment.
What was your highest cash out they offered?
Oh, that's the worst part. I looked at it $490 at one point, and I decided to ride it. I should have cashed it.
I would have as well. At that point.
Because when they made it 4-3, I was like, oh, surely they're gonna tie it. They still have 25 more minutes.
You know what it reminded me of? Like a very, very fun, competitive NBA All-Star game where like they care, but they don't quite care enough.
When did you tune in, Helwani? Because you were on the fence about you were on the fence about it.
So
and I think you're right. I think you're right in terms of what you were saying about the third place playoff and how
PT was texting me beforehand, whole breakdown of the game, and I said to him like, I just don't care. And rare for me. So I haven't gotten into a show in a very long time, right? I can't binge watch, kids, work, this and that, and I don't know what happened recently, but I said to myself, I really finally need to get into The Sopranos. I need to do it.
It's huge. It's a huge moment.
Talked about this in Vegas.
Maybe that was what sparked it. Anyway,
so.
We watched 4 straight on Saturday.
Let's go.
You know, it was raining. There was nothing to do. No kids at home. Back to back. And once we got like past like the 30-minute mark of episode 1, I felt like, oh man, I'm in. And then it just pops up and you're just like, next. Like they make it so easy on you. And it's amazing. I get it. I'm fully in. Now, the boys are back. Life. Let's see how long it takes to get to episode 5, 6, 7, 8. But PT's texting me during this, and I'm, you know, when you get into the groove in a show and you've been hearing about it, like, okay, this is all I need. This is all I need for the night. And then, honestly, it was you guys, I think, saying like, holy shit.
There was a lot of that.
2-0, 3-0. Yeah. And then I jumped in maybe at like the 40-minute mark or 35-minute mark, and then I watched the whole thing, and it was amazing. Saka getting the Jude Bellingham saying, no, you take the
Bellingham's goal at the end. Holy
Bellingham's
shit, man.
goal. The whole thing was amazing. The whole thing was tremendous. Yesterday felt weird. I'm not going to lie. Yesterday felt weird. The combo of MetLife, which I think is bizarre. Like, it's just a crap stadium. It doesn't look good on TV. It doesn't look good in person. There's nothing good about it. MetLife, the combo of like all the celebrities there, which I felt like
the Louis Vuitton thing, man.
The Louis
that
Vuitton
broke
thing,
my
the
fucking heart.
halftime show was bizarre. The pregame was bizarre. The national anthem was bizarre. I don't know. The whole thing just it was not the 2022 final, and that had its own, issues as well. But it didn't have the magic of the 2022 final. It just, I would agree. Like yesterday, by the time it ended, I was like, all right, it's time to move on. Oh, I mean, Trump being up there and not leaving when they took, like, you could tell the guys, they were waiting, right? They were waiting for him to go. And it just, it just didn't feel right. I don't know what it was. Something about it.
I went down to the Boozer with the lads and my brother, and we were watching the game or whatever. And I went for a piss at halftime, and I came back up the stairs, and everyone's gathered around the table because we're right in front of the screen. Everyone in the pub is gathered around the table, laughing hysterically. And I'm like, what are you laughing at? It was the halftime show. They were just pissing themselves laughing at my boy, poor old big Ronaldo there in his blue tracksuit, beside Madonna, who was singing music. Not one of our famed hits, I'd say. It was wild. That
what was up with Ronaldo? He had like this smirk on his face, like it was almost like he was in another universe. It was weird. Ronaldinho was kind of moving to the music. Ronaldo's like,
why'd you get me a tracksuit 2 sizes too small for me, lads?
I was going to say, man, he looked big up there, bro. He looked big.
Wayne Rooney was slagging it off as well. There he is, the legend. Intern Jack has something he wants to say about the final.
Well, yeah, so I went to the Central Park Fan Fest yesterday.
Oh.
And I think online, obviously, the two juggernauts of the race, being England and France, are out of the finals. So, they're not that excited about it. But the Argentina fans and the Spanish fans were on top of the game. And as much as all the stuff that you just said was bizarre, it's everything that America is. It's the commercialization of the World Cup, which is like something we should expect in a sense. And I think that's the American way of the World Cup. So the Louis Vuitton walkout with the trophy, all the celebrities there, I think that's just part of being in America and having the World Cup here. Had it been in Europe, had it been in Dubai in 2022, Qatar, or Brazil, obviously everything's different, but I think there was a lot of beauty in the final as well. A lot of people think it was a letdown. I think it was a great final. I had a lot of fun.
Okay. All right.
I'd go as far as saying it's the worst World Cup final of all time.
Of all time.
Right on the back of Jack's
second place to the 1994 World Cup final, which had the penalty shootout, Baggio and Baresi missing crucial moments. That kind of you have them moments trapped in time, right? Of Baresi and Baggio skying it over. You always reference it.
Of course.
So it's like iconic moment kind of saves the final that time. I thought the way it all went down, we kind of wanted the shootout at the end because it's like
something.
Two lads. Yeah.
I was happy for Force's own Nico Williams getting that incredible assist, that header to Torres.
It was a beautiful goal. Yeah, it was a very nice goal, to be fair. But
you guys
thought the final was very poor.
You guys don't know ball. There's Nico Williams from Wales on Forest. This is a different Nico Williams. It's a totally different guy. He's Spain.
Dude, do you know his brother?
Where were you during the third place?
Yeah, I was locked in. In the end, by the way, in case anyone's wondering at home, I did not attend a single World Cup game, but of course, who could forget back in 1994 Foxborough Stadium? I was there before all of you.
Did you watch that thing? Yeah, I sent you.
Not yet. You did watch it.
Oh my God.
I didn't want to be like all of you sort of like nouveau riche fans. Where were you in 94, right? Like you guys are, going to this one. Yeah, that's cool, but I was there at Foxborough in 94.
The Irish football team were one of the stories of the 1994.
Sure, of course. Who could forget? Roy Keane and the boys? Of course.
Yeah, well done. Fair play.
All right. Well, that was obviously a big story. Can we give DDP his flowers? We haven't really talked about Oklahoma City. Big time win for DDP. I don't think we're getting DDP versus Sean Strickland. I see him and Imavov and Brendan Allen all going at it on Twitter. Those guys are weighing in. It was nice to see DDP back. He's a tricky puzzle. He's unorthodox. I try to use all those words to say like he's just a little bit awkward at times. But it was a great fight, a great performance. I would think this probably puts an end to the Kamaru Usman title shot talk, but he hung in there with a former middleweight champion. I kind of feel like he's best at 170 when you consider the way he looked against Joaquin Buckley, and I know he did have that great showing against Khamzat. But I think he would be better off moving back to 170. In the end, I don't really know what this does for DDP because he's sort of stuck right now. He does have the 2 wins over Strickland. Strickland's champ. Do we want a third? All right. I mean, you can make a case. Khamzat's going to probably fight for the belt. It seems that way. That fight was not competitive. You got Imavov right there. How do you skip over him? I just think it was a good bounce back win. Nothing more, nothing less. A huge bounce back for him. And, one more for Kamaru. Anyone have another take?
No, I feel the same. Like, he's in a bit of a holding pattern. I think we need to see how the next title fight shakes out, right? Is it going to be Khamzat? Is it going to be Imavov? What happens there? But he's in a good position. As you said, 2 wins over Strickland puts him in a really nice spot, and then those other guys would be fresh matchups. So I like where DDP is at. He just gets back in there, gets, his legs back under him after a loss, and has a great name on his resume in Kamaru Usman now, who I thought fought better than I thought he might even fight, despite the fact that DDP kind of controlled the fight.
I didn't think it was a 50-45, maybe 49-46.
It was one of those where
it was a thumping, man.
Yeah, he didn't really win any significant rounds, but I thought he did better in each round than
some
I
big
had.
shots, man.
Took some huge shots. That knee,
the
head kicks,
yeah.
He was wobbled several times.
Even had
credit to him for staying in it.
Even had Dricus, not quite in danger, but like on the defensive at various points as well. So I thought it was a decent showing by Kamaru in a weight class that is not his
Here's the question. If it's Khamzat against Sean Strickland, that means Nasruddin Imavov, if he chooses not to fight, is not going to fight for at least a year and a half until, like, his last fight was in September of last year. Do you try to do Imavov versus DDP?
Like, I would try if I'm the UFC, but I don't know if I'm Imavov if I take that chance.
Yeah, DDP looked good, man.
DDP looked very good.
But it's like, so let's just say, how early could Sean Strickland versus Khamzat happen? Which, by the way, just for the record, I think it should be Imavov.
Sometime the end of the year?
November?
Yeah.
MSG? Probably not.
December?
Maybe Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, you could do that.
Oh, or maybe, let's...
Strickland out in Abu Dhabi.
It feels like a December.
It feels like December,
all right.
Probably, yeah.
So that means the winner of that fight is probably fighting in May, June?
Maybe even summer, yeah.
So it's going to be 2 years almost?
And what happens if Khamzat wins? Like, do they do a third fight? Then?
Nah,
like,
oh my God, that's crazy.
I think it would open that conversation, though. If it's 1-1, I think, yeah.
If Imavov is not a guy who gets to control his shots, unfortunately. He is not in the driver's seat on this, and never has been.
If they don't want to give him a title shot, DDP
also like
DDP
money,
Imavov,
though, right? He's like, at a certain point, it's about earning. Like,
sure. It's wild. I saw this clip afterwards. Okay, so I want to see if you guys feel the same way about this that I do. And so I'm going to reserve my commentary until after we all watch it. Kamaru Usman talking about Justin Gaethje. I can't tell if it's like friendly banter or if it's just, weirdo Kamaru Usman stuff. I don't know what to make of it. I saw this clip. I want to play it, and then we react to it.
Justin Gaethje being here in attendance tonight and supporting you here in OKC, and your thoughts on he now being the champion at lightweight, and is there a fight that you would like to see Justin take next?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I still have to look down when I talk to Justin because, he's a world champion now, so I can't make eye contact with him. And unfortunately, I was, not victorious tonight, so I have to live that more, But, no, Justin right now is... I call him Captain America. I think everyone else in here would agree that he is Captain America right now. I would have loved to have seen that last week materialize and see what, because I think right there, him and Conor, that sells itself, So, for now, I just think it has to make sense for him. It has to make sense. Justin is in a position to where, what really, if it doesn't make sense, then what's the point of doing it? He's done everything there is to do in the sport right now. So, I call him the most decorated for a reason. And damn it, I can't look him in the eye still.
Friendly banner?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not...
I think it's an inside joke. I think it's an inside joke.
All right.
They say this to each other on the mats, like, oh, don't look at me.
Got it.
Yeah, remember when Habib and DC used to do this? Can't look me in the eye because you're not a double champ. This was the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
feel like-
he's a champ. Like they're both the same level of champ. He's a former champ. He's a current champ.
but
but
he's
it's not
not
like
the current.
I know, but I don't know.
What was your take, Ariel?
Well, initially, I'll be honest. When I saw it, I was like, now, of course, there's a very easy out to be like, we're just joking and I'm a hater for saying this. But when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's weird. But maybe it's just a weird that didn't land, or I don't know the dynamic or the inside joke, or I don't know. I just thought it was.
Habib
got
used
some
to
history with
tell
not landing.
DC, or DC used to tell Habib to like look at the ground because he wasn't in the double
Because
champ.
he was a double champ.
And then Islam comes in and he does it.
But it's different. They're both in the championship fraternity. It's not like Gaethje has done more than him.
Well, that's his thing. Is
Once a champ, always a champ.
He said Gaethje's the most decorated fighter of all time. He's
What's that all about?
Say that. I don't have any clue what that's about. I don't
Also,
understand.
if it's about the championship, what would DDP? Why would that allow him to look him in the eye?
Because he's on the route back to the title. He's gonna get it.
Yeah,
that's
nothing
a
would
good
have
point,
changed.
Chief.
Nothing would have changed even if he won. Wait, so do you agree with me on this?
No, I just think it's a terrible joke.
Okay, that's it.
That's
Nothing
all.
more.
Even the way he told it was just like
Weird.
It was like he was not confident in the fact that it was actually funny.
Okay.
It's not funny.
Brendan Allen tweeting, so are we going to fight in October, or are you going to keep ducking to Drickus? So he wants it. Nasruddin is saying relax. I don't know what's going on with these guys. I think they're all going to be upset. I think
It's gonna be
very
Hamzat.
exciting.
Yeah.
It's not very exciting going on there. There's no one like.
No, there's no one dynamic. Maybe it's DDP versus Brendan Allen and Imavov just chills.
That's a long time of chilling for Imavov.
Yeah.
What do you do? Like, I think you have to keep the fire burning at some point for Imavov. Like the sitting out thing, it
I think it's crazy. If they don't believe in you as a championship contender, then
There's
What are you gonna
logic though, Pizzi, in feeling like you've waited this long. Do you take the risk
Oh, yeah.
now at the goal line?
Yeah, absolutely. I understand, but I think that so many things can go wrong in this sport. As we said, one potential thing is just Hamzat winning this fight. He will be favored in the fight, I imagine, despite what happened in the first one. If he wins, immediate talk of trilogy, then that puts him on the back burner again. DDP
you're
could
right.
fight in the meantime and, be the more attractive one for the fan base because it's a lot of recency bias in this sport. I just think he's leaving himself at a loose end if he's just sitting back on. It's going to come my way.
I totally agree. I think he just felt like he was in that position already, right? People were talking about how he deserved the shot. Then he took what was the last fight he took? The Israel fight? What was the fight that he most recently took?
DDP?
No, Nasruddin. What was his most recent win?
Yeah. No, Caio Borralho,
Caio.
and then, yeah.
Yeah. And so it's like he feels like he's doing this over and over. How many times can you do that?
That was September of last year. Like, I don't even remember. Like, who remembers that fight now,
Nobody. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I just know he won. That's it.
There were a bunch of impressive performances. PT's guy, CLD, Christian Leroy Duncan, in the co-main slot against Jared Cannonier. Maybe the highest profile win of his career so far?
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Unanimous decision win for the Pride of England. Chase Hooper missing weight. Bit surprising, but gets the win, the submission win over Mitch Ramirez. And what about Fatima Klein? I mean, the freaking wrestling machine. Golly. You want to say something, PT, about her?
No, I was just saying, Rick had her picked in the parlay pals, and
Yeah.
she definitely went to work. My God,
It was Frank. Don't worry, Frank.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it
Was it Frank? Sorry, Frank. Whoa.
As
Yeah.
you should be.
Very, very.
Frank's
impressive.
been
Potential
driving
bananas
the
as well,
Fatima bandwagon for quite some time, and she's going to be joining us, I think, on Wednesday in studio.
Hey,
Oh, there it is.
studio.
Yeah.
Frankie picture. On his wall, he'll have Becky Lynch, Michael Irvin, Fatima Klein.
Wow. Future champ,
Hall of
Frankie?
Frank.
Future champ?
Future champ. The quote.
Yeah.
I dare say.
That's right. She's already the quote. I forgot about that part.
She's impressive. That was a really impressive win.
Yeah, she's nasty.
No bonus for Tommy McMillen, man. I love this guy. This guy.
Fantastic.
I didn't ask him about that one shot, but did you see the picture of the knee landing and
Yeah.
his face is all smushed?
Oh my God, yeah,
Crazy. He is fun as hell. Holy shit, is he fun.
fascinating, right?
Yeah.
So fascinating. That story about like starting this business with his bringing guys over, recruiting. Like he's like the Wolf of Wall Street, but an MMA fighter. It's absolutely insane.
He is.
Volume that you rarely see, right? You're talking Max Holloway territory when you think about what he was able to do in terms of significant strikes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And
So
that wasn't
aware that he needs to put on a show.
And I was wrong. That was significant strike record period, not just featherweight.
No, featherweight.
3 round.
For 3 round.
Yeah, but he told me it's significant strike record period.
Oh, not just featherweight. Yeah, that's possible. I had been hearing featherweight when they were talking about it. It's possible. It was all together. But yeah, it's unbelievable.
Gee,
He's a beast.
Very, very impressive. Very, very impressive, and a very fun personality as well. Jean Paul did the IBGG. I don't know what it is, but
IGBBN?
something like that. Everyone's doing it now.
IGBBMN.
It's become like a real thing.
Yeah.
He does it right here. Here it comes. He got a win. Felipe Franco got another bonus. He got the other bonus there. Ezra Elliott. Any other performances? Oh, your boy Alvin Hines. Sorry about that one.
Whose boy?
Josh.
Oh, Josh?
Josh, yeah.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
We're still grieving back here, but we're getting through it day by day.
RJ Harris with the crazy tank top tan.
Yeah, it was brutal. In actually, in honor of him, I got a farmer's tan.
Tremendous.
This past week.
In honor of the man that dethroned your boy.
It was so. If you're gonna fight on national television streaming, you have to even that out, right? You can't just go. No,
Here we are talking about him.
You have to.
You ain't talking about RJ Davis on this Monday if there's
You're right.
there's no farmer's tan.
You're right. It was something. It's perfect for a big dude like that. Okay. Other things to discuss. Oh, by the way, speaking of the IB, G whatever, a fan I guess ran into Dustin Poirier and sort of got him to say it. Take a look at this.
Let's go. It's gonna get bad for you. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you.
What a guy. I do believe Dustin Poirier is going to join us on the show tomorrow.
Oh, very nice.
So stay tuned.
It's going to be good.
It's going to be great. Okay.
No, just good.
Other things that transpired over the weekend. What about Johnny Eblin getting the big dub over Impa Kasangane? So are we going to get that fight now? Are we going to get the rematch against Costello? We were supposed to get it on this night in
Johnny
Austin.
is selling the shit out of it. He sold it so well on your show. We sold the shit out of it after this fight, and he looked so impressive. Just even from the last time he fought Impa, such a massive improvement. He's a beast. When he looks like that, they're the kind of conversations that provoke people into saying, where would he sit in the UFC middleweight division? Because he's a fantastic fighter when he's on form.
I think he's one of the best middleweights in the world. I'd love to see him against a high
in that mix of guys that we're
I was thinking
about?
Hamzat the other night watching him. I was like, geez, I would love to see this version of Eblin against the Hamzat, because of that maul.
Any of those guys.
He's coming forward.
The way he and Strickland train, and then the way Strickland talks about him, I want to see him versus those guys.
Yeah.
The thing is, I think they would fight each other, despite the fact that Strickland has taken him under his wing.
Didn't they say they would?
Strickland said it, but it feels like Strickland's promotional tactics or whatever are rubbing off on him in a good way. I think Johnny's come out of his shell. I think he's become a lot of fun. I think he's selling fights. He's doing his part. So that was a really impressive win. What about the Scottish Twister that we saw on display on Saturday? Biagio Ali Walsh getting submitted by Gamid Kisriev. Look at this right here. Now, why is it called a Scottish Twister? Does anyone know?
Stevie Ray. Stevie Ray
Is
invented it.
is it literally because of him?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Look at that. Look at how painful
Nasty.
that seems. Damn.
I think he hit a couple on PFL as well, as far as I remember.
Yeah, he did. He did, definitely. We got to remember some of these for, submission of the year. Kaposa hopefully was watching on Saturday. Some exciting news out of the PFL this morning, guys. They announced a collab event, a co-promotion event with Ryzen. There it is, right there. Look at this. The Ryzen and PFL featherweight titles on the line, September 10th. AJ McKee against Razbali Shaidulov. Now, I butchered that. John Martin didn't. Fair play to John Martin, CEO of PFL. He recorded this video to make the announcement and absolutely nailed the pronunciation. Take a look.
Hey everyone, John Martin here, CEO of the PFL. I'm excited to finally announce a truly historic event that's only possible because of our partnership with our great friends at Rizin. On September 10th, AJ McKee will represent the PFL as he takes on Rizin featherweight world champion Rajbali Shadalayev, with both the PFL and the Rizin featherweight world championships on the line. This has never been done before. The winner will become the first fighter in history to simultaneously hold world titles in both organizations. When I became CEO, I said we were going to build partnerships, bring the best fighters together, and make the fights that fans want to see. This is exactly what this looks like. The best of the PFL versus the best of Rizin, with the goal of determining who the best featherweight in the world really is. So I'm excited to say we'll see you on September 10th in Japan.
What about John Martin killing it out there, right? John Martin does a great job.
I like you.
No, seriously. Like, this is a guy who came from outside of the world of combat sports, and I think like his I feel like he's selling it. Like, it doesn't seem fake. It doesn't seem inauthentic. I appreciate him. I think he's out there working. They've got work to do. We still don't know their TV home, but I feel like he's
putting in the effort for sure.
It feels real. It feels like he's trying. At the very least.
You trust him as well. There's at least like, you know, when you hear him speaking, you're like, I believe this guy's doing all this stuff. I believe he's trying to put his best foot forward for the company at all times. So I think it was a great switch up by them. And that's exactly what they need at this point. I think there was a time where, we're still in uncertain times, but they certainly need something you can look at, like a North Star in the company and go, well, at least he's trying to do something. He's endeavoring to make this better.
It's just so tough. They're like, there's an event going on Saturday night. There's a UFC event with a former UFC welterweight champion, a former middleweight champion, two pretty damn big names, guys like Tommy McMillen doing their thing. There's also RAF, which, you know, was stealing the headlines as well. Ben Askren, Arman Tsarukyan, Colby Covington. They're just sort of like, you know, it feels very lame duck. It feels lame duck right now.
But is it intentionally so, right? Like, they're coming to the end of an ESPN deal.
I don't know if it's intentional. I think ESPN is just putting them where it suits them, where they have an opening in the schedule, and they're like, you know. Yeah. So I don't know if it's intentional to hurt them, but it's just like they're swimming upstream right now, you know?
But also, if you're the PFL, you're not really putting all your eggs in any baskets, right? Like, if that's the case, right, your broadcast partner is just saying, here's your slot, let's do it, and it's not ideal. Why am I incentivized to, like, put on my best product, right?
I mean, they're kind of, what are they not doing? They've got Dakota coming up, Usman Nurmagomedov coming. It's not like they're holding anyone back.
I mean,
what are the fights that they're not doing that you could say like, oh, they're saving it for next year, like the UFC was with Conor? Like
Dakota
needs to be fighting for a title.
Yeah,
other than Dakota, but like, is Dakota versus Liz Carmouche that big of a deal?
No. But the card with Dakota and Usman feels like the first one that has an investment in it.
In this particular year?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a timing thing. She was hurt. But yeah, no, I get that. I just don't feel like they're like biding their time because there's something big on the horizon.
No,
they only have so many names.
They're also
Is
not
this the last fight in Usman's deal?
Yes.
Yes.
That's a very interesting situation. We talked about before, that big deal they have in Dubai. I would say that's dependent on having him hang around. That's going to be a huge moment for John Martin to see if he can keep him on their roster, you'd feel.
Oh, yeah.
They're also not putting all their chips in the middle, though, on like a big show, right? They're not doing anything to make a splash. They're just riding the wave the same way that the broadcast partner is.
We'll put a bow on RAF and let you know that with over 2,000 votes right now, it's Bilal Muhammad 56%. So it seems like
I might look it up.
Colby Covington is there. You go, Bilal. Don't say we never did anything for you. There you go. The people have spoken. And Bilal has spoken as well. If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's probably duck. Well, it doesn't seem like
the sex.
It doesn't seem like he's ducking in the end. So, you know, you're welcome. Edible arrangement, basket, orchid, something. Let's talk about what transpired on Saturday, guys. Fanatics Fest, it was the place to be. Knicks players, superstars, this and that, but they also had a pretty damn good boxing press conference. So it's going down, Ryan Garcia versus Conor Benn. It's going to be on Paramount Plus here in America, DAZN UK in Ireland. It's two of the biggest names in the sport. Ryan Garcia, WBC welterweight champion. There's so much here that like almost makes your mind go like, Okay, so Zuffa's putting it on. It's going to be on Paramount. It's also going to be on DAZN, which is the network that, you know, the likes of Dana White called like a dead piece of wood. It's a WBC welterweight title fight, but the way they're promoting it is the World Welterweight Championship. It's Ryan Garcia, who's a Golden Boy guy, against Conor Benn, who's their guy as well. Obviously, Turkey's involved. Oscar's not there. He signed a 2-fight deal with the Saudis, so maybe Oscar won't be involved. Anyway, it was madness. They had the press conference. There's a lot to get into here. First, let's look at the face-off. Here's Ben and Garcia with an electric face-off in front of the Fanatics Fest crowd on Saturday in New York City. Take a look.
You keep running your mouth. You keep running your mouth. You keep running your mouth. You know you're getting it. You know that, but tú sabes que eso va conmigo. Tú sabes que eso va conmigo. Your boxing skills don't show up. Your boxing skills don't show up. You ain't got no heart. You ain't got no heart. You ain't got no heart. Who test it? Let's test that chin too. You quit. You quit. You quit. You're a pussy. You quit. Your dad gonna stop the fight. You quit. You ain't stop that fight, bro. You ain't Mexican, bro. You ain't Mexican, bro. No.
Okay, amazing stuff. The crowd was great. This is the type of fight that you can bring to a Fanatics Fest type of crowd, and they'd be into it. So the energy was great. Conor Benn busting out the Spanish was a nice little wrinkle. He spends a lot of time in Spain. His Spanish is great, by the way. And I don't know if Ryan speaks Spanish fluently like Conor does, but clearly Conor can hang, so that was fun. The two fathers being up there as well. Henry Garcia kind of got into the shot there, and you could tell Dana didn't love that. He was trying to get him to move away. All good. Nigel Benn there as well. Listen, is it the purest fights, the purest fight fans fight? Maybe not. Are there other people that you would want to see Ryan fight against as far as like a WBC welterweight title defense? Yeah, sure. But this is a fun fight, man. This is a fun fight. It's great for Mexican Independence Day weekend. It's going to be interesting how the UFC is going to do with Noche UFC. I suspect they'll put Noche earlier in the day to lead into this. What a day for Paramount Plus, by the way. So I loved it. I loved everything about it. Now, they got into it. Speaking of the Spanish, they got into it in Spanish, back and forth. In case you missed it, take a look at how well Conor Benn speaks Spanish.
¿Qué vas a hacer? ¿Qué más mexicano que tú, cabrón? ¿Qué vas a hacer? ¿Hacer algo? Este cinturón va conmigo para Londres, pendejo. Pendejo, va conmigo para Londres, tú ya lo sabes. I'm getting too old for this shit. Who's got the next question?
Does anyone understand what Conor was saying? He sounded like Scarface up there. Cabrone. I don't know. Anyone know?
I heard Jordan's flipping basically.
Yeah,
Jordan's
Jordan
going to
translate for us.
Oh, Jordan? Please.
There's some curses that can't be repeated on the air. I don't want to censor.
All right.
You know?
There's also another video of them, I guess, trying to go at it. Let's take a look.
I'll come over there and smack them glasses straight off your face. That's what I'll do. Sitting there.
You won't do shit. I promise you won't do shit. I promise you won't
do shit. You won't do shit.
Work or shoot, guys. Work or shoot.
Both.
Are they amping it up or is it real?
Do shit.
Working themselves into a shoot.
Do shit.
Okay.
We won't do shit. Yeah, he won't do shit. He won't do shit.
By the way,
who won't do shit is a good question.
If it's a work, I'm in. I've been hooked. I'm in.
It's a fun fight. Those
Sign
are
me
two
up.
all-action guys. Like it's just, There's better boxers than Conor Benn that I would rather see Ryan Garcia fight. But as far as like matching his intensity, matching his energy, and Conor Benn is not a top tier boxer of the level that some of these guys that are, the conversation is happening around. But as far as bringing the fight, as far as excitement, as far as energy, like Conor Benn is all of that. And so I love Garcia versus Benn.
It's also the fraud check, right? Like in terms of when Conor Benn signed for Zuffa, the talk from the UK, I remember Dave Allen was on TalkSport and he was like, this guy is the best match fighter of all time. Like, this feels like, okay, well, he's not going to be able to hide in there against Ryan Garcia.
No.
This is going to be an absolute check of his skill. And a lot of people feel like, with the likes of Pro Gray and even the Eubank fights, he was always put in the favorable position. So very interested to see how it goes, just in terms of the fight as well as all this stuff.
And there's also a lot of questions about the actual fight itself. Conor didn't look great in his last fight. Ryan looked amazing. Prior to that, Ryan didn't look great. Conor looked amazing. And so it feels very Jekyll and Hyde-ish. I'm very curious to see who turns up, how it looks, what the crowd is like. Young whippersnapper journalist Donna Corby, a.k.a. DC, asked Dana White about Oscar De La Hoya's involvement. Here's what he had to say.
What involvement does Oscar De La Hoya have in this fight?
Not a lot, I guess. He said, what does Oscar have involvement with this? I mean, he's part of it, right? Yeah, he's cool.
So, they're co-promoters with Ryan and our company, Ryan Garcia Promotions. So, they're partners with
This is
us.
the shadiest looking dude of all time.
They're co-promoter.
Shoots the two guys with dark sunglasses on, being like, yeah, everything's fine.
One's Henry Garcia, by the way. Put some respect on Mr. Garcia's name.
I know, but look at the dude.
No, I know.
Fucking in there, for fuck's sake.
My understanding is this is a lot like the Times Square card, in which Garcia signed a 2-fight deal to be promoted by Sella, Ring, whatever you want to say. And so this is a part of it. And so this might be like when Katie Taylor fought on Netflix, Eddie wasn't really there. Or when AJ fought on Netflix, Eddie wasn't really there. This might be one of those things. I'd love to talk to Oscar about all of that. But massive fight and a huge coup for Zuffa Boxing, for Dana, for Turkey, for Nick Khan. Like, it's a huge coup to get these two big names, one of the biggest stars as far as American boxing is concerned, one of the biggest stars as far as UK boxing is concerned, on Paramount Plus. That's a juicy fight. I wonder if they shopped it around. I wonder if they tried to put it on Netflix. But for Paramount, this is by far the biggest fight. I mean, you can make the case right now in the 7+ months into the whole Paramount Plus TKO partnership. It's McGregor, it's White House, it's Strickland Khamzat, and it's this. Like, this is top 5 biggest fights that they put on.
Yes.
In my opinion.
I mean, the debut with Patty and
yeah,
Justin,
that's big.
maybe.
That's still top 5.
Yeah. They've been doing big fights for them.
Huge.
They've absolutely been doing big fights.
And this would be the biggest as far as boxing is concerned. It
By
was a very busy Saturday for Dana White. He met up with the Fishers. Here he is having a bit of Chinese with Big John and Johnny Fisher.
We're really excited to have you on board. September 26th, Copper Bosch. We'll see you there. Bosch.
Here he is. Actually,
what did you feel about Dana's Bosch?
Okay, before we get to that, let's watch him do it again. He does it again as they're actually having takeout Chinese. A nice little wrinkle. Take a look.
This is a better Bosch.
Look where we are, New York. We're with the boss, Big Dana. Dana, give a big shout out to the Montfort Army, September the 26th. I can't wait, brother. He's looking forward to it, and he's going to have a blue walkie beforehand as well. Bosch.
Which one's worse, his or mine? From way back when.
Do you have that one, Frankie?
I don't have that one.
No, you do. You have mine.
Bash.
You played it recently, last week.
You got to just make it your own. You have to attack it some kind of way. You know what I mean? No one's going to be able to do it like against the Fishers. Yeah.
He can't do it. Yeah, him calling it the Copper Bosch Arena as well.
That's what we say.
Give him some credit.
I know.
Give him some credit.
You felt like it was forced.
I appreciate him even trying, though.
There it is.
Do it again.
So, one more time. Bosh. Yeah, there it is. Well, you edited it a little too abruptly.
Give me a fucking break.
I say this with the utmost love. Seeing Big John and Johnny Fisher having the Chinese with Dana, like, first of all, they're so linked to Eddie over the years, but does it not kind of feel like when Bret Hart joined the NWO? Like, there's just something like
fit. The pieces just don't fit.
They're so innocent and lovable, and it's just like, this guy, he doesn't
belong here.
Someone in the back probably told him, okay, they like Chinese, they say Bosch, it's the Copper Bosch, not the Copper. Like, there had to have been someone giving him the, because, like,
yeah, for sure.
This guy, it just
okay. I agree with you, but then,
I'm delighted for Johnny for getting all the money and all that stuff, but it just, there's something.
Yeah, there's a mismatch there.
Yeah.
But so is there when Eddie Hearn is talking about the business of MMA, now that he's representing
okay, all right,
Tom Aspinall and
fair play,
Machado Garrett. He doesn't quite speak the language that Dana White speaks in that regard either.
Okay. I mean, these days, you know what I love? Someone asked Dana at the, Dana told this amazing story press conference. Did you guys see this? He says that he's actually flying over Oklahoma City from New York back home, and they realize they're flying over Oklahoma City, and he makes the executive decision mid-air to land the plane.
I don't buy that for 1 second.
This is what he said.
No, I know.
That's some gangster shit.
So someone asked him about a random fight, I don't remember which, and he's like, well, actually, I only saw the main and co-main because we were flying, we made the decision, and here I am, and I'm going home. No. And then someone asked him about someone else, like, I can't remember. Oh, do you have something in the works for Andre Puliev? Like that type of fighter? And you could tell he would not fucking know who this guy is. He has no idea who he is. He does not know anything about like the inner workings of the promotion. Now, I understand what you're saying regarding, Eddie and MMA, and it's a very, very fair point. And speaking of which, Eddie was at the Matchroom card. He had his own Matchroom card in California, I do believe, on Saturday. Diego Pacheco on the card. And who was there? Our old friend Bohashinia. Look at this guy. A little rubbing of the elbows with Eddie Hearn. Eddie's done some interviews now talking about how they linked up, and he's mentioned my name. So I do feel like I need to clear this up. This is all that happened, all right? God is my witness. I'll show you the transcripts. This is all that happened. They did see the interview with him on the show, they being Paolo and Tamara. They said they liked the interview very much, and they asked if I could put them in touch with Eddie. So I said, I'd be happy to ask. I don't just give out phone numbers and whatnot. I asked Eddie. He said, would love to. I gave Eddie Tamara's number, or I gave Tamara Eddie's number, one or the other, and that was it. So this happens all the time. Hey, do you mind putting me in touch? I'm happy to do it, but I had nothing to do. I did not tell anyone to reach out. I did not want anything to do with it. That is not my place. But that's exactly what happened, and they would say it as well. Saw the interview, the last one in studio, said they loved what he had to say about the business of the sport, wanted to talk to him. I asked if he was interested. He said yes, and away we go. But interesting stuff, right? Like, what does that mean? What does that mean when Paolo's there? Is Paolo going to use him? He's got one fight left. What are they going to do?
On the talent agency?
But this is actually the one who's like a true free agent. He has one fight left. Tom doesn't have a fight left. Ian certainly doesn't have a fight left. This is the one where it's like a true free agent situation. I don't know. This one's interesting.
What do you think? So say, right, let's hypothesize here. Like imagine this happens, right? He's out of contract. He's signed with Eddie Hearn. What does Eddie Hearn do with him?
Yeah, but hasn't Eddie Hearn said he's not in the MMA management business as of yet?
But he signs for Eddie as Eddie the promoter.
I feel like with Tom, he's his manager. I feel like with Ian, he's not. I don't know what he would be with Paolo. But the bottom line is, okay, if Paolo wants to test the free agent market, where is he going? There's PFL, UFC, maybe MVP. There's not a ton of choices. GFL, that's right. Oh, they signed Marlon Moraes. I saw that.
Huge.
So let's see what happens. Andy Cruz with a big win. The Olympian bouncing back on Saturday. Here he is against Abraham Montoya on Saturday. Look at this. Capacity crowd on hand. Bang! Big Andy coming off his first pro loss. Looking good. Shout out to the Cuban. And shout out to Amanda Serrano continuing to break barriers. Her next fight going to be on TikTok. This was announced on Thursday at the Pechanga Casino. What do you guys think about the TikTok announcement? Is there?
It's a bit bizarre.
Is there Pip? No, there isn't, right?
I don't think so.
I actually don't know.
Let's
and
see.
like, are you only going to be able to stream it on your phone or tablet? Like, you won't be able to get it on TV?
Another good question. Also, can you go?
I feel like certain smart TVs have TikTok integrated.
Can you go horizontal?
Yes, you can. You can go.
There's no way people are watching a vertical video fight.
Yeah, it's long.
On TikTok. Can't do it. They're doing the whole card too.
So like right now, I'm watching a video. Yeah, there is no Pip. Oof, that's tough.
You and the Pip.
The Pip is big.
Well, the Pip is
Ariel's not
especially
watching
big.
the fight. Basically, is what we know. We know Ariel's
forced
not
to
watching.
watch it on.
The Pip is big. What can I say? The Pip is big. But it's interesting. They're trying different things. I don't think this is going to be a part of the ESPN deal per se. So let us see. Let us see. Now back to Fanatics Fest, guys. In or out on Tom Brady versus Logan Paul?
Couldn't be more out. I don't think there's a level of.
What was
out
the chair
that-
thing from? Do you have that? Sorry,
Okay.
Go ahead.
Here's Tom and Logan have been flirting. There's been something going on. I actually thought that there was going to be something going on in April at WrestleMania. Here they are at Fanatics Fest. Tommy slapping Logan. The best part is Karl Anthony Towns is in the middle. Slapped him kind of on the ear there. Cat's just everywhere these days. I mean, omnipresent. Look at him. Looking cool as hell with the sunglasses too. What's up with Logan's hair, by the way, these days? What's going on? It's actually like old school Logan.
Yeah, it looks like back in the day, the YouTube days.
And now here they are at the game on Saturday, World Cup final, and Tommy's just, what is going on? With
Hair
Michael
really
Rubin.
is straight out of like 2007.
Yeah, Michael
sold.
Rubin in the middle. You love it?
I'm sold. Do
Intern
it.
Josh the Mark.
Josh.
Tell us why.
Exploding barbed wire death match. We gotta book it.
Now I'm in.
So
I'm in.
there
I don't
are
want to see Tom Brady wrestle.
There are a lot of people, I see the sentiment being, why are you lowering yourself to this, Tom? Why are you doing it? Did you see the thing that he did with the casket?
No.
You didn't see that?
I saw that. No,
So there were a bunch of WWE entrances, like Justin Bieber had one, Terrence Crawford, we'll show you in a sec. He did one too as The Undertaker, but they were playing 28-3 highlights.
Sick.
And he comes out and does that. And the truth is, there are a lot of people who are like, Michael Jordan would never do this.
Yeah.
You know, Leo Messi would never do this.
Tom Brady, like, I was walking the other day and there's like the Vault card shop by Tom Brady. Tom Brady has his name on everything now. Pizza Hut commercials, does the Fox broadcasting. He is in this game to make money.
I'm not even going that route. I'm not doing the like Tom is lowering himself. I don't want to see Tom Brady wrestle.
I'm in.
For what? You want to see Tom Brady wrestle?
Who cares?
For what?
He's gonna fucking come out there and just
First of
throw
all,
like one thing. Just boom, there it is.
If you're gonna wrestle fucking Eli Manning or something. I don't want to see you wrestle Logan Paul.
Why?
Did you see him hitting the chair shot? It was
What do you mean why?
The fact that
history?
Logan...
The history is he
this
did
is the history.
a fake slap on him?
I mean, that's always been the history.
No.
Lawrence Taylor, Bam Bam Bigelow. There was no history. Lawrence Taylor was standing in the middle.
Halliburton, Jalen Brunson. You actually make something that makes sense.
No. When Logan made his debut, it was against The Miz. There was no history there. When Bad Bunny made his debut, he's going up against Damian Priest. There's no history there.
Because those guys are.
Those
first
are all
of all, Bad Bunny's actually
fictitious.
trying to wrestle. Tom Brady's going to come in and do one.
It's never
stupid-
when celebs wrestle, know your history, it's never celeb versus celeb. It's celeb versus wrestler, and the wrestler carries him. And so the fact that Logan Paul has gone to a place to where he's now the wrestler carrying the
couldn't care
celeb,
less.
it's pretty remarkable. Trust me. I'm not a Tom Brady guy. I don't like Tom Brady, but I don't understand the big hullabaloo. Like, oh, he's ruining his legacy. Like,
I don't
let the guy
believe
have
that.
fun. Let the guy have fun. Who cares?
Is he that bored that he needs to like
Oh, here's
entertain
Jordan.
himself with this? This is like honestly, this is
So
dumb.
you feel like he's ruining his legacy?
No, I just think
This isn't
like
what's
I just
gonna
don't.
ruin
I
his
don't
legacy.
care. I don't need to see Tom Brady doing anything outside of football related stuff.
But the truth is, you don't have to watch. So, like, why is it bothering
watch.
people so much? That's I guess the question.
It actually doesn't bother me at all.
Well,
I just
maybe not you specifically.
do not care.
But I'm seeing so many people being like, he's ruining his legacy. He's ruining it. Like, can't he have fun? He's in great shape. He's having a good time. He's clearly enjoying it. Maybe his kids like wrestling. He's doing it for them. I don't know.
Tom Brady seems to have moved into a entertainer space, right?
Sure.
He has become like a Kevin Hart type figure. He is doing the roast and all these other things. He is clearly the flag football. He is clearly up for like doing these things. I have no issue with it. I don't care about that part. I just like, what does a Tom Brady wrestling match look like? I have no interest in that.
Would you watch it?
No. For
I
what?
would, I
What
would
am
watch it just for the spectacle.
I'll see it on Twitter the same way I saw this.
Can I tell you what I think the issue is? Honestly, I think the best angles, especially when it comes to celebrities, the greatest celebrity angle of all time is probably Andy Kaufman versus Jerry Lawler. The best angles when it comes to celebrities is when it feels real. And this doesn't really feel real.
Yeah, that's my point. That's why I said Eli Manning, right? That feels real. He actually hates him.
I don't know about that, but when Lawrence Taylor did it with Bam Bam Bigelow, WrestleMania 11, I do believe it was, Lawrence was in the front row, Bam Bam bumps into him. That kind of felt like, oh, that could happen to where they could get into it because he bumped into him. It just feels more, this feels, I don't know, there's something inauthentic about it. Still going to watch it, still interested. Not everyone could be choke slamming Dominic Mysterio through a table, so not everyone could just be like a natural like that.
But there's they bring out Tyrese Halliburton and Jalen Brunson always at the same time. It feels
That's what I said.
Like there's heat there. They don't like each other, or they seem to not like each other. Knicks fans don't like Tyrese. Pacers fans don't like. What do Tom Brady and Logan Paul have to do with each other?
But again, it's like, what did Bam Bam and Lawrence
Nothing,
Taylor
but
have
you're
to do with
remembering
each other?
that fondly.
What did Floyd and Big Show have to do with each other? Nothing.
Are these like all-time good gimmicks? Is that what you're like? I don't remember.
I'm literally thinking of the biggest. You don't remember Floyd and Big Show?
I remember it. I'm just not remembering that as like an iconic moment.
Oh yes,
broke his nose. Yeah.
These are the most. These are the most popular celebrity crossover matches.
Right, the most popular celebrity, but are they the most popular?
Well,
wrestling?
we're talking about celebrity matches right now. We're not talking about wrestling. I'm not talking about Bret Hart versus Stone Cold, WrestleMania 13. I'm talking about celebrity crossovers that work and don't work.
What are the ones that didn't work? You're pointing out these as the ones that work. What are the ones that
those are the gold standard. What didn't work?
I'd argue none of these worked.
Oh, you couldn't be more. Are you out of your mind?
Are these iconic?
Lawrence Taylor, Bam Bam Bigelow headlined WrestleMania.
I don't know that one, so you could.
It literally headlined WrestleMania.
But like Big Show versus Floyd Mayweather is not a seminal moment from my childhood.
Massive deal.
Mr. T and Hulk Hogan?
Massive deal. WrestleMania 1 main event.
So basically, after like the 80s and 90s, it didn't work anymore.
No, I'd say Logan worked.
Mike Tyson DX thing, that worked.
Massively. Dennis Rodman and Karl Malone worked. In the NWO?
So like 90s was the cutoff.
I'd actually say majority of celebrity involvements have worked.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys, according to you guys, they've all worked. They're amazing. They're the best thing we've got. But my point is,
this is one of the worst takes. Josh, I'm so happy you're here.
In the scope of
these
wrestling,
are some of the biggest
suck. They all suck.
They're some of the biggest money-making matches in the history of wrestling, and I would venture to say that most of them are looked back on fondly by wrestling fans. Like, I would say Jelly Roll was all right.
Jelly Roll was great, right? It was just so much fun. No. I'm so glad
Jelly
we did
Roll
it.
at SummerSlam last year. Josh, would you agree? People liked them.
Fuck me. Yeah, why not?
It's
your bar is in the gutter for this.
McAfee,
shit.
People loved him.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Can I ask?
I'm telling you, they
the
did.
WWE product is being criticized a lot, right? The usual shows. Is there anything to do with that?
What was it? Travis Scott? That was a fun one.
Travis Scott was a bust. Travis Scott was a bust.
They're going to
never
all
ended.
busts.
They're not all busts. This is such a bad
After the
take.
90s, none of these work. Nobody buys it.
Floyd and Big Show was post 90s. What are you talking about?
Why is Floyd and Big Show like the gold standard? Like,
there's not that many. There's only been like 20.
They all stink.
You're so wrong about this. Oh my God, you're so wrong about this.
You're literally taking an alternative. It's like we could do a wrestling match with good wrestlers or people that actually have heat. No, instead we're going to do
lot of good
the
wrestling.
Big Show and Floyd Mayweather that nobody cares about.
Bad Bunny was like 2 or 3 years ago, and he actually was wrestling legitimate matches one-on-one.
Yes, that's because he's actually wrestling.
Yeah, I mean, he was a celebrity who really
Is Tom Brady coming in to go to wrestling school? If he is, I'm in.
He's also like 48 years old.
You're pointing out the exact reasons why nobody needs to see or do this.
Look, going back to Pete's point there, a lot of people are annoyed, and they were annoyed about Saturday too. They're like, oh, TKO just cares about, celebrity, just cares about ESPN, just cares about like getting on SportsCenter. They like, why is Jalen Brunson in the main event? Why is Cat? I think that's dumb. Like, they were at MSG. It was a massive deal to have 2/5. But there are a lot of people saying like, oh, they're trying to do this while AEW is trying to put on real wrestling. I think this stuff is fun. Let's not take this too seriously.
Brunson and Halliburton and Cat and all that makes all the sense in the world. I think that's perfect. That's how you use it. Tom Brady versus Logan Paul isn't anything. It's not a thing.
It is a thing, and it's going to get a lot of attention. And if you look at social media, it gets a lot of attention, and this stuff works. But if you're a diehard, if you're a purist, you say this is hogwash. And I think ultimately people don't like it because they think it's hokey because Michael Rubin is standing there and it all feels like a big commercial. And that's fine. All to say, I don't think Tom is ruining his legacy by partaking in any of this.
Definitely not.
I think that's a little bit crazy.
Deflategate did that.
What about, okay, Bud Crawford. I could say a million things. Bud Crawford. So they did a bunch of like celeb wrestling walkouts. Bud Crawford's was the best. Take a look at this. We can't play the music because it's Shawn Michaels music, but look how into Bud Crawford. I've never seen Bud Crawford.
Is he a wrestling guy?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, wrestling.
Oh, we got the hopping?
Look at this. Look at this from Bud Crawford.
Okay.
Bud Crawford is loving this. I've never seen this type of personality out of Terrence Crawford. Look how into it he is.
He doesn't do this for his own boxing
No,
matches.
look at this.
So why is Tom the guy and not Bud? Shit, I'll watch Bud.
Oh my God, Bud in wrestling would be amazing.
Yeah,
You could
do
finally see
Bud.
those hips in action, the sprawl.
That was great.
Yeah.
That was actually great.
There were a lot of them. Like Bieber came out.
By the way, they did this last year as
Yeah.
well. Tom did one last year that we were like standing next to while he did it.
Bieber came out to NWO, but he was more singing. It was a little bit different. Anyway, here is Bieber, Novak Djokovic, Tom Brady doing a striking challenge. Just Bieber just like rolling around. He's just like hanging out at FNX Fest. That's what he's doing.
Oh,
He's just doing
damn.
striking
All right, that's
challenges.
not a bad number.
780, not bad. Shirtless. That's your boy Novak.
Oh wow!
Sure
Why was
is.
Tom's ass out so much?
Yeah, why is his ass out? What's going on?
That kind of looks like him in the pocket.
All right.
It kind of looks like him in the pocket.
9/11 for Tommy.
I think it was
No, 8/11.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. All right.
Still not bad.
Oh, Novak, come on, bro.
Here we go.
Novak just kind of
Yo.
putting it out there. Come on,
He's protecting those instruments there.
Wait, who was that? I missed that.
Brody
oh,
Cody Rhodes. Wait, what did he get? Ooh.
Ooh, Cody Rhodes, the weakest of them all.
Wait.
Hey,
Bieber got better than Cody Rhodes?
Yeah, he smoked them.
You know why Novak's punch was so weak?
Why?
Yeah, he's looking after his bleeding hands.
Nah, he got the shot.
No, actually, he's famously Novak.
I know. It's a joke. Maybe the shot is what he was.
That reference is so old that I didn't even connect.
I had no idea what was going on.
That's why he's my GOAT. Doesn't have anything to do with his
Hell yeah.
on-court play.
Yeah,
Well,
obviously,
front bench
obviously.
does not stand Novak.
Yeah, of course you guys.
Brave.
You guys don't. You
Was
guys
I
on
the
your
only
18th
one?
Booster?
Was I the only one that had FOMO looking at all this? None of you
Nah,
guys?
I thought it was pretty cool.
Wow. You weren't into it, GC. You thought it was lame.
Not lame. I just wasn't. I saw a couple clips.
You were just like,
I wasn't like, get me to the Javits.
oh, I love the Javis.
ASAP. Need
One
to
of the
get
best spots. Speaking of tennis stars, the great Carlos Alcaraz was on display yesterday at the final. Here he is hanging out with
Display.
Khabib Nurmagomedov. What about that dude in the right? Did you see that one clip where Carlos thinks that they're going up 1-0? It's like a great shot.
Yeah.
And he's like, ah.
And then he's immediately like, oh, shit, no. Great pick. And the one of him and Lamine Yamal with the trophy is incredible.
Oh, I didn't see that. Carlos,
yeah. Finished the career Grand Slam, by the way, this year, 2026. Spain wins the World Cup. 2010, Rafael Nadal finishes the career Grand Slam. Spain also wins the World Cup.
Goat?
Ooh.
That'd be Novak's.
All right. A lot of people think John Jones is the GOAT. Here's Dana White talking to our good friend Adam Glynn on the streets of New York about a potential return for one Johnny Bones Jones.
It'd be great today. Lastly, John Jones. I know he's in squash with beef. There's been a little bit of tension, but maybe you guys can clear the air a little bit.
There's never been a beef with me and John. You know, we have this weird dynamic, and John is the greatest of all time. John knows where we stand and what we got going on, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Is there any chance that he fights again?
I don't know. That's up to him. He likes to talk about it, but actually getting a fight booked is a whole nother ballgame.
By the way, Alex Pereira was this close to becoming the greatest of all time had he beaten Cyril Gane. It's such an interesting thing because Dana keeps saying it's up to John, and John keeps saying like he's waiting for the offer, waiting for the call. I don't know who to believe at this point. It's
That
weird.
pause in the middle there said it all for me.
What does it say?
They're not doing anything. They're not on the same page at all. When he's wondering how to respond to this question,
they'll call him if they need him. But at this point, now what about this whole thing where he says, "Oh, we have to offer 3 fights," all that stuff.
But isn't he technically retired or is he back now? I don't actually know what his status is.
It's all very confusing. What about Dana White going online after the World Cup, just shitting all over the production?
This is tough.
And in doing so, crapping all over his own team.
Yeah.
Like, the team makes the mistake about the Jalen Williams thing. All right, whatever. You made them feel bad. I'm sure there was some like graphics operator who just spent the night crying. Like, it's a tough thing. To now triple down and go online. And what prompted this? Like, what was so bad about the production yesterday? Does anyone know? Like, did they make mistakes? Did they font the
Apparently
wrong?
they missed the flyover. Apparently the flyover was bad.
Oh my
they
God.
also on the European broadcast, they said Pharrell Williams was AKA Rocky, and then they corrected themselves and said he was ASAP Rocky.
Okay, but there's no chance Dana White's watching that. So what's prompting him?
He might have saw an X though or something.
They said that Matt Damon was Brad Pitt, I think, at some
Whoa,
point, too.
did they fuck up that bad? That's
okay, so maybe they did. Anyway, here's Dana getting all kinds of fired up about the World Cup production.
You know what's crazy? I actually teed up the guys who are doing the production, the guys responsible for the production of the World Cup, for you guys to hit a Grand Slam home run. Even though everybody in my team was arguing with me saying that you are the worst, I said, no, we are the worst. They didn't fuck it up as bad as we did. And what do you guys do? You triple down today and you just go, fuck you, Dana White. You're not beating us. We're the worst production team in the history of sports to ever show celebrities. I bow down. Congratulations to the producers of the World Cup. You guys win. You guys fucked up that flyover too. I'm not going to nitpick. I'm just giving you credit where credit is due. You guys absolutely fucking suck. We are the second worst.
What is this thing about?
If I'm the production team, I'm feeling a type of way watching that.
Not only that, it's like, I teed it up for you, and you were there to put. Like what? Like you think they're sitting around being like, what does Dana White have to say about this?
I teed it up by completely shitting on my production team to them, saying that they're the worst, even though they argued it was the World Cup.
Do you think he thought?
There's a lot of people in football, especially that are covering European football and the World Cup and everything like that, that say Infantino's role model is Dana White due to his proximity to Trump. And he's watching it going like, I wish I could have his ear like this. I wish I could have this kind of relationship with him. So I actually do think Infantino will be pretty offended by Dana White saying this, because that is the ideal position he's looking for and his proximity to Trump. So I do actually think he'd be pissed off at that.
Infantino is Dana White's role model? Or,
yeah,
or
like,
the
no, the other way around. Like Infantino
White.
wishes he was Dana White. Wishes he was as close to Trump as Dana. Like a lot of
Ultimately, isn't he crapping on Fox? He probably was watching this on Fox, I would imagine. I thought Fox's production was pretty damn good of the whole damn thing.
Dana says worst production in history of all of sports.
Do you think he like cooked
and
this?
he doesn't dramatic. Like he's never dramatic like that.
It's just such a weird thing.
It's always honed in on the celebrity thing too. It's like that doesn't really reflect the entirety of the broadcast, right? Like the UFC broadcast wasn't materially different just because they fucked up the Shakur thing.
Maybe
Like,
just show the celebs.
Fucking prison.
And if they're famous enough, we'll just know who they are.
I know, but Matt Damon for Brad Pitt is pretty rough. Like
that's what I'm saying. Just show Matt Damon.
Is that what they did?
Matt Damon.
Apparently, I'm seeing that online.
But it was like, did they font him?
I don't know.
Who gives a crap? Honestly, who gives a crap?
Odyssey was great.
Odyssey was great. By the way,
you saw it. All right. My bad.
I see everyone talking about it. Our own intern Josh did one of these walkouts. Let's see how he stacks up against one Terrence Crawford. Let me see. Okay, here he is.
There's me on the left here doing Degeneration X with my good boy Dylan.
Okay, not bad. Could you use a little zoom in on the camera there? Not as big of a crowd for you guys as opposed to an extra. And you just walked off. You just walked off there. You didn't go the full length of the ramp.
We did not. We had to go off to the right. Clearly, they've made improvements since this was a few years ago.
Okay.
And also, there was absolutely no pop.
No pop whatsoever.
No pop. No.
What are we looking at? Who's out
Who is
there?
who? What is going on here?
I'm on the left, and
see
my
it
good
again.
friend Dylan's on the right.
Left of screen or right of
Left
screen?
of screen. That's me in the gray.
That's you in the gray. Okay.
The hair was fantastic back then.
Yeah. What year is this?
Wow, is that saying that his hair is not good now? Damn.
Yeah. I had some lettuce in 2022.
This is 4 years ago?
That stage a little tough.
In Dallas.
Fanatics Fest come a long way.
Yeah. Well, this is not Fanatics Fest. This is like WrestleMania Access, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So who are you what are you looking out at when you're walking out?
Your boy holding the camera?
My boy holding the camera, and then the three people also standing there while the other people
there it is.
A little suck it, yeah.
Degenerate into something more. I
we
just
could
got
have used the
tired.
crowd saying "suck it" with us
I
while
love
we were
that.
doing it. But,
I was trying to.
So it was just you two looking at each other being like, suck it.
I like it.
Suck it. Yeah.
By the way, you're in sync. You're in sync.
Yeah, you guys did good.
we practiced it a lot right behind the
All right,
screen.
3, 2, 1, suck.
Who's
Got
Hunter and
the
who's
sax.
Sean? You know? or is it the road dog?
I love the point at each other there. Are you nervous in the back before you make the walk? Before you walk through the curtain?
What's the last thing you say to each other before you walk out?
I remember the music hitting out of nowhere. I was like, oh my god, the music's playing. Let's go.
Let's
It
go.
felt like I was actually in Gorilla. It was great.
Is there an actual gorilla back there?
No, but it is the actual stage they used for live events.
Ah, that's tremendous. I love that.
This is great.
I love that for you, Josh. I love that. Never lose. Don't let these people, beat the wrestling fandom out of you. All right?
I won't. I already pre-ordered my ticket for Fanatics Fest.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Me and you, we're the only ones who care.
Pre-ordered his ticket for Brady Paul as well.
Oh yeah, they're working on it.
Brady Paul, that's the match of the century.
By the way, we've been talking about this. They're doing WrestleMania 43 in Riyadh, and they announced on Saturday, Josh, did you see this? They're going to be doing NXT, AAA, and maybe something else. Oh, like watch party.
They're going to be doing watch parties. That's in New York City. And
at
then
the Infosys.
Yes, and they're also looking into doing all different watch parties throughout the U.S., which
what do you
are yet
think?
to be announced.
What do you think about this?
I mean, it's smart. It's good. I would be very surprised if AEW doesn't run a big event. I can see them going into New York City as well, doing Arthur Ashe, Louis Armstrong like they did for Double or Nothing. I'd be very surprised. It's pretty much the 1 year they have to really capitalize on this weekend in America where WWE is not there. So I'd be surprised, but I mean, it's the right thing WWE should do. I feel bad for talent that won't be able to travel to WrestleMania in Saudi for, NXT and AAA, but it is what it is.
Some breaking news. One championship star, Rug, is leaving One Championship. This is one of the biggest blows to come to the promotion in quite some time. After 5 years, my chapter with One Championship has officially come to an end. I gave everything to the organization, but after everything that happened before, during, and after my last fight, I can no longer continue under these circumstances. My release has now been agreed. I am ready for the next chapter, ready to fight in August, and my next fight will be announced this Friday. Thank you to everyone who has supported me through this journey. See you in the cage, Rug. What do you guys think?
UFC should go after him.
He's such a great character.
He's beat Buchecha as well. I actually did a deep dive on this whole wrestling scene. He came from like crazy. It's insane.
I remember that.
Yeah, he's really interesting. I can remember I was talking to his brother, and he was like taking me around the training zones, like where the Senegalese dudes train, and they're all fucking beasts. But really, really interesting guy. Had an explosive start to professional MMA. I think it was with Aries, right, in France. And he had a viral clip. He obviously fought Buchecha and won. Buchecha hasn't gone so well in UFC, but UFC need heavyweights. They need people who they're interested in that division. I think it's a natural thing for them to do. I doubt it's that, obviously, if he's saying his fight's going to be announced on Friday, but I would love to see him get the call up to the UFC. I think he adds a lot to that division.
When you said explosive, by the way, the first thing I thought of was this whole Taco Bell.
Parasite?
Yeah. They keep like hammering home that word.
Have any of you got it? The lettuce, right? It's lettuce, isn't it?
My wife is defiant. She is having salad like she is laughing in the face. Yeah.
On the way home. Fly was September 12th.
Can I tell you guys something? Have you guys ever had sourdough pizza?
Sure have. Yeah.
Have you really?
I think I have.
We had sourdough pizza.
Sourdough crust.
No, but it's like the dough is sourdough.
Right.
Yeah. Blew me away. I felt so much better. There's this place that opened up near us, sourdough pizza. Not only that, it was so unique. It was tiny, and there's a bar. I hate sitting at the bar. You have to interact, this and that. But the bar is not like your typical bar. They're making the pizza right in front of you. So like I'm sitting here, and the dude's making the pizza right there. And I get to watch him do the whole thing, and I'm asking him questions with the sourdough and this and that. And first
You're
of all,
watching a guy put his hands all in your food.
it was great. He puts it in the oven.
You didn't care.
Olives and pineapple?
So at first I asked for olives. Then I'm like, you know what? Let's go with the original margarita. This is my first time here. I just want to have it. But the point is, we had the salad as well. This is back on Thursday. We had the salad.
Oh, you ate the salad.
Salad.
Takes 14 days for the symptoms.
Okay, perfect. Well, we feel great.
That's kicking in.
And we're laughing in the face of all this hysteria.
I can't believe this. You're watching somebody handle your food and you're eating salad.
I was enjoying it.
Do not taunt the diarrhea gods.
I don't want.
They will pay back.
Do any of you know someone who got it?
No.
Do any of you know anyone that got it?
I probably ate all of it and
maybe it's not
just didn't affect me.
I had a dream that I went to Taco Bell. I had been drinking for the World Cup final, and I went to Taco Bell, and I just housed my meal, and then I was like, why the fuck did I just do that? I'm going to get the parasite.
And?
I woke up, and I was just
You're
dreaming.
fine.
Thank God.
Hang on. Is it only at Taco Bell?
No, but that's like a lot of the lettuce goes through there. Taylor Farm.
I saw that Taylor Farms had their lettuce tested, and it was not from them.
Horrible PR. Wow. Yeah, they came out with a statement today.
Oh, they got to sue for libel, no?
Horrible
that's
PR.
pretty rough.
Yeah.
That,
That's fucking
Could
illegal.
I get you to eat a salad right now, Connor? Like, what would it take?
A bagged shredded lettuce salad.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna pass on it.
There's no amount of money.
No, there's an amount of money. I'll have explosive diarrhea for.
If you were at like a really, really, really nice restaurant,
Oh, those are the worst.
Don't need it.
Oh, all right.
Like a Smith and Walensky.
No, I wouldn't consider that like really, really, really nice. I'm talking like Michelin star, highest produce.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind. By the way, thank you to intern Josh for letting me know that Noche UFC's main card will start at 5 Eastern. We were talking about this, so that should end by around 8, and that would roll nicely right into the Ryan Garcia fight on Paramount Plus. Big day for Paramount Plus. Okay, just a couple more things. Volkan Ozdemir, he posted this statement pretty much saying that at the end of 2025, he competed in Qatar. Yes, a few days later, I was contacted on Instagram by a healthcare professional based in Switzerland. He introduced himself as a supporter and suggested that we meet. During our first meeting, he told me about his connections with influential people, investment opportunities in one of the Gulf states, and potential prospects for my career after retirement. He also mentioned the possibility of patronage. I was 36 years old, thinking about life after my sporting career, so I was interested. I was recovering from ankle surgery, healthcare professional, and I met again. The conversation shifted. He no longer talked about business, but about my recovery. He presented me with a plan that, according to him, would get me back to peak physical condition within 2 months. He showed me a substance that he described as safe and undetectable. He had prepared a vial of EPO. He told me not to tell anyone about it. I complied. I gave myself the first injection that same evening. That was my decision, and it was the biggest mistake of my life. And so this is him acknowledging that he took a banned substance, and I appreciate him coming out and giving his side of the story and not really, mincing words. He has been suspended for 16 months as a result of this. This is for violating the UFC's anti-doping policy, and they made that announcement last week. EPO, of course, became famous due to all the stuff with Lance Armstrong, if you may recall.
Ali Bagutinov, shout out.
As well, yeah. TJ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bigfoot Silva as well, when he sprayed blood all over the place against Cain Velasquez.
That's right. So there you have it. There is his explanation. And here's a tweet from Patty Pimblett. Did he really buy the stool? I don't think so.
This is great. This is great shit.
Even if he didn't, it's great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
There's no way he did. But
there's no way.
I think he did. I think that would. I would not put that past the buddy. Honestly,
there ain't no way. He's there and he's just picking it up. But
that's what I think.
The music, by the way, on the post is Ilya's music.
Yeah.
These two got to fight.
And the swipe, the other Instagram thing, is to the price of the chair.
It's a great troll. It's a great troll.
These two got to fight. Do we have any super chats, Mr. Frankie?
Super chats. We do, and we have some lovely interns that are going to read them for us.
Oh, yes. Who's up first? Let's go with intern Jack.
Hey, so Laser says, gents, how about Herb's aggressive fence push of the fighters hand grabbing the fence? Thanks for your content. Going through a small medical thing right now. The show helps.
Well, my friend, do wish you the best. And we're sending you all the love and support. I mean, I don't think there should be a gentle fence push. I think there should be a penalty or a warning.
Who was it? Cannoneer that grabbed it like 3 or 4 times in a row, and he just took his hand out of the fence, didn't take a point.
Yeah. I mean, should there be a point for a fence grab? I don't know.
Once you do it multiple times.
Multiple times, yes.
Second time, absolutely.
Yeah.
Just got to do it.
That's one where I'm like, all right, warning's okay. But the second time, third time, let's go. You're not hurting your opponent like an eye poke or a below the belt nut shot, but what else? Intern Josh.
Mohammed says, what a great lineup. Back with a bang.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Go back to back, Josh. That was a quick one.
Let's do it. We got Jake from Windy City saying, wonderful 40 days it has been, along with all the tourists enjoying everything Americana on social media. I wish U.S. Soccer would reevaluate its pay-to-play mentality so many kids can play the game.
Oh, yes, this has been something. And I'm in the midst of this with all the travel soccer and whatnot. They don't make it easy on you here in the U.S. Travel soccer is a crazy thing. We never had that. Do you have that over there in Ireland, Pete C?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Like, if you want to play high-level soccer here, like, you really have to pay a lot of money and go all over the place. And they weed out a lot of people, I feel like. They don't make it cheap at all.
No, I mean, over here, you generally, like, when I
They don't make it
football-
accessible is what I meant to say.
No, it's really accessible here. Like, I mean, the best players go to the best teams, even schoolboy.
And you have to pay for it or no?
I mean, you pay subs like €2 for the referee or something. On
Nah, I'm talking.
I think they have to pay insurance at the start of the year, and you pay for your kit. I think that's about it.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be like not more expensive than any other sport you'd play. Like,
yeah, it's tough.
I also could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure like 15, 16, you can get paid in Europe to play for the U17 teams or the U16 teams if you're like in a club, as to where here, that's when it gets the most expensive. Like, you know, $5,000 to play on a team for a whole season. That doesn't include travel, hotels, all those things. So, but yeah, like an MLS next team for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
well, that's ridiculous. Yeah.
My son talks about the MLS thing all the time. MLS next, MLS. What does it all mean? What else? Intern Jack.
Yeah, the Gator says the reporters should ask for an Aspinall update.
From who? Dana White? Yeah, I think they're going to try to get him in back into the year, maybe Abu Dhabi. What else, Intern Jack? What else?
Sammy says, World Cup was great. Now it's over. Back to focusing on MMA. Boxing and watching you guys throughout the week. Was hard combining the two.
Thank you, Sammy. Very nice of you. Yeah, sometimes it's hard. I hate when there's Champions League or World Cup during our show because it feels like we have a lot of competition, but we get it. And it was fun watching, and I will miss it. The greatest summer of our lives. I'm going to write a book about it one day. That's what I'm going to do. Intern Josh.
Here's Peter Byers saying, Rick says new fans aren't coming in. Why? Would love to see the spin. It's because the UFC, MMA, isn't welcoming anymore. It's right-wing MAGA sport.
Whoa. What gave that idea? Come on. It's crazy.
I don't think that's why, though.
I don't know.
Even if that's true, I think it's that everybody who has been exposed to UFC and MMA has been exposed to it. It is no longer a phenomenon. It is no longer new. All those people that got exposed to it from the pandemic are already exposed to it. You're either in or you're out.
Peaks and valleys. There could be another generational talent that comes along and a whole bunch of other kids start falling in love with them.
It's a great point.
I'm doubtful, but yes, I suppose it's possible.
Intern Jack, I believe.
Good call. Yeah,
Good point, Pete.
Schultz, he has a question asked me in January 2027 question for you guys. Who's going to have a better 12-month inaugural stretch when it's said and done, Zuffa or Raf?
I think Zuffa Boxing only because they've got the TV deal, they've got the backing, but it's a fun question. We don't know how, Raf is doing as far as their deal with Fox Nation and whatnot, but I don't think there's a soul on the planet, including like the hardest of hardcore wrestling fan, who thought that Real American Freestyle Wrestling would be where it is today. Now, I'm sure there are some like hardcore fans who are like, hey, look, it's all about Colby and Arman and Ben and Bilal, and these aren't like the guys that we want to see, but they're doing what they have to do and they're getting a lot of attention, and it's a wonderful success story so far. What else? I'll just let you guys, because now I'm forgetting who went when. So
all good. Youngmin 360 says UFC basically used IR and DDP's eye poke foul. Is this a first? Also, isn't Colby's crossover belt weird since he's not crossing over from anywhere anymore?
It's a fair point. Let me read that. What's IR? What does that mean?
It's replay.
Oh.
Yeah, Usman immediately, initially got time for the eye, and then they were like, nah, it was a punch. Go back to fighting.
Like mid.
I've seen it before, but low shots.
Yeah.
Instantly.
Not the first time.
Love it. That's also a state jurisdiction thing, but not the first time.
No, keep using it because that was clearly a punch by DDP.
I've seen Herzog consult, and then they immediately tell him what happened, and he restarts it. Yeah,
that's kind of what Colby was referring to as well. What else?
Jonah Far Out says, me and Frank need Fatima Klein in the studio. New York Rick should get working on it.
Wow.
Fatima.
Oh, wow.
Fatima. All caps need. I think she's coming in on Wednesday.
You got your wish, bud.
So there you go. What else?
J-Dash says, hot takes.
Okay.
1, Colby is back.
People love
2, Tommy Gunn versus Peyton Talbot would be a sick fight. Don't care about weight class.
I was just going to say, yeah, all right.
Clearly.
Yeah.
3, Drake is top 5 personalities in UFC. He's a low-key wizard on the mic. Get him on.
Trust me. He ain't easy to get on.
Yeah.
No.
Couldn't Peyton just go up to 45?
Yeah, he could. He could for sure. DDP's a great character. I enjoy DDP, even though he, leaves us at the altar time and again. What else?
Gisette says, don't really mind the LV box for the trophies since it's been happening now since 2010 in South Africa, and it's cool seeing a football legend unpack it.
It felt a little tacky. I mean, look, it's LV. It's not, I don't know.
Checkers.
A lot of bollocks.
Yeah.
A lot of bollocks.
It ain't Skechers, but it's,
Don't hate on
shout out to
Skechers.
Love Skechers. What do you mean?
Put up in a Skechers thing.
I mean, OG wears Skechers.
Paid a lot of money to do so.
I'm just saying, I'm sure LV paid. Actually, my kids were asking me, how much do you think they paid for that? The LV
millions.
box.
Insane.
Millions.
A lot.
I said somewhere in the range of 5 to 10 million.
Probably as much as like
it's all
double
for
what people
sale. The
paid
game's
for
all
a
for
commercial.
sale.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it. It's all for sale. Great.
Every man has his price. What else, guys?
Nathan Garcia asks, when a fighter misses weight and wins, do they get deducted 20% of their total win or just show money? If they're on the show/win model, that is.
That's a good one. I do believe it's the show. I do. Because how would you know, right? And it wouldn't be fair to take 20% of the win if you didn't win yet. So you agreed to this beforehand. But show win sucks. What else, guys? What else?
We already heard about this, but Sleeto said Patty won the auction for the stool Ilya
Yes.
quit on.
Thanks, Sleet.
What else?
Our Collagen says, hi guys, what do you expect in the main event for UFC Paris to be?
Hearing rumblings. But let's see. What else?
That's all we got.
Okay. Amazing. It's been a wonderful day, guys. It's been a wonderful day. Tomorrow's going to be an even better day. We have Bruce Buffer joining us. Bruce Buffer was on display. What about the fact that they were talking over Bruce and Michael Buffer yesterday? That might have been what Dana got pissed off about. You know what I mean? Michael Buffer and Bruce Buffer are hyping up the crowd, and they're just talking like they're wallpaper. It was crazy. I was actually deeply offended by that. Bruce Buffer up there doing his thing.
This is truly the moment I have been waiting for.
Bruce Buffer going to join us. Brandon Royval going to join us, fresh off of having surgery. What's so funny over there? Why you guys are enjoying this hat thing so much, and I don't understand.
Bothering you, man?
I mean, it's just like
You just got FOMO, man.
I just don't understand what's so. Okay, it's a big hat.
They're big hats.
That's the point.
I know, but why is it making you so happy to be wearing a big hat?
I don't think
It's a comically large
He look
hat.
happy at all. He looks very unhappy, if anything.
That's the point.
I know, but I don't get it.
Because it annoys
What's
you
there to
so
get?
much.
It's just a huge hat, man.
I know, but it's not like we've never, it's not like we've never seen people wear the big hat
like this?
And
yes,
the hat's
all the
bigger, their
time.
head's
This looks
small.
like a custom-made Yahoo Sports one.
I
don't know if you have seen this.
I've seen Josh Allen wear it. I've seen superstars
This
wear it.
Yahoo
I've
Sports
seen,
hat?
Not the okay. So tell me, if you're gonna wear it and make a whole thing about it, can you tell me what it's about? Like, where can people get this hat? What it represents?
can't get it.
These are one of ones.
Wow.
LV.
2 of 2.
Wow. Well,
Seeing a lot of envy.
These have been in our possession for months, and we had no idea.
it's contributed. Oh, now I understand.
Yeah.
There's been a box in there.
There's
You
been a
finally
box.
decided to open it. Hey, can we give a shout out to our friends at Matchroom Sport while you guys are just shilling for other nonsense? Let's give them a shout out.
Who are we shilling for?
This nonsense, whatever this is.
What's bothering you so
Show me the cue. Where's the cue?
It's all boxed up. It's,
I saw you playing with it before.
it's boxed back up. Packed up. But shout out to our friends at Matchroom Sport.
They sent us what? PT, they sent us snooker.
Cue.
Snooker cues, ball. They sent us balls too?
Carbon fiber.
Must have got lost in the post over here.
Did they send us balls too?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there were balls.
Did they send us a table?
No, they did not send a table.
Well, what am I supposed to?
Understand how heavy a snooker
What am I
table
supposed to
is?
do with a cue and some balls
Use
without
your
a damn
imagination.
table?
Play.
Go to a bar, bro.
You got a big hat, you wear it, you play some.
What, are you supposed to pull up with your own stuff?
Yes.
That's
Yeah, you do, yeah.
I guess.
Have a little
know
never seen that
time
episode of
uncrowned
Yeah.
Crown Prince where they hustled?
Yeah, that was a great episode.
Jeffrey and Uncle Phil.
That was a great episode. All right, that's our show. It's time to go. Thank you to all our guests. Banger of a show. Love it. I'm seeing some tweets here. regarding the much talked about Tom Brady situation, a developing situation.
Okay, what's happening?
Now that they're in talks.
Oh.
So the question is,
about it.
Would it happen? Intern Josh, does it happen for SummerSlam? That seems a little too soon, right?
Too soon.
Yeah. What, Mania?
I hope not.
Mania.
By the way, it actually feels perfect for Mania.
It is, for where Mania is this year, it's absolutely perfect.
Yes. Riyadh.
No, March?
When
April.
It's in April, but
There's
like
no date, just April.
Fucking.
Yeah.
Tyson
Taking
Fury
the piss,
versus
Bill Laffer.
Joshua coming
10 months.
Wow, what about this? I just saw this courtesy of our friend Jedi. Bare Knuckle Ice Wars has signed with ESPN, and they're going to be on ESPN 8 The Ocho on August 15th. What is the deal with ESPN 8? Is that a real thing?
It's like a yearly thing they do. I think they changed ESPN News to.
But it's just one. It's just one day.
Yeah, it's not a real thing.
Yeah.
So they'll just show like crazy
It's not a
stuff.
constant channel.
Got it. And they just show like the wackiest stuff,
Yeah,
right?
Obviously, they'll do the dodgeball and the cornhole.
Right. All right. By the way, that was a vase behind Tommy.
Giant bomb.
Yeah. Oh no, vase.
Vase, vase. I don't know. Who's to check? Thank you to all our guests. Thanks to all of you. Back tomorrow, same time, place. Peace out.